All right, some ticket texts. My disposal kicks ass. Can put a corn cob through, no issue. Brian in St. Clair Shores. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
That's you're just whining for a problem.
Yes.
Even I would say that. John, my wife dumps eggshells down the disposal. Drives me nuts.
No.
Marty from Brighton.
Oh, no.
John is correct. Please don't put large amounts of food down the disposal. Johnny in Commerce, who's a plumber. Garbage disposal is for everything. Using it for bits and pieces? Maybe John should add a disposal in his toilet for bits and pieces.
No.
Why have one if you don't use it? Jansen is using it as intended for warranty. Stoney's household is using it to its fullest at their own risk. Hey, guys, John is absolutely correct. I'm a plumber. The garbage disposal was improperly named. You should scrape your plate and the rest is fine. We'll guarantee build up over time. Gov, your day is coming. All right.
It's not like I'm doing the corn on the cob or
No.
the eggs, shells, or anything. I throw those out all the time.
Yes.
I think if you got a quarter plate of pasta, it's fine. I think much like anything in this world where it's completely over here,
Right.
or it's completely over here, the middle is kind of right.
Exactly.
Well, I would just rather not gamble on the
Campbell. It's a little
on the,
heavy.
the need to no. If you're putting anything down there other than bits and pieces, you're
Better
gambling
not roll
that
down that
eventually.
window. It might get stuck eventually. I mean, it's just being a little overprotective. Tell people though what you threaten to do.
Oh,
This
well,
is this is where it's over the top.
You know what? I don't know if it's over the top because I don't want to have either pipe damage, water damage, or have to, live without, waiting for a plumber to come and fix something that I could prevent to begin with. I told the kids, if you're going to continue to put stuff down the sink like it is a garbage can, I'm just going to remove the garbage disposal. And we'll put the old school strainer in there, and then you can see what it, how uncomfortable it is to do that.
What is
And it's not uncomfortable; it's just a pain in the butt.
What's your wife think of this, by the way?
She is a believer of scraping your plate off into the trash as well.
Okay. So it's obviously
Now,
not
you
gender.
also-
I've reinforced that.
You
but,
also said that you threatened to to remove the doors from their bedroom if they
oh,
continue
come on,
to
that's
slam
old
them.
school dad
Yeah.
rule. Yeah, if somebody slams the door on you, I'll just take it off the hinges, and you don't have a door anymore. You like privacy? Then don't slam it.
Hell yeah,
or log
Dad.
it.
Swing it.
That's right.
Swing it, Dad.
Oh, my God.
What?
Wes and Howell, what's up? Wes?
Hey, how's it going?
Good morning.
Morning. Yeah, so any pasta in your garbage disposal is a terrible idea. I did apartment maintenance for 4 years, and pasta will just swell up with cold water, and, it's just the worst. Every single one that I had to change out is because of pasta. One time for chicken Caesar salad.
Oh. Yeah,
I get it.
that's the thing. The pasta sticks in there, and it just keeps swelling.
Wraps around the blade there. Sports show
Oh, so
disposal.
the pipes, not the blade.
I know, but
Yeah.
it wraps around the blade too. We have septic, so no disposal. We freeze our garbage in a Ziploc container to throw away to keep the stink out of the kitchen.
Yep. I've done that.
Really?
Oh yeah. Especially if I have fish that I'm not gonna finish and
Yeah.
I'm not gonna eat it as leftovers. Yeah, put it in a baggie, put it in the freezer, and then when it's frozen, trash day, I empty it out, put it in the trash.
Okay. Jim and Allen Park here, 97 on the ticket.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good.
Good morning.
So yeah, Jansen, I would have to agree 100%. I have a friend who's a plumber, and he says absolutely nothing down the garbage disposal.
Mm-hmm.
But one step further, before we put stuff in the garbage, we'll put it in a plastic bag, like a shopping bag,
Mm-hmm.
and just tie it off, and then throw that in the garbage, so you don't have to worry about the smell.
Yeah. Yeah, it does it. I mean, especially if you have trash pickups, trash service once a week. Some people
Yes.
even have it twice a week. You don't have to worry about the smell.
That's
Yeah, I got it once a week.
Yeah.
More ticket text. What kind of household did you grow up in, John? Everyone knows that rubbish goes down the garbage disposal, trash goes in the trash can.
Well, I grew up in America, so we don't call it rubbish.
Oh, you grew up in this century. Rubbish is an old time term. I don't think it has nothing to do with America or not.
Well, I think over in England, they probably call it rubbish.
They probably do too, but some people have called it that here for years.
Yes, if you're over 85.
That's what I said. The plate should be cleaned into the garbage can. It's a bag, throw it out when you're done. It doesn't have to be full. Do you live in a country? you'll learn that because you're not supposed to put even vegetable clippings down the disposal.
Yes.
The difference is city, sewer, or septic. Guessing John is on septic.
No, I am not. I have been before, which is probably why I am very cautious, but I also don't want to abuse my pipes. I want to make sure I don't have a problem.
Let's go to Dearborn. Scott, you're a 97 The Ticket.
Hey, listen, you guys have never done a kitchen remodel before. If you ever tear out those pipes that go through the wall, you can't even see through those things because they're so backed up. And most houses are over 50 years old, and those pipes go into the basement, and underneath those basement floors are iron pipes, and they rust, and they got fingers that grow on those things, so they catch everything that's going down that thing. So you got to go 9 feet to your basement floor, then 20 or 30 or 40 feet through your house to the street, and it's just going to keep backing up. And then once it backs up like that underneath the concrete in your basement, and those pipes start cracking over time because they get older and they get thinner over time, and people put Drano in them, which is even worse. You got to bust up that basement floor and replace those pipes. So never put anything down there. That's the dumbest thing you could ever do.
All right.
Scott, I agree with you.
Do you use the Drano?
I do not.
No, we don't either.
Yeah.
Now, what happens? What about like the shower and the hair? Do you like go? Are you the picker?
No. Well, it depends on what you're talking about picking. I will remove the drain.
Right.
I'll put the snake down there, and then whatever comes out, I just throw away. And instead of doing whether it's the sink or the shower or the tub.
Let's go to.
Oh, wrong one.
Paul in Royal Oak. What's up?
Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
Good morning.
Story here. I rented out a house in Royal Oak about 10, 12 years ago, and the couple I rented to, they were chucking corn, and they threw the remnants down the garbage disposal. Got a call a little later, and they said, hey, the garbage disposal's not working. I walked over and took a look down in there. I said, did we throw ears of corn down here? And they were kind of boneheaded, dumbfounded when they looked and said, oh, that can't go down there? Like, no, that can't.
Even I know that. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Yeah. All right, 248-539-9797. Coming up after the update, we're scheduled to be joined by Alex Smith, former quarterback and now a member of ESPN's Monday night and Sunday countdown shows. 97 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Lions, Wings, and Pistons all on the slate tonight with the 5-2 Lions, the only team playing at home, and they get Monday Night Football in the spotlight to attempt a rebound from a bad loss last Sunday. The ball will be in the air at 8:15 from Ford Field against the Las Vegas Raiders right here on 97.1. Elsewhere in the NFL, Kirk Cousins unlikely to see the field again this year after suffering an apparent Achilles injury during Minnesota's 24-10 victory over the Packers. The Vikings are now 4-4 within a game and a half of Detroit, but they'll be without their franchise quarterback moving forward. To college, no contract extension for Jim Harbaugh for now, per the Wall Street Journal and Detroit News, a deal that would have made him the highest paid coach in the conference, which has been shelved following the start of the illegal scouting investigations, although John U. Bacon does claim that part of that is untrue. For now, Michigan remains top 2 in the AP Top 25 poll following their bye. MSU basketball edged by Tennessee 89-88 in the preseason finale, though they did raise funds for Maui Strong with 14,000 plus fans in attendance in East Lansing. Izzo called it, quote, the right thing to do. And over the weekend, the Pistons won their second straight game by beating the Bulls at Little Caesars Arena on Saturday, 118-102. Meanwhile, the Red Wings still struggling to score, having lost to Boston 4-1 on the same night. The Pistons will play the Thunder in OKC. The Wings will face off versus the Islanders on the road tonight. And the World Series sits tied at 1-1 between Arizona and Texas. They'll play Game 3 tonight in Phoenix. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Thank you very much, Chris. Our telephone number, 248-539-9797. Lions, Raiders, Ford Field, Monday Night Football. ESPN, Joe Buck, Troy Aikman, and the Countdown crew, including the former quarterback of the Kansas City Chiefs, San Francisco 49ers, and John, your old team, the Washington Commanders. And he does a great job right now on TV, and he's Alex Smith. Good morning. How are you?
Morning, Stoney John. How you guys doing?
We're doing good.
We're
yeah.
doing good. We are, as you can probably know, this town is just geeked beyond belief. What do you think the scene's going to be there like tonight?
I guess I'm waiting to find out, like everybody else, but I'm anticipating. I hope it's awesome, right? I mean, I think it's been since 2018 since Detroit got to host the Monday night game, so I hope it's rocking. I hope it's as good as the team's playing right now.
Well, I don't think the fans will disappoint. I think it's going to be an unbelievable scene, but the team has played good. They didn't obviously have a good result last week or seem to play good. I'd love to hear your analysis of what you see when you see, let's just start with the offense. When you see Jared Goff take the field, what do you see from this offense?
Well, I mean, I think, from Jared Goff's perspective and this offense, listen, by every metric, this is one of the top units in football over the last 2 years, especially if you go over the last kind of 16, 18 games. And, it starts with him. He's playing at an unbelievable level, really taking care of the football. But I see an offense that's really multiple. It starts up front, obviously a really talented offensive line. I know they're banged up right now. But it starts with running the ball, great play action pass, and then a bunch of selfless players on the outside. A bunch of guys making plays. Obviously, I think the bell cow, besides, Amon-Ra St. Brown, but, getting Jameson Williams back and a bunch of other guys making plays outside, obviously Reynolds. And so I love what, kind of culture, obviously, Dan Campbell's brought, and, Ben Johnson's created there on the offensive side of the ball. But they're just very, very multiple, tough, can get you in a lot of different ways. And so I know last week was a rough game, but I expect them to get back on track. What
do you see on the other side from Jimmy G coming back after the injury? He's obviously been up and down. What do you think of what he'll do tonight?
Yeah, it's a unit that struggled, to be honest. This Raiders offense, I don't think they've broke 20 a single time this year. Obviously, Jimmy's been hurt and kind of up and down, and so they have not been able to put it together. And I really see this is going to be a tough environment to come into, I think, and so really expect this Detroit defense to kind of, I think, have their way today. I think set the tone up front, and again, obviously, you got to deal with Adams on the outside, but it is a unit I think that they can be good against, have a great night against.
I was trying to talk to Stoney earlier today. He asked a question about, blitz pickup or blocking schemes. And I was talking about if Graham Glasgow has to go in at center because Frank can't go, all of the calls on the offensive lines that I've been a part of have all come from the center or from the offensive line, with the caveat that a quarterback has the veto power. What would you be looking at if you wanted to veto what the offensive line was talking about in terms of where they're setting the protection, whether it's to the Sam, the Mike, the Will, whatever it is, how would you go about identifying, hey, I don't like what they're calling, and I'm going to adjust it as a quarterback?
It's almost always a partnership anyway, especially with a veteran QB like Jared. Listen, if there's a rookie or something back there, or a kid who didn't, you wanted to take that off his plate, a lot of times you would give it to the center and just let him do it. Most often it is a partnership, right? Like, I think it's something you work together all week. You understand the pressures that the opposing defense, has, whether they be on first and second down or third down. And, when you're walking up to the line as a quarterback, you're very cognizant of the mic point, right? Like, and where the offensive line's going, especially when I'm talking passing game here and your protection. I mean, it's kind of the first thing you think about as a quarterback. So, I think all that said, I feel good about Jared Goff back there. I mean, he's played a ton of football. He'll be able to correct it and get the guys where he wants them. And I think that's the most important thing. It's not so much that you want to be right all the time. You don't have to be right. It's really that everybody's on the same page, because the worst case scenario is Jared Goff dropping back and thinking, hey, I thought the line was going here and they were really going somewhere else. And that's when bad things happen. As long as he knows where they're going, I think, they're going to be at home. They'll be able to communicate. They shouldn't be loud when they're on offense. So don't expect that to be a problem, especially, again, with having a veteran QB like Jared.
Alex Smith joins us on the Stoney and Jansen program. As you know, one of your former coaches is in the headlines. I'm curious your relationship when you played for Jim Harbaugh and the difference between another one of your head coaches in college was Urban Meyer. You've played for both of them.
Yeah, I played for both. Listen, it'd be hard for me to comment on all the
right,
the details of what's going on. I mean, I loved playing for Jim. I thought he's a great coach. I love that he keeps it about football. He really does a great job of eliminating distractions, and kind of for professional athletes, especially me at the time, like again, just enabling me to be able to focus on really what was important. It's so different. In the NFL, you're allowed to send an advanced scout. You do that in the NFL. He goes to the opponent's game the week before, and he comes back with a lot of information. And I can remember prior to in the NFL when the defense went to the headset as well. For the first several years of my career, the defense still signaled in the plays. That was part of it. You got these preliminary signals. Now there was never taping involved. Obviously I think there's a line there. At some point, I mean, this is a gray area, but at some point, if you were taping the signals, certainly I think that's kind of crossing the line. It's hard for me to go into. I mean, college football is such a weird place right now. I mean, the NCAA has lost a lot of power. I don't totally know. It's really kind of a shell of its former self. And then you kind of throw in the cheat, him buying, burgers for some players. Hard to comment on. These certainly don't seems like there's probably more important things people could be focused on. But again, I don't know all the details. If they were taping signals and that was a part of this, and this had been going on for years, certainly I think you probably did cross the threshold there. But again, hard for me to comment on.
I know it's been a while, but what was it like playing for Urban?
I loved it. I mean, obviously, both those coaches, changed my career. I obviously had Urban. I was young. I was in college, a young kid, and again, Coach Meyer came in with at that time a really really novel offense. Shotgun spread option. It was something that nobody had really seen in the country, and so we kind of back then the BCS, it kind of took it by storm. And again, changed my career. I learned so much, obviously, and I still talk today. But yeah, I was just, obviously such a young kid, and even, it was 20 years ago at this point. So, but both those guys, I've been lucky enough to have a bunch of great coaches that have, affected not only my career but my life. And again, kind of, thankful for all of them,
including obviously Andy Reid. Now, you were there obviously from Mahomes, and he learned a little bit under you. We know Rodgers did under Favre. Where do you, come in on the quarterback should sit for a little bit, or the ones that come in like, Young and Stroud and just start?
Every situation's different, so it's hard to, kind of have some universal cookie cutter plan. I just think if you're going to invest in a top 10 pick at quarterback, especially if you're trading up to get one, I don't see the rush in playing a guy too early. I don't think there's anything wrong if he sits a little too long. What's the downside if he sat and was over prepared? If you had him watch half a season longer and he came out and when he finally played was over prepared, nobody's in hindsight like, man, we should have played him earlier. Again, you want to do everything you can to ensure that investment has the best chance to succeed. And so I really think you got to take a great look at all the pieces around the quarterback. And again, I think it's the toughest position in sports, but you're so reliant not only on the other 10 guys that are in the huddle with you, but, your offensive coordinator, the system that they're running, I think the culture of the entire team. And so often these early picks, they're part of new culture regimes. I mean, look at, Bryce Young and obviously CJ Stroud, right? These are brand new head coaches that are trying to build something, oftentimes new play callers or first-time play callers in the case of Bobby Slowick at Houston. So I think there's a lot of variables there, and you really got to try to take all that in. And then obviously the kid, how much college did he play? what kind of system did he run in college? How prepared is he to step in and hopefully have success? So I think you're trying to weigh all that out. And I think we've seen examples of both. But again, for me, I think you want to do everything you can to make sure that they have the best chance to go out there and play well. Like if they sit a little too long, I don't see the downside. It's far worse to play them too early and get a kid beat up, really affect their confidence, and again, even develop bad habits. So certainly my take on it. I've I lived it. I played as a young 21-year-old kid, probably a little too early than I should have. I've mentored guys, so kind of seen it a lot of different ways. Obviously, none better than what Patrick's doing right now. In that year, that model, Andy had a plan, and he was going to stick to it. And obviously, it's paid off unbelievably at this point.
We played a long time, and 6 days a week. There's some things that I don't miss. There are other things that I do, but you're going to be in an environment tonight that's extremely charged. It's exciting. Do you ever miss it as a player? Do you ever sit there and say, you know what, I just wish I had this one or two more times?
John thinks he can still play at age 46.
It's honestly, that's such a great question. And as I was driving in last night, I got into Detroit last night, and I'm driving to the hotel, and it hit me like my very first start when I came back off of my injury. I was out of football for a while with my leg injury. Right. And when I got to come back and have my comeback, my first start was here at Detroit. And I just say that I got to have my comeback, right? I got to have my second chance. I thought football was over for me. Obviously with everything that happened to my leg and where I was at that point. And, as hard as I worked to come back and play, there was a big part of me that thought it would never happen, that it just wasn't in the cards. And I'm so lucky and fortunate that it did. And I did get to say goodbye to the game and kind of my own way. And again, this place obviously pretty special for me in the sense that it was the first time I took the field as a starting quarterback again. And I'll never forget that day and what that was like. And again, that rest of that year as well, I went on, I started 6 games and we ended up winning the division that year. We won 5 of them. And just again, an amazing ride. And again, I got to kind of make my peace with the NFL. And so I really am able to kind of, I'm looking forward to tonight, and I'll just enjoy the environment. I'm going to be happy for Detroit. This is a great moment for them. The team is playing great, and this organization and city deserves this. So looking forward to being there. How
much fun is the TV deal for you?
I'm still learning and trying to figure this thing out. It's new to me. It's still only a couple of years removed from playing. I'm trying to find my own way and my own voice. But I'm enjoying it. I really enjoy these Monday nights, being on the field, the energy that comes with it. Again, to get to be in an environment like this. And I get to see a lot of old friends. I was fortunate enough to play a long time. I got a lot of friends still playing, a lot of friends coaching around the league, and I get to see them and kind of still be around the game that I love so much. So enjoying it. I am really fortunate.
Both of you guys played for Norv, right? Norv Turner.
I played for Norv. Yep.
Yeah, Norv would have been my first coach in '99 with the Redskins.
That's funny. I had Norv my second year, so I was a young kid as well. Norv for 1 year, and he was a great coach. Again, my first year was rough. It was actually with Mike McCarthy as my offensive coordinator, but we were not very good, as you expect, having the number 1 pick, and nor was I. And Norv came in my second year, and I really learned a ton of football from him and started to have some success. We had our moments on offense and actually got to 500 the next year, and it was a big step, not only for us as an organization, but me personally.
Hey, you ever? How's your uncle John L. doing?
John L's doing good. Yep, doing good. Back down in Louisville, and retired from football, which I wasn't sure he was ever going to be able to do. But doing well. Same old John L.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. Have fun tonight. And your story's been unbelievable, as you know. You're recovering from the injury and all that. And continue the good work. We like it a lot.
Stoney John, I appreciate it, fellas.
All right, thanks a lot. Alex Smith, Monday Night Countdown, Sunday Night Countdown, Sunday Afternoon Countdown on ESPN right here on Stoney and Jansen 97 won the ticket.
Hey, football season's here, so why not dive into the best pool in history at Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the six pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of the massive 40-foot tall, high-definition screen. It's called Stadium Swim. It's America's favorite place to watch football. Swim-up bars, Insta-ready selfie walls, and a one non-stop football party. Score your perfect game day spot with cozy day beds, private cabanas, or grab a lounge at the center of the action. Reserve your place today. It's 365 days of sports poolside. Located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Vegas on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
248-539-9797. You missed Alex Smith or any of the other interviews we've done on our show or any other highlights of our show, any of our shows, make sure you download the Odyssey app and listen to all our podcasts as well. Ford Field will be also hosting a really cool event November 12th, and I believe it's the 2 nights after that, too. It's Metallica. They're doing one night they're playing 20 songs, let's say, and then the next night or the next show, 20 completely different songs.
All right, so two separate
Two for the price of one.
Yeah.
Well, not for the price of one, but you understand. Actually, they did do, I think, a group thing. Anyway, you can go. Here's your deal. Listen for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Metallica at Ford Field on the November 12th show, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com. You'll be the third caller when you hear me attempt to sing Enter Sandman. Wow.
That's a great drop. I can't wait.
Mm-hmm. It's a classic, non-classic, so to speak.
Oh, it's all classic.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of Mr. Jim Harbaugh, some news that came out yesterday. The Wall Street Journal has a report saying that Michigan has temporarily or postponed its extension on his contract that would make him the highest paid coach in the Big Ten. Now, since that story came out, John U. Bacon and others have said that's not true according to their sources. So we'll see what happens with that. What was released yesterday early on NFL.com report from Tom Pelissero and Ian Rappaport that basically said the NFL is unlikely to make itself available for Harbaugh to escape NCAA discipline, according to league sources, raising the strong possibility Harbaugh would need to serve some or all of any possible suspension he could face in college if he returns to the pros. Now, it's not precedent-setting because, although it wasn't for a head coach, when Jim Tressel was fired from Ohio State, he got a job with the Indianapolis Colts that he had to sit out for a while as a consultant?
As a consultant or analyst, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So the question would be, if there is a suspension levied before next season,
right,
or before Jim Harbaugh would make the jump to the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, do you think the NCAA will be able to move that quickly?
No.
So, I mean, I understand the NFL wanting to support the NCAA in this, but if there is this is under the assumption that there is a landing spot
Correct.
for Jim Harbaugh
Yes,
in the NFL.
a big assumption.
Right, and because it hasn't been in Minnesota, it hasn't been in Denver. Other jobs will open up this year, and we'll see what he explores or what other teams want to do. But if there were to be a job offer and he were to accept, would it be under the premise that if you're suspended in 2 years, you have to fill that suspension in the NFL now?
I don't know.
I don't see that being a reality.
I don't either. All right. What is reality is that Heather Park will be at Ford Field tonight with her husband. And ladies and gentlemen, she joins us now.
Be fun.
Are you pumped?
If I can stay awake. It's
Whoa,
tough.
whoa, whoa, whoa,
yes,
wait, if you
I'm
could
super
stay
pumped.
awake.
You guys,
He's the one that's turned 40.
Yeah.
I know, but I'm super pregnant and I go to bed super early. Well, I try to go to bed super early. I get in bed early. I don't always sleep.
Is there any chance that baby boy will arrive at halftime?
Gosh. I hope not, but I mean, I guess there's always a possibility it could happen. Could you imagine that?
Suppose it happens like
I'd
in
my
yeah.
news.
So let me ask you
Yes,
this. So
exactly.
let me ask you this. Suppose hypothetically, it happens, like J-Mo catches a touchdown. So I'm going way off
The reservation
Yes.
area.
And all of a sudden he catches a touchdown. You
Celebrate.
Your water breaks.
Yes.
And you have to give birth right there. Any chance you name the kid J-Mo?
I mean, there's always a chance,
Oh.
right? We don't have a name picked out.
She
No,
said there's
I
a
don't
chance.
know. There's always a chance. If I had to deliver a baby at Ford Field, I would be mortified. No, I would hope that if my water broke, I would have time to get out of there and get to a hospital. That would be the worst case scenario right there in the stands delivering a child.
Oh, no, they take you
Yikes.
down to the training room.
Oh, okay. Well, that's better. Or like the tent. Yeah, that's great. I can do that.
Tents
Yeah.
on the side.
Yes. There's a
Just hold
fan
that
in the
screaming.
tent.
Heather Park enters the tent.
Right.
Yes.
Let's go to Lisa.
She came out as 2.
Let's go to Lisa Salters.
Yes.
Oh
Went in as 1, came out as 2.
Oh my goodness. So the whole Hitler trivia mishap that took place at Michigan State earlier this month was the target of a joke on Saturday Night Live. If you missed it, Weekend Update host Colin Jost kind of joked about the controversy. Take a listen. Made a quick little jab about that there. And as far as I know, the employee responsible, like we said before, has been suspended with pay and the investigation is still ongoing. I haven't heard what happened to that individual, if anything, as of yet. So I think the investigation must still be going on. I don't know. I guess we'll have to wait and see what happens.
Yeah, Saturday at Spartan Stadium, they're going to have Mussolini up there for Nebraska.
Jeez.
Oakland County Police are searching for a driver who fled the scene after hitting and killing a pedestrian in Pontiac. Happened early Saturday morning. A 29-year-old woman was attempting to cross University Drive when an unknown vehicle struck her. The driver obviously didn't stop at the scene. Another driver did. They told deputies that they remembered a white Ram pickup near his vehicle at the time, but did say they were unsure if that was the vehicle that was responsible or not. So now police are looking for that person who's responsible. They do say any tips that can lead to an arrest are eligible for a $2,000 reward. If you missed this, CJ Gardner-Johnson is now a changed man. He's no longer the man he was before. On Friday, he announced that he was officially changing his name to CD Deuce on social media. So there you have it. He said that court documents are on the way. It's apparently official. He's been away from the Lions since undergoing surgery back in September to repair a torn right pec. He did surprise the team, I guess, on Friday. He arrived at the Lions facility during practice, made his way out onto the field. But no longer the man you knew him as.
No. CD Deuce.
What do you call him, Mr. Deuce?
It sounds like something you
I know.
distribute or
Yes.
drop off in
Put down
the pool.
Garbage
Yes.
disposal?
Yes.
Yes, exactly.
Magic Johnson is now the fourth athlete to reach billionaire status. This is according to Forbes. He is now worth $1.2 billion, and they say his massive wealth post-basketball comes from just like a whole hodgepodge of investments that he's made over the years. He's the partial owner of a number of different pro sports teams. But really what they say is his 60% stake in this life insurance company has really gotten him a ton of extra dough. Do you want to guess the 3 other athletes that are considered billionaires?
I guess LeBron,
Yeah.
Yes.
Tiger Woods,
Yes.
the United States, or because
Yes.
Messi.
Messi?
Oh, the United States. So it wouldn't be Messi. Well, he's actually
Nope.
playing in Miami now.
Well,
Yeah.
now he is, but no.
Is he
know
a
this.
current player?
Michael Jordan.
Oh, I was going to say was he a current player. So
Yeah.
if
No.
you said no, then I'd say Michael Jordan.
Heather's had enough of
figured
your
I'd-
game, Stoney.
Yeah, I just figured it's taking too long. My time's up. I'm just going to tell you.
All right. Thank you very much, Heather. Have a wonderful time
Yes.
tonight.
Oh, we're going to
Yes.
have a blast.
We want to
Good
report.
luck.
All right. 97.1 the ticket.
Hey, when I have a question about my finances, I turn to my bank, and that's First Merchants Bank. I know that their attentive local bankers are 100% interested in listening to my situation and in helping me find the answers that I need. First Merchants doesn't provide cookie-cutter solutions or check-off boxes when it comes to financial advice. They take the time to learn about my life, my personal and financial goals, and they work with me to build a plan that fits my situation. That's because First Merchants Bank really cares. They see me as a person, not just as a number, and they're going to do all they can to help their customers and communities succeed. You can count on that, since First Merchants Bank is staffed by local bankers who know and are passionate about the needs of the local community, because it's their community as well, and we've all got to work together to help our communities continue to prosper. To get started on your personalized financial solution today, you can visit them at firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com, member FDIC.
248-539-9797. A couple things to mention. I'll give the sad news first. We lost one of our great employees on Friday, Rebecca Falk, who was the head of not just the station, but the whole cluster of Odyssey stations here in Detroit, of a sudden death Thursday night, Friday morning of a heart attack. And I've known her since the late 80s, since I used to work a little bit at Wheels filling in, and just a wonderful person. She was great at her job. Everybody loved her, and it's really a sad day around here when we found out yesterday. And our thoughts, our prayers are with Rebecca, our friends, our family, and her family as well. And it's just it sucks. And a lot of people, go through this stuff with friends and colleagues. So prayers out there to Rebecca. Good news that we do want to mention is it appears that GM has joined Stellantis and Ford and has reached an agreement with the UAW.
Yeah, the Free Press is reporting that that tentative agreement is in place, and so it was, Wednesday? It was Ford, Saturday was Stellantis, and now Monday, GM. So hopefully everybody can get back to work and get back to doing what they do in life.
Yeah, exactly. And it's something completely non-related. If you follow college basketball or any kind of recruiting, the number one high school kid in the country, surprise, he's going to Duke. Cooper Flagg. So, see, you don't even need the aardvark there, and they can still recruit.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. I mean, they're going to have some wins at some point.
Yes.
Some big wins.
Yes, they still have them. All right. 248-539-9797. All right. What's going to happen tonight at Ford Field? Lions, Raiders, Monday Night Football. Yes, we know it's going to be loud. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be a lot of fun. But on the field, between the white lines, the Lions going to be able to pull this off. Rebound from their humiliating loss in Baltimore against a really good team. The Raiders, they were humiliated by a crappy team last week, so they got something. They're a pride national, audience as well. They've obviously struggled this season. They have a head coach who's the prototypical, God, he's a great coordinator. Not sure if he's a good head coach guy, and that's Josh McDaniels. He failed in Denver, and things have not gone smoothly in Las Vegas either.
No. They're just trying to figure things out, trying to get things, whether it's a quarterback issue, offensive issue, it's leadership issue, who knows what it is. But I think the Lions do rebound tonight. I think they find a way to get some rhythm offensively, even if Amon-Ra St. Brown can't go. Frank Ragnow, both of them were added to the injury report this past weekend. Amon-Ra St. Brown due to illness, I believe, and then Frank with a complication from the toe/calf injury or issue. Let's just say, we can't say injury, issue. And if both those guys don't go, I still think they're going to be okay. I think that the Raiders offensively, they haven't found a way with Josh Jacobs holding out throughout most of training camp and just not being the player that he has been the last couple of years. They have Devontae Adams, who's still one of the top, I think, 3 receivers in the NFL. Inconsistent quarterback play, poor play up front on the offensive line. I think the Lions get back on track, and they get back on track to a tune of 27-18.
Yeah, that will cover the spread.
It will cover the spread, yes. To cover the spread that we bet on.
Yes, which was 8.5.
Yes.
Yes, and I think the Lions win, but I don't think they do cover the spread, but who cares? As long as they win. I don't, style points at this, you just want to rack up wins.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of people get caught up, they didn't look good. I don't care if they win. Yeah. That's what it's all about. It's week to week. Sometimes, look, a team gets hot. We get that. And sometimes a team gets cold. Look at San Francisco. They lost 3 in a row. Mm-hmm. At 5-0, I mean, me included, I thought, plan the parade in San Francisco already.
Size them for rings.
Yeah. And look what's happened. Now, some of it is injury related, but it does make a difference. Every team goes through this.
Does this make you nervous about, stitching your banner?
No.
Watching the demise of San Francisco? You don't think that can happen at all to the Lions?
Unless they get more injuries. No, because I would have, if Kirk Cousins didn't get hurt, I would have been a little nervous.
Yes.
I would have called Costa and say, boy, I had to follow you, didn't I?
What'd you talk me into?
No,
Jansen leaves and you just lose your mind.
Yes, exactly. No, I still stand by it. I still think they win the division.
Well, I think they do as well, and I think the number that they need to win the division has gone down with Kirk Cousins reportedly tearing his Achilles. It'll be confirmed today. He's going to undergo some tests, but with the way that the Bears have been playing, which has not been good, the way that Green Bay has been playing, which has not been good, and now Minnesota, who seemed like they were starting to find some rhythm.
Well, they won 3 in a row.
But without their starting quarterback, I mean, you look and you're like, well, okay, I think the number needed for the Lions to win the division is probably 9.
Yes, I totally agree with you.
And, you could probably make an argument if the wheels fall off for the Lions and they only win 3 more games and they get to 8 wins, they probably still win the division.
Right, but at this point, we're not about just winning the division, are we?
No, you want much more than that.
Yeah.
And if it's about winning the division, hosting a playoff game, but it's also if you're looking at San Francisco right now with 3 losses, hello, you are sitting there with Dallas and just behind Philadelphia that says if we continue to play this way, we could take care of Dallas. We play them second to last game of the week,
right,
or of the year.
If Dallas beats Philly on next Sunday, the Lions, if they hold
will be tied
for the best record in the NFC.
Yep, which means you could still have home field advantage throughout the course of the playoffs. Now, is that likely? No. But if you could have 2 playoff games at home, now you're talking about, if you have to host, that would be the difference of hosting San Francisco versus going to San Francisco.
Correct.
And that's a game changer.
No doubt.
So you said 9 wins would get it done. Okay, yeah, maybe it will. I still want to see what the Vikings are going to do here and who they're going to choose to be their quarterback. I mean, even who's the guy? What's his name again? Jalen. What's his Hall. Yeah, I mean, he's probably going to start this week no matter what, but they're going to bring somebody in off the street. I do think Carson Wentz could win some games with them. Again, their schedule's awful, just like the Lions.
Right.
But I think the bigger picture is when you say 9 wins will get it done. Well, you know what that would mean? That would mean the Detroit Lions would go 4-7 their last 11 games.
Right.
9. That's not. I don't care what the other teams are doing. That would be absolutely unacceptable and a failure.
I agree. I'm just saying that that's what it would take to win the division. Now, I still think they're a 12-win team. Going into the season, I was bullish at 11. Mm-hmm. I've upped that to 12. Part of that is because of what I've seen from the Lions. Also, part of it is what I've seen from the remaining teams on their schedule. If you let's just say they don't sweep the division, but they go 4-1 with the remaining 5. That puts them at 9 wins already.
Right.
And then they've got games against Denver. They go out and they face the Chargers. We know we've got tonight against the Raiders.
Dallas.
Dallas. There are other games on this schedule
New Orleans.
that you can win. So I think that it's a 12-win season. Now, there's a lot of work to get there.
Oh, yeah.
But it should only take 9 to win the division.
If they lose tonight, where are you at?
If they lose tonight, I'll be upset.
No, as far as your total.
Oh, I'm still going to say a 12-win team. I mean, it's you could start looking at it and say, well, backing off. Is this that one that, hey, you always lose one you didn't think you were going to lose, and you always, maybe you win one that you didn't think you were going to win?
So this is the trade-off for the Chiefs game?
Possibly.
They'll be good. If they lose and get blown out, they will be in Never Never Land. Let's go to Bob here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good, Bob.
Better now.
Yeah. Metallica's rolling over in their grave.
They're not dead. They better not be.
Check your ticket for refunds.
Yes, Hatfield just texted in. I'm not dead yet.
Right. I got a semi-bold-ass prediction for you guys.
Right.
The Vikings will trade for Matt Stafford tomorrow.
Well, he's hurt too.
I can't deal with that.
He's hurt too.
Well, he finished the game. Oh, Bob, you just called in to tell us that one?
He dropped the mic. That was a mic drop. Oh my! I couldn't handle that. Could you? If he came into the division, he beat him 2 out of 3 times, and they win the North at the end of the year.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. TJ Hawkinson.
Yeah.
I think Rieger would be on suicide watch.
It cost me. See, I was right all along.
I know. By the way, just make sure, because sometimes I misspeak. Hetfield, not Hatfield.
I thought you were wrong when you said that.
Yeah, I thought something wrong with the McCoys.
I checked it. I had to recheck just to make sure I heard myself correctly, which doesn't happen very often. 248-539-9797.
All right, you guys, you've been hearing me talk about Michigan's #1 hair restoration specialist, Dr. Berkowitz from Michigan Hair Restoration for like ever now. And maybe you're on the fence, you're thinking about going to see him. Well, guess what? Now is the time to do it. It's Michigan Hair Restoration's 10-year anniversary, and Dr. B is ready to celebrate. He's actually passing on major savings for our listeners. For a limited time, you're going to save $1,000 when you just mention 97.1, and you're going to get 0% financing on your hair restoration procedure as well. So enough with all the ball caps every day, being self-conscious when you go swimming or you're on that Zoom call for work, or hey, maybe you're single and you're ready to start dating again. Dr. B can help you get your confidence back, just like he's helped thousands of guys over the last 10 years. With the most advanced hair restoration techniques available, you can enjoy a thicker, healthier head of hair that looks and feels completely natural. For more information and to schedule a consultation with Dr. B, go to MichiganHairRestoration.com. That's MichiganHairRestoration.com.
248-539-9797. Over here, Carson Anderson coming up at 10 o'clock. And then the pregame extravaganza, Mike and Rico, and then Costa will join, so it'll be a beautiful thing. Hey, congratulations to Brian in Redford. He heard the pathetic, and I mean absolutely pathetic, rendition of Enter Sandman sung by me. So he has won a pair of tickets to see Metallica at Ford Field on November 12th, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets are on sale right now at livenation.com. All right, we're looking for your predictions, your thoughts on if the Lions are going to be able to pull this off considering the injuries. I'm sure later in the day we'll find out. Officially. Well, maybe they'll both be game time decisions. We don't know. Anyway, here we go.
Well, yeah, but you still have the actives.
16-13 Raiders. Okay. Hey, I don't think so because of their, as Alex Smith pointed out, their defense is not very good.
No.
Except for Max Crosby.
Yeah, I mean, the run defense isn't very good, and, I mean, that's going to be the issue is Max Crosby. How do they protect Jared Goff? And matching up on the tackles, that's not going to be my big concern. Matching up on the interior, and they will move Max Crosby around. That's the bigger concern.
Hey, guys, so I got Detroit in a landslide, 37-13. Gibbs has a pretty big day, 12 rushing, 78 receiving, 2 scores. We also had a defensive touchdown, pick 6 by Jack Campbell. Let's go, Lions. Roll! One pride. Okay. Maybe Gibbs can have his Javid Best Monday night game. Remember that? Against the Bears?
Yeah.
He didn't do much after that. No. Because he kept getting hurt. Hey, Stoney, Headfield is a different place entirely. Lions D is going to put on a huge show tonight to make up for the debacle against the Ravens. Lions get back to 14-plus point wins tonight. That's from Tony. It's fun to talk playoff seedings, home field advantage, yada, yada, but, man, there's a lot of games left to play. We say the schedule looks easy, but now San Francisco has lost 3 in a row. Kansas City lost to Denver yesterday. Who knows what might happen? What if Goff pulls a Cousins? Which takes us to another ticket text. With the quarterback injuries this weekend, do the Lions trade Teddy Bridgewater? That's from Nate on 75.
No.
No, Nate. No, because Goff could get hurt. We spent a good portion of this past off season imploring for the Lions to beef up their backup quarterback room.
Yes, for a couple of years we've talked about it. And then this year, when you believe that you've got a legitimate shot at a playoff run, division and a playoff run, and then when you get into the playoffs doing something, you got to make sure that you have a backup quarterback that is reliable, dependable, can go in there and make something happen, get you out of a game or get you through a 2-game stretch. Hopefully that's all it would be.
Yeah. The thing is right now with the Vikings, because of their situation, they don't even have a guy that you can trust like a Bridgewater to get you those wins against those garbage teams. Like, if they had Bridgewater, you would think they'd probably beat Minnesota or beat Atlanta this coming week.
Probably,
but
yeah.
With the situation right now, I mean,
well, they might.
You never know what you're going to get in this league. I mean, we're in a league where Brock Purdy, and I know he's struggled recently, but has done what he's done.
Yeah, but they got Jaron Hall, and that's it.
Yeah.
I mean, if Kirk Cousins tests come back and he's done, they've got Jaron Hall because Nick Mullins isn't back until week 10.
Right. They got Sean Mannion is their
practice squad.
Yes.
Yeah, can come up.
He's played in some games at least, but no, if they are serious, I mean really serious about trying to make the playoffs, they will either trade for somebody or pick up somebody like Wentz or whoever. I mean, people are talking about Colt McCoy, who's not playing this year because he has a relationship with Kevin O'Connell when O'Connell was in Washington. So maybe that's – and Wentz makes the most sense.
Right, because they don't have to give anything up for him. But he's had success.
We have no idea if he's even who knows if he's home just eating, getting out of shape. We have no idea.
Yeah, spaghetti and throwing it down the disposal.
Exactly. By the way, we do want to mention, I don't have a statistic for this. When was the last time you think in October that all 3 playing Detroit teams were over 500? It's got to be at least a decade, right? Because the Pistons have kind of sucked for 10 years at least. The Red Wings haven't been good for like 7-8 years. And the Lions are the Lions.
Yeah. I mean, when was the last time that they were above 500 this far into it?
Yeah, I know.
I mean, I guess it wouldn't have to be this far into it, but you'd have to have basketball season and hockey season underway.
Correct.
So it can't be the first week of October.
Right. I know.
Oh.
Carson Anderson are coming up next. Doug is back. How are you?
Good. Very good.
Hi.
Hi. John. How are you?
Good.
good.
Welcome back. Yeah.
Is this the week Purdue has a chance?
No. No. Look, I don't. This is the most mischaracterization. of all
I know.
Is it,
Yes,
is it now?
it is.
It's
It is.
not.
I'm not a fan. I just thought they were going to be dangerous 2 of the last 3 years.
Doug's favorite week of the year, playing Purdue.
Yeah. Well, I mean, so we used to do picks on the pregame show.
Yeah.
And every time the Purdue pick came up, I knew exactly what was going to happen. He picked Purdue every time.
Of course. Can't help himself.
No.
He's drinking the Kool-Aid, man.
Yeah. Now they do play on the Big Ten West, so you could pick anybody over there, and it's just a coin flip as to what's going to happen.
The Big Ten West.
Doug's all about boilering up. I mean,
They'll take on Nebraska.
he wanted to name his third child Pete. And
Yes.
Sue's like, why?
No.
And he's like, Purdue Pete.
Yeah, Purdue Pete.
Started buying all his train stuff, and
Yep.
it's just really crazy.
The railroad
I know
tracks
the
and
odd
helmet
thing
are
too
pretty
is
sweet.
like, I mean, how ineffective and how pollutant the train can be coming from a guy that
Right.
drives the electric car.
Right, exactly.
I mean, it
That's
just
a good
seems
point,
like
yeah.
it would be a
It's contradiction.
yeah.
But
Yeah.
yet,
Do you
his
feel the
true
same
love
way about
shines.
Purdue basketball, who's usually pretty good but chokes at the end?
I had him winning it all going into the tournament last year.
So I didn't have him winning at all, but I had him going past the first round.
Well, everybody did. I
I'll never
think.
learn with Purdue basketball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Always bet against them.
So we had an interesting thing happen today. It's the first time it's happened to me. Stoney, somebody called in them with their prediction. They said at 41-6, and Stoney said, and it's Duffy. I don't remember. Did Duffy say a city? Duffy said if it's 41-6, Lions win tonight. He's going to buy him tickets to the next Lions game.
I will.
You'll buy if he hits the score on the
if
head.
he-
41-6, yeah.
Oh.
I mean,
Well, I mean, I don't know how much of a risk there might take.
I know, exactly.
But
Do you want to say
know,
43-20?
yeah.
Because of the scoregami from yesterday? I know Greg likes that.
I know.
is that when that score had never been?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, that's the first time there was ever a 43-20 game.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Obviously, we'll talk about that
The
quite a
scoregami?
bit.
Yes.
No. Lions,
Oh.
Lions and Raiders,
I prepared for scoregami.
champ and chump, all kinds of stuff.
All right. 97 the ticket.
Scott, Kang,
Doug.
Gentlemen, how are you today?
All right.
That's good. Thank you for holding down the fort. Mid-season bye, got a chance to escape up north and see the colors before it was too late. They're still in season, if you will.
Yeah, was it raining the entire time?
Almost.
That's brutal.
You know what's funny is it was raining on Friday and rained all day Thursday. Friday it was raining, but it was like in the 60s. And the people up there, up north, were talking about how great the weather was. Oh, it's nice to have this warm. And I'm like, huh? Rain and 60s is great weather. The next day it was in the 40s, but there was sun and it was no rain. And I'm like, this is great weather. Now it was cold, but you just dress appropriately, right?
Yeah, sure.
But we left up north intact.
Did you?
It's there for anybody else that wants to head up there. Yeah, so it's all good.
Anybody else wants your slice? They can go get it.
That is correct, and it's I would say it's past peak in terms of the fall colors, but I would also it's not too far past peak. So, how are you? Did you have a good weekend?
Yeah, it was all right. I mean, aside from watching my team lose on Saturday, yeah, it was good. I had some. I bought this new kind of toy, a guitar type toy, that I was playing with over the weekend.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like this Fender makes this thing. It's a pedal board basically, so you can get all different types of sounds out of this thing. There's like 100 presets to different guitar tones, and it's really spectacular. And then it has like 50 different pedals to choose from, like 100 different amplifiers to choose from, all in this one little pedal board. It's amazing.
Yeah.
I went to Guitar Center last week and I bought it, and I had a chance to really kind of get into it a little bit. I feel like I sound like I'm just a bad guitar player now.
Okay.
Because
you've improved to being.
I'm just bad when I use this thing.
Okay. And prior to that, you would be described
God
as
awful.
Okay. So you've gone from god awful to bad.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's improvement, my friend. That's improvement. It's all relative, right?
Yeah. And like if I went out to a bar, I think at this point, instead of people saying, is this some sort of joke? Someone would just say, who's this effing guy?
Yeah, this guy sucks.
Yeah.
Before it was, is this an effing joke? Now it's just,
Right.
is this guy sucks?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, gotcha.
So I feel much better.
Well, congratulations.
Yeah. So I'm enjoying that, and that took a good part of my weekend. I went out Saturday night, saw some live music down at the Lager House in Detroit. I think I've only been there once since COVID, and they had sold, but it's still the same place. Still great place, great atmosphere down there, little venue, but always great for local musicians. They get to go down and air it out, so to speak. So that was fun.
Yep. Kang, how was your weekend? Good weekend?
Yeah, it was a good weekend. Did a lot of family stuff as usual. This past weekend, we didn't do this, but it was a good cider mill weekend as far as there's no, other than Michigan State at 3:30.
Yeah,
Michigan was on a bye, and Lions don't play till tonight. So it was like a weekend where you can, whatever you want to do, honey, and then not let her know that there's no football.
Right. Yeah.
This is all about you.
Hey, I'm here for the kids.
Yeah. They are our future.
I'm just, family man this weekend. I'm here for you. What do you need?
Yeah. Yeah.
Didn't have the beautiful fall colors like Doug, though.
Now, how are the leaves in your house? You get a
We're
lot of...
very lucky. We're like I'm on a corner lot, so they kind of get blown off
Okay.
of my yard. And I look at my neighbors sometimes like, oh, you poor bastards.
Because it hadn't really started to fall terribly last week, and then I noticed like on a Friday they really kind of came down, and the landscapers had come by I think on Saturday, and they raked the first this is the first raking, I guess, or whatever, leaf blowing. They don't rake, they blow. What? And in my yard, I'm like, oh, it looks great. Here we go. Wake up the next day, which was yesterday, and I'm like, you got to be kidding me. So we're now in this season of leaves falling on the ground because it looks like nothing was done. I mean, just a whole brand new set. And you look up at your trees, and like, yeah, I can see they're starting to go. So I think the next 2 weeks could be brutal with leaf and catching up with it.
Well, obviously we got a Monday Night Football game tonight. How about that?
What?
Yeah. How about that? Now, I was told.
I like that.
You like that? I was told by our producer that you're rather chesty about tonight's game.
Yeah.
Oh, Not as much, huh?
Well, I was very chesty about it. Very chesty about it. And then over the weekend, you get the injury report, and Amon-Ra St. Brown's on there with an illness. Questionable, which usually means he'll play, but he's not going to be 100%. I can't imagine he'd be 100%. But you see Frank Ragnow on the list, and it's not a questionable. Now it's a doubtful.
Yeah.
Like it's a downturn. He's got a toe and a calf that he's dealing with. And that has me concerned if Ragnow's not going to go. Because now I'm starting to think in my head, okay, how do they juggle these pieces then? Well, Glasgow goes to center. Vaitai is questionable. Please be able to play, Hal. Nice to see you in the lineup, please. Because if he can't go, then I'm really not sure what to do. But okay, so Vaitai at right guard. You got Sewell and Deckert, your tackles. So who's going to play left guard? Is that a skipper call? Is it Sorsdahl? Who's going to play over on the left side? And so now you've got, again, it's a makeshift line where, you're not as healthy because Vaitai is still listed as questionable, but even if he plays, so your interior line it's suboptimal, as you like to say. So I'm concerned now about the offensive side of what the Lions can do because, of course, you got to worry about Max Crosby, but fortunately he's an end, and our tackles are intact. And I like the matchup. It's going to be a fun matchup to watch, no matter what side he's on, but particularly if he's lined up against Penei Sewell, I'm really going to look forward to that, to see that battle. But they also have another very young defensive end on the other side, so it's going to be interesting from there. From the defensive standpoint, Lions look like they're healthy. Knocking on wood furiously over here so that I don't have to worry about Jimmy Garoppolo suddenly turning into Tom Brady or something like that.
Go all Mitch Trubisky, suck against everybody else, and then annihilate the Lions. Well, I mean, the Raiders are a team that, on paper, I mean, it's clear the Lions should win the game, but you don't need to look far to find examples. We don't have to squint real hard to see upsets in the NFL. We go all the way back to yesterday in the 4:00 game when Denver beat Kansas City. You got Cincinnati over San Francisco, which maybe isn't nearly as big an upset. But you can't just roll out the helmets and expect to win. You have to show up and play, no matter what the matchup looks like on paper. It's the Lions and Raiders tonight. We'll get into it as the show goes on. Of course, it's open lines. We got the Harbaugh situation with the contract, although some people are saying that what's being reported is not necessarily true. You've got the Red Wings. They play a game tonight. We're close to having, what is it, Sportsmageddon? What do they call it when every team's playing at the same time? We've got 3 of the 4.
Like the sports equinox.
Yeah, that's right. It's going on right now. In
Sportsgasm?
We have 3 teams playing tonight. I am interested in all 3 games.
Yeah.
Lions, Raiders, Pistons, Oklahoma City, Red Wings, Islanders. I really am interested in all
and the
3
World Series
games.
time.
I don't have enough TVs, Gator. I don't have enough TVs. And I very few do. It is a huge sports night and
a massive sports
and there's a lot focused on Detroit. We'll get into it all throughout the day, plus our champ and chump nominations today at 10:35. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Gator, I'm looking over at you on the other side of the desk here, and I can see that you're wearing a Lions shirt. I don't know if I've seen this shirt yet.
Oh, look at you.
I got one on, too. We both went with the appropriate logo for tonight's game. And people want to see it, go to twitch.tv and search up 971 a ticket.
Where's the grit today, King?
Or go to YouTube, and you can see the shirts there with the logo.
Oh, I forgot the grit hat. I was just excited. You guys know this. I'm on possible jury duty all week. So last night I found out I did not have to go today or report this morning. So I was just too geeked. I didn't care. I would have thrown anything on because I have to do my hair, put nice pants on. I don't wear pants to work, by the way, so I have to put pants on if I go out there. Yeah.
He does wear pants.
Oh, I do?
You don't wear nice.
People don't know it's radio.
Right. He doesn't come to work just with his wear.
Yeah, so I got excited, and I didn't care. I just threw on whatever. Sorry. But I'm with you guys. I'm with you guys. Go Lions.
Well, this is right in the chesty. I love it. Love that shirt.
Yeah. How do you guys feel about the new helmets and the gray color rush?
Love it.
Okay.
I love that helmet.
No, with the uniform.
Freaking love the helmet. Well, with the gray.
Yes.
I don't love the gray uniforms.
All right, so you spoke too early.
But I love the helmet.
I'm talking the whole thing. You don't just get the helmet.
Helmet trumps everything.
I'm going to, the helmet with the logo, the old school crawling line with the two racing stripes behind it is.
And the blue chromish look.
I think it looks fantastic. But it comes as part of a whole ensemble that I'm not quite sure about the entire ensemble because it's the color rush grays top to bottom.
I'll let you
silver.
I think tomorrow will be the true test of it to see how we feel when we get to see it all actually in action.
Yeah, how it looks on the field. You're right.
Because I've seen the helmets, like the practice footage they've shown, because I've had to wear these things in practice a little bit, and I love it. I love the helmet.
Mm-hmm.
But Ken, you're right. It's not the entire uniform. It's just the most important piece of the uniform.
But we will we'll find out when we see them all on the field together tonight. I'm curious, though. I'm curious. Love the helmet, love the logo. We've got, for people who watch the stream, we've got a Lions helmet that sits actually in a shelving unit behind me in the TV shot that we got. There is some discussion of trying to get that new blue helmet back there.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, it would be sick.
Let's get it done.
I want that.
I like that.
Yep. 248-539-9797. All right, so Detroit and Vegas both coming off terrible performances. It's a bounce-back game for Detroit or a get-right game or whatever you want to call it. And, look, it's become such a big part of what we do here, but laundry listing the injury reports, it's the reality. There's premium on all these games. There's a chance for the Lions to make a bit of a move here in the NFC. The opportunity is there for the Lions to make a move in the NFC with a win tonight in a game that they are a 7-point favorite. A loss, I don't know if a loss means panic, Gator, but let's face it. A loss will Detroit will lose, I think, some of its Lions confidence, some of its swagger, some of its chestiness, because it'll be back-to-back against two teams, one that they were clearly the favorite over. It's not an unforgivable sin to lose a game. Even when you're a good team, you're going to lose a game that you shouldn't lose. Back-to-back will instill some fear into what might be happening, but trying to act like a real NFL town, these things happen. I mean, San Francisco has lost 3 in a row. Seasons are filled with roller coasters. Now, I don't want to spend much of the day dwelling on, oh my God, how should we feel if they lose? But you mentioned the Ragnow injury. Hal Vaitai is questionable. Jerry Jacobs' full practice is back. And then, it's a little rattling that Amon-Ra has an illness, but we have discussed these injuries throughout the year. They've never been at full strength, and they've still gone out there and been able to play at a high level, and you have to. You have to overcome injuries if you're going to be any good in this league. It's too much of a game of attrition for that not to be something that, that can't be the excuse. You got to find a way, right? You got to find a way. Now, the Raiders, as far as this matchup is concerned, this is one of the worst rush off. Actually, they're dead last in the NFL in rushing offense against Detroit's second-ranked rush defense. Okay, so you don't have to do a lot here to try and slow down their run game. So you're going against a team that's likely kind of one-dimensional. But Jerry Jacobs used to be really good.
Yeah.
He used to be incredibly effective. So they're not that far removed from him being a real weapon in the run game But as far as tonight's concerned, I mean, that's a major advantage to Detroit when
Josh
Vegas
Jacobs,
has Josh Jacobs. I said Jerry Jacobs, of course. I just mentioned the
Lions defensive.
Yes. Josh Jacobs is incredibly talented, and it wasn't that long ago, right?
No, not long ago at all. I mean, he still has great talent. But yeah, he's mired on a team that's not very good, and it's a problem. But he also had his issues with holding out, and he was one of the running backs that tried to get more money, and came back late, missed all of training camp just about. So, yet I still would have expected him to be up to speed by this point. But he's not, and let's hope that he doesn't get healthy tonight. I don't suspect he will. I like what the Lions. I like what the Lions can do against the run because they've got 3 linebackers on the field that all know how to tackle. So and they're pretty adept at stopping the run.
Yeah, this game isn't played on paper. On paper, the Lions should win, but you mentioned all the reasons why the Lions could lose, and there's definitely a path for the Raiders. I mentioned this because Gator was very chesty last week when you were gone, Doug. Jim Costa, who filled in for you, was very chesty as well. Both guys actually, in fact, were so chesty that they both said they would shoot the boot if the Lions do lose.
Is that true?
Yes.
Wow. Shoot the boot guarantee.
That's right.
And you're not feeling as chesty this morning.
Not as.
Oh. Thank you, Brian, the mailman, for reminding me.
Yeah, thanks, Brian. Way to go, Brian. I'm sure he would have been the only one to remind us. Hey, it doesn't matter. They'll still win tonight.
He says with some confidence. He says with some confidence. I mean, he should win tonight.
Yeah, my concern is really it's about the offensive line. And there's a reason to be concerned because you're not sure who's going to play and who's not. I mean, And frankly, at this point, even if you're going to tell me Ragnow is going to play, I'm going to be like, oh, well, should he? If you're doubtful yesterday and we've got the bye week coming up, and I know they've said that they're not going to let the bye week determine whether or not they're going to rest players. If players can play, they're going to play is what they say. I get it. I'm just a little concerned. Yeah. But they can get things done. Their backups can get stuff done in the interior. Glasgow at center. I mean, he's a very capable center.
Yes.
We've seen him play here before. He's fine there.
Yep.
And if Hal's ready to go, Hal's been a starter. Left guard, not sure about, but we haven't been sure about left guard for a while because we haven't seen Jonah Jackson in several games. Just run to the right side.
Look, you don't have to have an elite, best in the league offensive line to win this game tonight.
You do not. But here's the thing. But though I feel confident that they can handle Crosby a little bit because the tackles are very good for the Lions and they're healthy, he's still Max Crosby.
Mm-hmm.
He can still wreak havoc.
Mm-hmm.
And if he gets past them just once, it could be enough because he can lay a really big hit on the quarterback. And we've seen Jared Goff take a lot of hits the last couple weeks. So hopefully he can stay healthy, stay upright. But if they keep him, let's say that if the Raiders have 2 or less sacks, I'll feel pretty confident the Lions were able to move the ball. I will.
I would agree with that.
And this is, to me, this is a giant game for one Lion in particular. And it's Jameson Williams. He just has to step up this week, right? I think there's just a groundswell that's working right now with people that are starting to step in the other camp and say bust on Jameson Williams. I understand why they're doing that. When you watch him play, he doesn't look like he's anywhere near prepared to be an NFL wide receiver. He's got talent, but he's just not. His routes don't look crisp. Not sure if he's where he's even supposed to be. He's not getting a whole lot of, backing publicly necessarily from the players that are talking. They don't single him out like, oh, this guy's working hard and working great, like they might other players. Now maybe people are reading too much into it, but that's what's there. From what I see, I'd see some of the same things, that he's not running crisp routes, that I'm not sure if he's where he's supposed to be. And at this point in his career, I would have expected the mental part of the game, knowing the playbook, to not ever be an issue. and yet it might still beat. But because he does have that talent, he can still make something happen at any moment the ball is in his hands. And even when, he's still made a couple plays this year, literally a couple of plays, but they've been big plays. And he's been involved, and they tried to get him more involved the last 2 weeks here. But can he step up? Is this a big game for him? I think it's a big opportunity for him. And particularly if St. Brown isn't all that healthy, you're going to have to lean on other guys. And I understand Reynolds and Khalif Raymond, they have this great rapport with Goff. That's awesome. Laporta as well. Yep. But it's this guy, the one that can be the game changer.
It's an interesting. I want to talk about that a little bit more. Plus, we'll get into our Champ and Chump nominations today at 10:35. We want yours. It's Carson Anderson here on a Monday night football day of our program. Hey, are you ready for some football? The biggest game is in downtown Detroit, and it's finally here. Detroit is hosting tonight's football game, and if you're not downtown tonight, you need to be at Twin Peaks. Won't be a better place to see the game. Wall-to-wall TVs and the company of the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. If you don't know already, their beer, it's on another level. It takes 6 hours to freeze their mugs, and they're only used once a day. The beer is poured at a chilly 29 degrees. They got the digital thermometer there behind the bar to show it. Sometimes it gets down to 28. And once it hits that mug, you see those ice beer crystals. And the best part, it's cold all the way through the last sip. Pair that up with the scratch-made food like the hot and crispy flatbreads, hand-breaded to order boneless wings and tenders, house-smoked briskets, along with wings and chicken. What more could you want? Here's another incentive. They run a late-night happy hour. Enjoy their awesome specials on shots, beers, and select apps. Late night. You know they're open late night, which is perfect for game nights like tonight, like Thursdays. So take advantage of the late-night happy hour and head to Twin Peaks. To find the location nearest you, go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com. They'll know about all their specials, and there's always all kinds of them. Again, go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com. Here we go. Monday Night Football is in Detroit. Lots to talk about with this game tonight. It's time to make a move in the NFC if you're the Detroit Lions. I mean, we can also talk about, do they need to make a move as far as their roster is concerned? Trade deadlines tomorrow at 4. Stuff's coming at us fast and furious here.
When you hear this theme music, this is one of the best, right? This is absolutely, positively one of the best theme musics in all sports.
Yep.
What's playing in between your ears right now?
Howard Cosell's voice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is old school.
I mean, but it's just our generation, right? I mean, seeing Cosell, Gifford, Fran Tarkenton, or whoever.
Yep.
It takes me back to when I was a kid and I'm watching the show That's Incredible on ABC, which was in part hosted with Fran Tarkenton.
You know, I wonder if it means anything to a 20-year-old.
Like, do they hear
when they hear that song? Does it give them goosebumps? And I bet it doesn't, because football, basically, you can find just about anything now. Like, I'll give you an example. One of the big things, and for a younger generation, one of the big things on Monday Night Football was at halftime they had highlights from every game on Sunday. And
right,
now
that's
what's hilarious. Like, on Monday night, you wanted to make sure you watched the halftime show because they would show highlights from every game in the NFL from the previous day.
Well, most games. Sometimes it wasn't even every game.
Maybe not. They might not have showed highlights of the Jets and Giants from yesterday, but you get the point.
What?
So, you know, it's you hear that song and it evokes an emotional response, I think, from any sports fan that's over the age of, 35, 40, 45, whatever it might be. I don't know if the younger generation, it resonates as much. Although I'm not sure if you're a younger fan, you hear that. Is that song just unequivocally, without discretion, you don't even have to talk about, it's just a badass song?
Or do they even not recognize this?
They might not. I don't know, right?
That's what I was, because I imagine people in the 30s, when they hear that, is it like Al Michaels in their head? Was
what
Al,
voice?
Yeah. That playing, highlights in games that you might remember. I mean, it's Monday Night Football is just, it had always been this majestic day, and now because of technology with these great high-def TVs, 4K technology, you got football on Thursdays, Sundays, Sunday nights, Monday night. Now sometimes they have 2 games on Monday night. It's just a little less, it's more than a little less special. It's still special, but it's not the festive atmosphere that it used to be, but it's still pretty great. And when it comes to your town, it's all about remembrance and thinking back. I remember when you watched Tony Dorsett run for 99 yards against the Vikings on the one play, the 99-yard touchdown run. Or do you remember watching Bo Jackson run over Brian Bosworth at the goal line and just keep going through the into the tunnel on the other run that he had? It's like there's some just great moments on Monday Night Football.
But you're asking that 20-year-old doesn't remember any of that.
No,
crap.
I don't know. That's why I wonder
I think you just made up names. Like Doug mentioned, you said 4 names earlier. I'm like, Doug just made up 4 names on the spot. No, I think the younger crowd might resonate more with like what songs on Madden, what songs on NCAA football. The opening, that's more, And
there's some great music with that too.
Yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right.
I love the Monday night theme. I don't have a highlight running through my head though, like you're talking about though, Gator.
248-539-9797. Gator brought up something before the break that I want to develop a little bit more regarding Jameson Williams.
Okay, I will tell you, I've had a significant breakthrough. A significant breakthrough in the last 10 minutes, and I am beyond excited.
As it pertains to, or you just want to tease it, leave it out there?
We could tease it. Why? We could do the 10 text thing. This is this big. This is massive.
We'll hold off on that for a minute.
It's massive, Doug.
We promised we get the Champ and Chump. Let's get to our Champ and Chump nominations. My Champ of the weekend is Jalen Duren, 18 points and 15 rebounds a game. The Pistons, in their victory over the Bulls, out-rebounded them 53-32, in large part because of Duren. Points in the paint favored the Pistons 60-36. This guy is blossoming. The Pistons are off to an encouraging start. Jalen Duren, my champ of the weekend.
Well, Doug, you know I was no big fan of Will Levis when it came to the draft. I didn't like him. I thought it was way overrated. I didn't get it. And when he dropped to the second round, I was not surprised, and I may have been smiling a little bit. Tennessee was put in a position where they needed to make a change, and they could have gone Malik Willis or Will Levis. They started Will Levis yesterday. He went 19 out of 29 for 238 yards, no interceptions, four touchdown passes. He finally decided to do what other quarterbacks hadn't done in Tennessee, which was throw to DeAndre Hopkins. Pretty good idea. So I will tip my hat to Will Levis. You are the champ of the week. The Titans win the game 28-23 over Atlanta for their third win of the year.
All right, let's get to our chump nominations. My chump are the Jets and the Giants. Yesterday, they combined for 24 punts, 24 first downs. The Giants had -9 passing yards, 34 possessions, 17 each. The two teams combined to go 4 for 34 on third down. The Jets and Giants setting football back, my chump of the weekend.
So I will go with the Pistons turnovers. Through 3 games this year, they have turned the ball over an awful lot. In fact, they lead the NBA in turnovers. The differential per game is +7. They commit 7 more turnovers per game than their opponents do. And yet somehow they're still 2-1. But Doug, if they can ever harness the power of not turning the ball over near as much, say they only do it 2 more times than their opponent,
right?
They might have a shot at the playoffs if they could do that because they're playing great defense. But the turnovers, that's a big problem.
All right, 248-539-9797. Get your champ and chump votes in. Who should be singled out for having the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stunk? Get your champ and chump votes in. Feedback coming in to the Carson Anderson inbox. Let's get to it. Happy Monday, boys. With the injury report that's come out, I think it's far past time we start talking about trading for an interior offensive lineman. Jonah Jackson out in a contract year, Frank chronic with his toe, and Vaitai seems to always be injured. Who's available out there? It's from Matt in St. Clair Shores.
That's a great question, but you don't typically see really good offensive linemen available.
No, but it is a growing concern, and you kind of have this chance to address it. Matt, I would say it's on the table. I don't know who's available. I'm not going to blow smoke up your channel, make up some names. I haven't seen a whole ton of names, and I haven't done a lot of investigating, but with recent news, we probably should. From an unnamed texter, does it concern you guys that we need a wide receiver and Philly already got one, or do we need a defensive back and Philly already got one? Seems like they stay a couple of steps ahead of everybody in the NFC. Well, let's see what the Lions do. Because it's time to make a move in the NFC, and it starts tonight, and the opportunity is there for Detroit with what's going on in the context around them in the NFC. Let's go, Lions. Time to make a move on the field in terms of getting another win and perhaps off the field. And we'll talk about the sense of urgency to make a trade throughout the program. Alan Shelby Township says, I'll be down there. It should be rocking. The Lions rebound nicely. Bold-ass prediction. J-Mo will get 2 touchdowns. Lions 34, Las Vegas 20. Hutch gets 2 sacks on his bobblehead night.
Oh, I like that idea. Yeah.
The J-Mo thing is what you were developing before the break, and I do want to get into it. I feel like you've trumped it, though, as you've got something else you're fired up about. How do you want to do the 10 text thing?
I think we should have people guess why I have just had a major breakthrough. What is the major breakthrough?
Gators had a major breakthrough.
Major breakthrough.
We want people to guess what the major breakthrough is for you?
I am beyond jazzed. Yes.
Okay. What is this concerning? That's the question. What is Gator beyond jazzed about? All right. 10 texts. Get them in. 248-539-9797. We'll read those 10 texts, and Gator will reveal what has got them all jacked up in the last 10 minutes. Is this an at this hour? At this hour, Gator is fired up. We'll get to that today at 10:46.
Hell yeah.
97.1, The Ticket. And I'm not quite sure what this is about, but Gator in the last 15 minutes or so has gotten super fired up over something. And he hasn't told me what it is. And we asked for 10 texts, and we got them. So here are the first 10 texts that came in, people guessing what you're fired up over.
All right.
Bruno in Dearborn says, Gator is jacked up over Jamison Williams. Next one, is it Viagra? That's from Whitmer. Next one, from A. Mays. Lois found a boyfriend. Lois is his dog.
Lois has many suitors. She's a beautiful dog.
Marcus at work says, Gator, a particular item is returned to Taco Bell. Unnamed texter says, Urban Meyer to East Lansing.
Ooh.
Justin in Carlton says, Gator is jazzed because he finally found a kale recipe he enjoys. Todd in a fuel truck. The McRib is coming back.
Disgusting.
Rick in Sterling Heights says, Gator is jazzed about the new stuffed donut calzone.
What?
Unnamed texter. Gator's jacked up because Taco Bell came out with a new taco. Sir Don says, pineapples on sale and hiking boots at the store next door.
Some great guesses there.
Yeah.
Do you care to hazard a guess?
The only thing I can think of that would have you jazzed is Urban Meyer to East Lansing.
That would have me really, I'd be through the moon if that were the case. Ken, you have any idea?
I have no idea. That if the Lions lose, Jennifer Hammond's also going to shoot the boot with you and Jim Costa?
That's great if she will, but none
No,
of
she
us.
said they've lost 2 games in a row.
Yeah, well, we're not going to have to. None of us are going to have to shoot the boot.
Okay.
No.
None of those guesses were it?
It's not. I figured out at 10:29. It was during that commercial break.
Yeah.
I am subscribed. I am subscribed.
So
I have figured out the issue. And I could not be more jazzed. You're damn right I am. I knew it. I just had to put in the work and make sure that it was right.
So people who don't know what this is about, a few weeks ago, you got super frustrated.
Yeah.
Because you couldn't, was it your Free Press account? You
At the
log
time,
on?
it was Free Press. And then I realized it was also The Athletic.
These
and
are
I'm like,
two
and I have-
websites where you pay for the subscription.
Yeah. And the news as well. Though I don't think I had a problem with the news. It was really just, it was a Free Press I was having a problem with. It's been about a month now.
Mm-hmm.
And the computer at the desk, not a problem, comes up. Athletic, not a problem, stories come up. I'm at home, not a problem. My computer at home, the stories come up. This computer here in this studio.
The one that you need
Yes.
probably more critically than any other.
Yes, very critically. I could not get to those stories that were behind the paywall. And I'm like, wait a minute, it has me signed in. It says, welcome, Scott.
Mm-hmm.
And yet I'm not signed in.
You couldn't click on the stories you had
Right.
to pay for.
And it's like, well, go ahead and subscribe. I'm like, I'm already subscribed to this thing. I'm already paying. There's a recurring payment to my credit card for this account. It's not.
But you
it's
couldn't
on auto
access
pay.
the paid
Right.
behind stuff behind paywalls.
Then I figured it out.
Well, what was the problem?
The problem was, remember at the station here about a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, we made the full switch with our email address.
Mm-hmm.
We were once Entercom, now Odyssey.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the email address associated with those accounts was the old email address. So I had to go back in and use the old email address because I was using the new one with my old password, and it just wasn't coming through. I'm like, why isn't this coming? This is my password. I don't get it. So I had to change the old way. And actually, it was a different password. So it's slightly different. So I had to go back and figure it out. But I figured it out, and now I've got the stories. Now I've got it.
Well, congratulations.
Thank
to
you. I've got the reason that Detroit Lions Jamison Williams can learn from Randy Moss and end bus talk on Monday Night Football, thanks to Jeff Seidel and Detroit Free Press. I've got that story now.
Not a boy.
If I want to go to the Athletic and find out why the Detroit Lions are going all out for Monday Night Football, a rare event at Ford Field in recent years, I've got that story because I am subscribed. Woo! Finally. Finally.
Well, congratulations to you, my friend. He's figured it out.
Woo!
I think he's grown up a little bit, Kang.
I mean, a little bit.
Yeah, not too much.
not a ton.
This is a day for you to celebrate.
Oh, I'm celebrating.
Yep.
Oh, I'm celebrating. This is fantastic. This is just fantastic. Woo!
Well, good for you. I'm happy for you.
Can't wait to get home and bust open bottle of Flying Ace bourbon.
Oh, he's gonna celebrate, huh?
I'm gonna celebrate.
You celebrating the Monday Night Football game or the fact that you're subscribed?
Yes.
Okay.
And then I'll go to the Monday Night Football game.
There you go.
I'll be there tonight.
All right. Well done, my friend. Well done.
Yes! Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Woo! The drums are the best. Just the double taps all over the place.
Yeah.
Come on! Are you happy for me? You should be.
I am ecstatic for you.
Ken, you may not be happy because now that drop doesn't seem to hold as much weight anymore.
Well, let's give it time. You won't be able to log in this time next week.
That's true.
It's
possible.
Entirely possible.
I was subscribed.
Man, this is one of those battles in life, though. When you figure it out, it's a giant sigh of relief. You feel so much better.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, here we go. Let's LFG. Let's effing
There are
go.
times I have to admit, it's like me if I can fix anything rudimentary with my car.
Yeah.
Makes me feel like an adult. With you, it's a computer. When you figure out anything with technology,
yeah,
I feel like when that is you overcoming.
Thank you.
You overcame, Gator.
Overcame, adapted.
Yep.
That's me.
Attaboy.
This is the new me. This is the new techno savvy Scott the Gator Anderson.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
You're damn right. Yeah.
I'm not ready to give you that tag just yet, but congratulations on overcoming this rudimentary computer problem you're having.
Listen, I mentioned that pedal board that got, that Fender pedal board, that there's some techno stuff with that I was figuring out too.
Yep.
I mean, the streak is, I'm on a roll. You can get on board with me now.
I'm not quite there yet. All right, let's get back to the game tonight.
You know me too well.
What's that?
You know me too well.
I know. Yeah, this
is going to come to a
all
screeching
this is
halt.
all this is setting up a major meltdown later in the week when you can't log on to that same account on this computer at work.
Probably.
Let's get back to the game. All right, so earlier this hour, you were talking about a breakout day for Jameson Williams. Here's the thing about Jameson Williams. When you discuss some of the issues, some of this stuff seems like it would be very simple to improve on. Route running.
Mm-hmm.
Route running, it is a skill, and it is something that some players take to more naturally, but that feels like repetition, hard work, commitment to it. That's really, maybe I'm wrong on this, but tell me how I'm wrong. That's really up to you. If you want to be a great route runner, you could be a great route runner. It's a commitment to the art form. And there are certain things, like if I'm slow, guess what I'm not going to be? Fast. Can I play faster than my feet move? Yeah, I can play faster than my physical skills will allow me to, but I'm not going to outrun a lot of people in a straight line. But when it comes to route running, it strikes me that Jameson Williams can get better at that every single week, and I suspect that he will. What about hands? What about catching the football?
That you can improve on.
You can
There's
improve
to
on
a
it.
point. I'm sure that everybody's got their point, but yes, you can improve on that.
And is that a concentration thing? Is that a getting used to the speed of the game? He said something I thought was very telling about how one of his issues is he tries to tuck it and go before he gets the football. And with his physical skills, Gator, Jameson Williams can get open. And one of the things about the more open you are, the more time you have to tuck the ball under and make your next football move.
Yeah.
And, maybe that's part of it, the realization that I'm going to be open. So when I get the ball, I don't need to hurry. It's a process. catch it first, secure it, know you've got it, then tuck it under, then go. And Jamison Williams, I think part of that might come with moving to playing the game at the next level, at the highest speed. Now, is it possible that he just doesn't have good hands? Yep, it's possible. It's possible. We might be seeing the early stages of that, or this could be something he can overcome. I have no reason to believe one or the other. It's as likely that this is a correctable problem as it is an incorrectable problem.
Yeah, I think there's areas of improvement for sure. And I think the basic part is just knowing where you're supposed to be, knowing what the routes are. Whether it's a crisp-looking route or not, you should know what the route is and where you're supposed to be. That's the first thing you got to take care of, is knowing where it is. The second thing is running it correctly. Being not rounding the route off if it doesn't call for that, but just squaring it off and taking the right angles, running a crisp route. And then the third thing is, once you've done those two things, and because he's got the God-given ability just to run faster than everybody else, is to catch the football. It seems simple, and I know it's not. It's not easy to catch the football in the NFL when you got guys barreling down on you and trying to tackle you. But you're in the NFL for a reason. All right? Not everybody can do it, and those people aren't playing in the NFL. And if you can't catch the ball, you won't be playing in the NFL.
Nope.
Regardless of how fast you're going to be. But I think he genuinely wants to be better. He recognizes what his shortcomings are. I hope he's working on those things. And each week is another opportunity for you to prove the naysayers wrong. And I think this is a golden opportunity on Monday Night Football to showcase what your abilities are. And hopefully the Lions will be able to sustain some drives so they have more plays. So maybe we'll see that involved. Is he going to get the bubble screen pass? Are they going to do an end around to him? Are they going to just throw the ball on a streak? What are we going to see? I'm looking forward to it. Every time I go to a game at Ford Field, every time, my eyes are glued to see where number 9 is. Is he on the sideline? Is he on the field? If he's on the field, I'm watching him, and I'm just watching him. I mean, I can't help it because he's that game-changing guy, and you want to see that play happen. Like, oh, my God, he's so wide open. This is going to be great. And boom, there it goes.
248-539-9797. Huge day. Carson Anderson. We've got Monday Night Football. We've got Champ and Chump. We've got Gator with a breakthrough. As you remember the username, it's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Mother Waddles. Fans getting ready for Monday Night Football in downtown Detroit, the first primetime game at Ford Field this season with the 3-4 Raiders in town, and the Lions hoping to flip the script on that 30-plus point blowout from last weekend in Baltimore. For the fans, the official tailgate in Grand Circus Park East will begin at 2 o'clock. That's a free event and open to the public. The NFL's clear bag policy will be enforced for it, though. Also, gates will open at Ford Field at 5:45, and there is an Aiden Hutchinson Billie Jean Dance bobblehead giveaway tonight. As for the team itself, Amon-Ra St. Brown questionable to play after coming down with an illness over the weekend, but he still can't wait to see the atmosphere downtown. At 8:15 will be the kickoff time for Detroit versus Vegas. Dan Miller's call right here on 97.1 The Ticket. There will also be Wings and Pistons action happening. The Red Wings hoping for a little turnaround, having scored just 2 goals in the last 2 games. They'll be in New York to play the Islanders at 7:30 with the call over on WWJ. And on 98.7 FM, Mark Champion's Pistons call will be at 8 o'clock from Oklahoma City. Detroit Hoops trying for a 3rd straight win. And more World Series action tonight. Game 3 with the Diamondbacks hosting. The series tied 1-1 with Texas. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Mondays meet Champ and Chum. Get your Champ and Chum votes in here. 248-539-9797. Open lines, whatever on your mind, fair game. And, of course, I mean, it's so much more than just the Lions going on. So, I mean, a Piston team, it's nice to see a decent start. It is only 3 games, but you gotta like what we have seen so far through the 3 games. And tonight they take on Oklahoma City. Red Wings taking on the Islanders. You heard a shuffle of what's going on in the broadcast. Lions right here on 97.1. The Wings are on WWJ. The Pistons are on 98.7 Alt FM. Inside Michigan Football is on 1270. So everything kind of gets shuffled around for you to choose what you want. But on the marquee today, of course, is the Monday Night Football game. And the Lions with the bounce-back game, the get-right game, whatever you want to call it. It's time to make a move in the NFC. We've been talking about Jameson Williams with Amon-Ra now questionable with an illness. Is it JMO time finally? And can the learning curve stay steep that this very talented young receiver have a breakthrough? I'm not going to say it's the new hotness, but I feel like a lot of people in Detroit are picking this to be the time that he steps up. 248-539-9797. Jack, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Jack?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. My thought is, I'm a big Lions fan. I really want to see this guy succeed. I went back and watched some of his highlights from college. I didn't look at every target and complete game film, but just kind of looked around. The guy made some nice catches, right? He could pull the ball down in tough situations. And you just kind of hope, man, like you say, once he gets the speed of the game and he gets his feet under him and he gets his confidence back, he starts going back to making those nice catches. I think he's got the hands. I think they're there. I think he's just gotta get his game back.
Well, he has admitted that he's I think fessed up to what he believes is the crux of the issue, and that's just he's moving too fast to catch it and run. That wouldn't be everything, but the route running is something that can get better. And, there's been 2 deep balls where one of them he caught and one of them he didn't, looking over the wrong shoulder. Or maybe it's possible that Goff delivered over the wrong shoulder. But, he made some catches in college that are impressive. And he
made that 2-point conversion catch that he made in the preseason was a great catch. How do you make that catch, but you drop these others? But it's the nature of the position with some guys. Some guys are outstanding catching the ball, and that's why they're in the NFL. Other guys are in the NFL for other reasons, and they happen to catch the ball half the time.
The weird thing is, I think we're doing something that we don't need to do, Gator. I will still contend that for this team, in this offense, at this time, Khalif Raymond and Josh Reynolds and Sam Laporta might be enough. And it doesn't feel like on the surface that would be the case. But the way this season has gone and the way these guys have performed, Amon-Ra is the best that they've got. But when it comes to pass catching, I think even in Detroit, we don't give enough credit to Khalif Raymond, Josh Reynolds, and we're starting to with Sam Laporta. But
I think from day one we've given it to Laporta.
Yeah. But the acknowledgement that Laporta's living up to the hype, like he is absolutely living up to the hype. But Khalif Raymond, Josh Reynolds, these guys have really, really been productive wide receivers for this offense. So now the ask is way greater if Amon-Ra can't go or is slowed. Why should we not believe that they can't get it done?
Because it's not about them, it's about the offensive line.
Well,
I mean, if you're telling me that Frank Ragnow's ready to go and he's going to play tonight, I'll feel a lot better and I'm going to get chesty again. But, seeing him go from questionable to doubtful, that's a big drop. And to have that happen just a day before the game or 2 days before the game, I have my concerns. That's all. They're concerns right now. Well, we'll see when I get to the stadium tonight. You get the inactive list, and all of a sudden Ragnow is not on that list. I'll feel better.
Was it come out 90 minutes before kick? Is that right?
Roughly.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump, get those votes in. All right, we've mentioned this a few times. It does feel like it's a great time for a team in the Lions' position to make a move in the NFC. Unfortunately, and we don't root for injuries, but Kirk Cousins with the torn Achilles yesterday for the Minnesota Vikings. Far more fortunate, San Francisco lost again. And Detroit is a number 2 seed, tied for Seattle with as a number 2 seed, but Seattle wins the tiebreaker based on their victory over Detroit. But a win tonight, Detroit will be 6-2, Seattle 5-2, and obviously a product of having played and won one more game. But maybe more importantly, only a game behind Philadelphia. When we talk about the Lions winning the NFC North, we no longer have to craft a path. The path is obvious. When we talk about the Lions winning the NFC, I think we have to get a little bit more creative and hope for some breaks. One of them is that the Lions secure the highest seed as possible, because I think the Lions need to be at home as much as possible. Everybody wants to be. But I would think that Philadelphia and San Francisco are teams, and Seattle for that matter, are more adept to coming into Detroit and winning than Detroit going to those places and winning.
Yeah, those are all 3 outdoor venues. We know Seattle feels pretty comfortable playing here. And it's a situation where, of course, it would be best if they were playing at home. Philadelphia's still not played to their potential. They really haven't. Jalen Hurts is not playing to his potential yet for this season. A better game yesterday, but they were tested yesterday all throughout. I mean, you're watching Washington have and Sam Howell have a pretty good game against them.
The thing Philly does, though, which really good teams do, is they always find a way to win.
Yep.
Right? Whether it's ugly, whether it's a blowout, whatever, they end up on top. Whether they come from behind or they're leading the entire game. That's what Philly has done. They've shown this since last year. And something also Philly has done that kind of concerns me is, and I know we'll talk more about it as we approach trade deadline, Philly's already made moves. They're not waiting until the last minute to make a move. They went out and got a former All-Pro, Pro Bowl safety and Kevin Byard, right? They went out and signed Julio Jones. Now, I don't know how much Julio Jones have left in the tank, but my point is they are maybe seeing things and saying, hey, let's get out ahead of this, because we haven't looked exactly perfect throughout the whole year. So I don't know what kind of emphasis that puts on the Niners, the Lions, anyone that's trying to contend. But, yeah, Philly seems like to be the class of the NFC, and they haven't really hit on all cylinders, like you said, Gator.
248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback, your Champ and Chump votes, open lines. You want to get into the Harbaugh story. Apparently, there's a pause in the contract, although some insiders are saying not necessarily true. You've got the Red Wings. Hey, they've lost 3 in a row now, so it would be comforting to see them get a win tonight against the Islanders. Pistons off to a hot start. All on the table today. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback coming up. Hey, score early this NFL season with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. That's $150 if your team wins. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. The app is so easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, which includes spreads, player props, over-unders, and more. So visit FanDuel.com/Doug and kick off the NFL season. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems, call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We'll get back to your phone calls in a moment. Feedback. Sunday Night Football is the new Monday Night Football. That's from an unnamed texter. Drew writes in, I'm 24. I attribute and hear the voices of Mike Tirico and John Gruden. Hey, Gator, I love the Red Zone theme music, too. That's from Brian the Mailman.
Yeah, that gets you going.
Robin White Lake. Hey, guys, I'm 36 years old. When I hear the Monday Night Football music, I get freaking pumped up. It's go time, baby. Lions win tonight 37-13. One pride.
Wow.
As a 28-year-old, the theme doesn't do anything for me, but yet I love the NHL on ESPN theme. It's an iconic theme song, but we were asking, is it only iconic for people of our generation, which is, you know, we're not in our 20s anymore. I don't know, the 20-year-old or 30-year-old, if the people in those age brackets, if the Monday Night Football song
slow down
just makes gives you goosebumps. couple Champ and Chump votes, and back to your phone calls. Champ Monty Williams, he already has the Pistons looking like is it too early to say, play-in playoff team. Chump, everyone involved in the Michigan scandal is a fan. I'm so disappointed that the program, the program thought they had to go to extreme to win. That's from Tony in Southfield. Yeah, that story it's discouraging. Again, I know that everybody has their opinion on how to handle it. I'm in the wait and see mode. But yeah, anybody who's guilty of it, very disappointing. My champ is Jared Goff because thanks to him, we're playing primetime, which frees up my Sundays. My champ is Jared Goff because these primetime games are eating up my vacation time. I'm too old and too tired to work the morning after a primetime game. That's from Dan in South Lyon. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. DJ, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, DJ.
What up, though, my guys?
Hey,
y'all good?
We're doing great.
Yeah, so here's the thing, man. Like, I think Dan Campbell said it a few months ago, if I'm not mistaken. Jameson is never going to have great hands. Didn't he say that? I think in one of them interviews he said that. And I think that catching guys is like one of those things. Like, you can get better at it, but it seems as though it's more of a gift. You know what I mean? Like, the great pass catcher is kind of a gift. Like, I'll give you the analogy to the sport I played. You guys know some guys can do drills and you can pass your behind off, but you can't drop it like magic. You kind of get what I'm saying? Like, you can work on it and become a better passer, but it's that gift that those certain guys got. I think Jameson can work on his hands, but I don't know that he's ever going to have the elite great hands. Does that make sense, guys?
Yeah, I think it does. I think everyone's got a limit to their capabilities, and I think that's probably true. I think you can work. Some guys can just work their asses off at it, and it's just not going to get much better.
Yeah, and then Doug, this one is for you. I gotta disagree with you on this one, Doug. I think so. Make sure I heard you right. Laporta, those guys we got, Josh Reynolds, they're okay, but we definitely need Jameson Williams to be the Jameson Williams that we all want him to be. We desperately need him just to be that threat to take the top off of defense, because look what that did at Tampa. Look what happens in football when you have that threat out there. Them safeties move 20 yards back, which opens up even more room for Laporta in the running game. So, no, we not just cool with him. No, we need him to be what we need him to be, Doug.
Well, let me be clear here what I was talking about, because I guess now that I think about it, I wasn't specific to what my point is. I'm talking about tonight.
Okay.
Tonight, do they need Jameson Williams to have a breakout game to win this game tonight? I would say no. I think Khalif Raymond, Josh Reynolds, and Sam Laporta, if Amon-Ra can't go, for this offense, they've been enough. For this team to reach an ultimate ceiling, a very high ceiling, DJ, I tend to agree with you more. It would be, I mean, you don't want any resource not to max out. You want all the resources to max out. And for Jameson Williams, if he maxes out, it feels like we're talking about the potential to be an elite player in this league. So does that make more sense?
Oh, yeah, absolutely, yeah. Doug. I got you. And here's one thing, Doug. Let's look at it from this route, though. Let's say he doesn't become that elite guy. Just like when I be watching these games, just him on the field. If we can just have the threat of him out there, it will move them safety back. Like, you get what I'm saying? For him to be on the field more. If people know that they got to do how they do Tyreek Hill, like they were saying that the Dolphins' offense is mainly so good because the safeties, linebackers, everybody are playing 20 and 30 yards off the ball because they fear Tyreek even if he don't get the ball. If we can just get that out of Jameson, just the fear factor, I think that'll make us 1,000 times better.
Hey, thank you for the phone call, DJ. Yeah, the one thing we got to keep in mind is that everything you plan on happening when you're building a team, you don't get everything right? Everything that you want to happen, everything that you plan on, everything you're counting on doesn't work out as planned, even for the best organizations. I mean, it would suck if Jameson Williams never maxes out, but it's possible. It's possible to feel like a wasted resource, but you can overcome it. There are other ways. I mean, look, the trade deadline's tomorrow. That could be something that gets addressed, but we'll see. I don't know that they're going to. If they trade for a wide receiver, does that mean they've lost faith in Jameson Williams? I guess it depends what kind of wide receiver they trade for.
What they're trading. Sure, it depends on that. But, I mean, I don't think there are any guarantees he's on this team tomorrow. He could be traded. It's quite possible. I don't think it's likely he gets moved, but I think that it's possible.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a future asset, a guy that you expect to get more out of in the future, and you can trade that in for a guy that you think you're going to get something from right now, that's kind of the position where the organization is in. So I suppose, yes, that's possible. I mean, look, I saw a name associated with the Lions that I'd never seen before. We'll get to that a little bit later on. But 248-539-9797. Hey, man, there's a lot to unpack today.
There is a lot. It's a big day.
It is a huge day.
I mean, I figured out my credential requirements for the Athletic and
which clearly is
free
the
press.
in Gator's mind is the biggest story of the day.
I mean, it's one of them.
Yep.
I mean, we're definitely talking about it. No, but it's Monday Night Football, man, and it's here in town. The last time Monday Night Football was here,
yeah,
that was the Sam Darnold game. Sam Darnold making his debut in 2018 and throws a pick six on the first play of the game. We're all going nuts, thinking, "Here we come, Matty Patty," and no. Then they end up winning it like 48-17 or something.
You asked a question in your show sheet about, will this be the loudest crowd ever at Ford Field? And it very well could be.
It could be.
Is it the 2014 Bears game that always gets referenced?
Yep. Well, I don't know what year it was, but yeah, that Bears game, yeah. Always gets referenced.
Which was a Sunday night game, correct? It wasn't a Monday night game?
I always forget this mixed up with Sunday night or Monday night. Let's just say it was a night game.
Yes. And a national TV Sunday or Monday night game, that was the famous 9 false starts and delay of games that were called on the Bears. Could that be the case tonight? Detroit wants this so bad. So bad. And I do have a bit of a concern that the Baltimore game took a little luster out of it, but it kind of means that the Lions might need you more tonight, right?
Well, there's that. But I just think, the games are sold out. They're sold out for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
Fans have bought in. We love this team. We have high expectations for this team. And people are going to go and they're going to be excited about it. You add into it, it's the Monday night atmosphere. You add into it that it's just, come on, get the bad taste out of your mouth. We're expecting them to play more inspired football tonight, so you're going to get to see something special. All these things are playing into it. Being that it's a Monday night game, people might get off work early, go home, change, and then head out to get downtown and fill up downtown at the bars and the restaurants and all that. And it could be an electric atmosphere. I'm going to get there early tonight because I have a feeling it's going to be trouble if I leave the house too late. So I'm excited to see what's in store for us down there. I think it should be an amazing atmosphere.
Did you hear that tailgate, that pregame tailgate starts at 2?
Oh, we got to get going.
That is for the truly committed.
I got to get those toast points ready to go.
Yeah. Tailgate starts at 2 downtown.
Hey, man. That's football. We're used to tailgating early for games.
Pace yourself, people. Yeah. I would say pace yourself. I've seen too many people pay for a ticket to take a sleep. You know what I mean? To just sit there and nap. And you want to enjoy the game. You want to not just be there physically, but maybe mentally as well.
Be alert.
Be alert.
Do not peak too early.
2 o'clock is early.
Yeah, it's an early start, that's for sure. I've been parts of tailgates that have started 6 hours before kickoff, and, well, they've been fun.
More of your phone calls, more of your champ and chum votes, plus, Gator, there's trade rumor stuff out there, and I'll bring up the name at 11:32, a Lion that could be moved. I hadn't seen this before, but a former GM says he'd make the call about this Lion. We'll get to that today at 11:32. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
think that was my favorite drum part. The ta 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 ta.
Yeah.
Like Animal from the Muppets going on. Ah!
You.
Ah!
He's in a different place today.
Come on, come with me.
I'm with you.
You going to the game?
Am I going to the game? I'm not going to the game. And it's
Well, you got the bunker. There's
a
10
lot
things
going on, and it's harder to do the work that needs to be done at the game as far as piecing together the show the next day.
Yeah,
And it's
that's
even
true.
tougher after a Monday night game. If you go to a 1:00 game, you've got, you get out of the 1:00 game, you've got till 10 a.m. the next day. You go to a Monday night game, get home at like 1 a.m. and we're on the air at 10. Then I don't kind of have the makeup time. So I gave it a lot of thought, but because I think it's going to be fun. I think it's going to be so much stinking fun. But for work, I probably need to.
Kang, what time do your kids go to bed?
What time do we try to get them to
we'll
go to
try
bed?
to. Yes. When's the first?
Okay, so we're gonna try
the first bell.
Between like 7 and 7:30. We start the process. The process gets started. The goal is to have my my almost 5-year-old who's going to school now in bed by 8. And then like sleeping by 8:30. Because I told you guys she's getting ready for West Point. She gets up so early for the school bus.
That's what it feels like.
Yeah, it's so dark. I feel so. But this morning was rough. But yeah, about 7:30, Gator.
Okay. All right. Game starts at 8:15.
I know it's gonna be a tight window here.
I'm gonna make a suggestion. Doug, you can tell me if I'm way off on this.
Okay.
I'm gonna suggest, Kang, that you take the initiative to get the process started. That you're the one that gets it. Hey, I got this going. I'm trying to get the kids ready to be hopefully in bed and ready to go to sleep by 8:00. That you're that guy because the game starts at 8:15. You're the one that makes that first move.
Gator, I'm always that guy, to be honest with you, because with my wife, if the words "get ready" are involved, we're looking at 2 hours plus. No. And Doug, you know what I'm talking about here.
You know what you're talking about.
Okay, so if the words "get ready" are involved, it's get the kids ready. That's going to take an hour, 2 hours.
You know what you should do is you should go change the clocks in the house and move them ahead like half an hour. The entire house. Move all the clocks ahead half an hour.
Get ready to leave the house. That's an hour or two
Get
process.
Get ready.
Get ready for bed. I mean, what are you doing in the bathroom for 2 hours? I mean, the words
ready.
"get ready."
Yeah, it's tough.
They mean nothing to the women in my house.
No, the concept of how long get ready takes. Get ready is
just a
get ready. When I say, all right, it's time to go, let's get ready. I'm ready to go within 45 seconds.
It's me and Doug. We're all of us. I'm in the car.
And then so as it pertains to, the same thing is true of getting the kids to bed.
Yes, it's get ready. If the words "get ready" are involved, it's not happening for like an hour and a half.
Is not, no. Yeah, that's a good point.
Is your daughter any better at this?
I think so, but I'm not, now she's off at college, so I hope she's on time for everything.
No, but when you guys were getting ready for soccer or
gotta go out for dinner.
Yeah.
Well, the problem with kids is that they get ready and they say they're ready to go, and then you're like 3/4 of the way there. Did you bring your cleats? My what? Your cleats. You're playing a game. Did you bring your cleats? I don't know. I think they're in my bag. You think they're in your bag.
It's like they take these memory erase pills right before they get in the car. Right? What? I'm supposed to
get ready.
Yep. They turn into Bill Belichick. They have no idea anymore. They don't want to answer any questions.
No.
One of the best things, though, that's just super reassuring is that when you see other parents scrambling in at the last second with their kids' cleats because they left their cleats too, you're like, thank God it's not just my kid. But 248-539-9797.
I want you to know this. In regards to my development today.
You're growing up. You're maturing.
Yeah.
Because he's very proud of himself because he remembered his username for a login on his Free Press website.
Listen, for a month now, it's been driving me nuts on this computer why I haven't been able to log in properly and get that.
Yep.
I got a text message from Robbie the engineer.
Yep.
Proud of you, buddy. Don't downplay your successes.
The engineer is praising you for remembering your username.
It's my success.
I guess if you're an engineer at a building like this with hundreds of employees, You've probably seen enough people forget their username that where he's called in, where that's the solution. So he probably sees this as a ticket that doesn't have to get written up that he has to go address. Gator remembered his username.
It just means a lot.
Let's get back to your open line calls. We got a Bob next here on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Bob?
Hey, you guys just made me fall on the floor laughing talking about those words. Get ready. Oh, my goodness. That is so true in my house. I just can't stand it. Anyway, I want to get to the point I wanted to make, and thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
You know, if the Lions are up in the fourth quarter, so let's say with 10 minutes or 12 minutes left, and we're up by 2 touchdowns and a field goal or 3 touchdowns, I really want Dan Campbell to play Teddy Bridgewater because, man, I mean, seems like quarterbacks are falling like flies. Like yesterday, Kirk Cousins goes down with an Achilles tendon. He's done for the year. Matthew Stafford gets knocked out of a game. I mean, you got to do something to knock Matthew Stafford out of a game. He's, you say what you want about him. He's tough. And I just don't understand. We need to play Teddy Bridgewater when we can because anything can happen. I don't want the whole season to go down the toilet. If something does happen to Jared and he's out for a couple of games, I want Teddy to have some game experience with that offense. What do you think?
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, look, it's the scary part about it. They're going to play him probably later than you're comfortable with. The problem is it's just simply football. Injuries happen, and you just hope that it doesn't happen to your guy that you can't afford to lose. And we all know who that is in Detroit. They can't afford to lose him. And so do you get him out of every game as soon as you can? You hope that you're up big. You hope, let's start with that. We hope that they're up big and get the potential for that luxury. But the reality is it's football. You got to play your guys. You can't put them in a crystal box and say, nobody touch him.
I get it. But the point is, I don't think it's a luxury. I think it's just smart to give Teddy some game experience with that offense.
I think getting up big and having that decision to make is a luxury. I don't think we can really ever assume that you're going to get up big, even if they're a favorite. When it does happen, yes, I have no problem with them getting Teddy Bridgewater some good. But as it pertains to tonight's game, look, after Denver beat Kansas City yesterday, isn't that all? Do we need any more examples of how you don't take anything for granted in this league?
Well, you don't take it for granted, but I mean, to his point, if you're up big in the fourth quarter, then do it. Just like if you're down big in the fourth quarter, they should have done it last week against the Ravens. Frankly, I think we all can agree they should have done it.
Yeah,
you're not coming back in that situation.
Campbell says he wasn't giving up.
I appreciate the attitude, you're not giving up, and I appreciate Goff's attitude, never wanting to come out of the game. But at some point, an adult has to step up and say, okay, this is out of hand. You come out. I mean, Tom Brady took himself out of the game against the Lions, and it wasn't as big of a lopsided victory as it was last week.
Yeah, they were down 2 scores, and they had the ball. They could have. Actually, that was weird. It was like they made him quit.
Because exactly.
He was Captain Comeback.
The Lions made him quit, and that was the year they won the Super Bowl.
All right, Gator, I mentioned before the break that a name associated with the trade deadline stuff that's bouncing around. Randy Mueller is a former GM in the league. He spent 35 years in the NFL, and he now writes for The Athletic. And he brought this up, something I hadn't thought of, and I don't know if it came up, if it's ever come up or crossed your mind. But he said if he were a team looking for a future asset, he would call the Lions, but it wouldn't be about a draft pick. He would call the Lions about Hendon Hooker. And he said it depends on your evaluation out of college. What you have to remember is teams evaluate players out of college and develop opinions of them. And the Lions surely weren't the only team that liked Hendon Hooker. The Lions were the first team that was on the clock that decided to take Hendon Hooker and maybe had a bit of a more of a luxury to take Hendon Hooker, while other teams that might have been interested had other needs that they needed to fill or wanted to fill or had a higher player priority on the board.
I'm so proud of what they did last year, or I should say this past draft, because by the time they took Hooker, they had already filled 4 positions of guys that are playing. They already got the running back. They got the tight end. They got the linebacker, and they got the defensive back. All 4 of those guys have contributed this year. They went out and did that before getting Hendon Hooker, who, if he never got hurt, was likely a first-round talent.
Yep. And so if there are teams out there that are of interest in moving a player, would you, if you could get that player that could help you, would you move Hendon Hooker? You are the biggest, Gator's the biggest Hooker fan in Detroit.
I am the biggest Hooker fan in Detroit.
Would you move on from Hendon Hooker?
I'm not likely to.
No?
No. I mean, you'd have to blow me away with an offer. They know what they have with him. They've seen him practice. They've been very quiet about it. He's been back at practice now, working afterwards and the whole bit. We saw very little of him when we were at training camp, but he was throwing the ball anyway. And we've heard some good reports. So they know best what they have with him. But with the Goff situation, we'll see. I mean, it all points point to all things look like they're pointing to them giving him an extension and a deserved extension. But you can't help but notice that Jared Goff has one glaring weakness to his game, and he is immobile as they come. He might be one of the 3 most immobile quarterbacks in the NFL. And sometimes it bites him because he doesn't move around the pocket well enough to buy him that extra half second or that extra second of time to make a play downfield. And it's unfortunate because if you can do that, receivers get open.
It's a weird thing because if you really believe in Hendon Hooker, if you're the Lions, and you have him under contract for 4 years, even if you're planning on bringing Goff back, quarterbacks get hurt. If you believe in this guy, he can be a big part of them maintaining where they are. And I think they should bring Goff back. But what if Hendon Hooker is what Denver wants as part of a Patrick Surtain trade? And I mean part of, like a first-round pick in Hendon Hooker. What if it's what Minnesota wants as part of a Danielle Hunter trade?
Yeah, I mean, those are tough things to think about, and yet you have to think about them. And my thing with Hooker is that I'd like to actually see him, at least in a preseason game, to know what they have. But that's me as a fan because I haven't seen him. But the Lions do. They know what they've got. I think to an extent they know what they have. And could he be had in a trade? He might be. But legitimately, if a team is looking to get him, you're right. It would have to be a throw-in, and throw-in's the wrong way to put it. But he would be part of the trade piece to get one of these other players that you have mentioned. And yes, would it make sense for Denver or Minnesota to take a look at Hendon Hooker? Absolutely, because their quarterback situations are what they are.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Back to your phone calls and feedback coming up. 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, it's a big football night here in Michigan, and listeners are loving the Playgun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. It's the only app I recommend right here in Michigan. You've got odds, bets, slots, and games. Download the Playgun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app right now and play all your favorite casino games right at your fingertips. The casino and the sportsbook are right in your pocket and go wherever you go in the state of Michigan. Play popular online slots like 88 Fortunes, Cleopatra's Gold, and my personal favorite, Wheel of Fortune. I love the free spins. New slots, Atomic Meltdown, Imperial Wealth. Play with a live dealer on your phone. Enjoy blackjack, roulette, baccarat. And also check out Ultimate Texas Hold'em on the Playgun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. Great offer right now. Download the Playgun Lake app and get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. The Playgun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app, it's your time to play. New users only. Casino bonus must be wagered. Terms and conditions apply. See website at playgunlake.com for details. You must be 21 and in Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or Michigan Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-270-7117.
Football.
Bum, 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 bum. Bum, ba-dum.
Get the bongo in there. It's a great use of the bongos, right?
Oh, yeah, the violins.
You're right.
Hey, they're like
String
this-
section?
Yeah, it's a huge string section for this song. Who was a brilliant person that put this together?
John Tesh?
Easy.
No, probably not.
It is a great theme. And tonight the Lions take center stage in a bounce back game, a get right game, whatever you want to call it. But time to make a move in the NFC. 5-2, tied with Seattle for the number 2 seed. Of course, Seattle holds a tiebreaker with a win over Detroit, which would put Detroit in the number 3 spot. But a win tonight to get back into the 2 spot, given they will have played one more game than Seattle. But probably more importantly, keep them 1 game behind Philadelphia. Vegas, by the way, if you're a Vegas fan, you're looking at this with a win to put them a half game out of a playoff spot in the AFC. So they're coming in here feeling like they've got something on the line. But if you're the Lions, I mean, I think it's more critical for the Lions to get home field than any other potential team that can win the NFC. Everybody wants home field. Got it. Yep, of course. But I think Philly, San Francisco, teams like that, Seattle, might be more built to go into Detroit and win than Detroit is built to go into those places and win. Last week was really the first. I mean, the Lions denied that wind really mattered, but that was the worst offensive performance of the year on a very windy day in Baltimore. San Francisco, Philly, and Seattle can be tough places to go play in January. So there's a lot on the line for the Lions if you have big picture goals. And then there's a trade deadline, which looms in the immediate wake of this game. I mean, Monday Night Football and then a 4 o'clock trade deadline. Things are heating up now for the Detroit Lions in this stretch run. 248-539-9797.
Who had the Niners losing 3 in a row? Raise your hand if you had the Niners losing 3 in a row. Nobody, right? You got to take advantage of this if you're the Lions. Like, yeah, we want the 1 seed, but I'll take the 2 seed.
Yep.
You know, and right now I've got, family and friends over in the Bay Area, and they're texting me going, yeah, they want their defensive coordinator let go. They want a cornerback upgrade. They're freaking out right now with their defense that they've lost 3 in a row. So, it's time to take advantage, like I said, of this situation. And you're not far from the 1 seed, of course. So you go in, take care of business tonight, head into a bye week. Maybe you make move at the trade deadline. The Lions could be in a very good position.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Let's get back to them. We go to D next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, D.
Big game, Gator, DK, Kane. What's really going on, fellas?
How we doing?
Hey, man, real quick before I get to my point, big shout out to Sean Fain. You are the man. He has this whole plant out here at Ford and Dearborn. This whole plant is feeling damn good, and we go it all Sean Fain, baby.
I'm glad you guys are all back. It's great. Hopefully, GM can work out a solution as well.
Oh, they next. They next on the list, baby. Now, get to my point. Has anybody addressed these sweet Lion helmets we're going to be breaking out tonight?
How great are those?
Now, hold up. What'd you say?
I said, how great are those? Those helmets are amazing.
Thank you. Hey, Gator, hold up. But aren't we wearing the wrong uniforms with them? Shouldn't we be wearing the all-blue jersey and the pants? Shouldn't we be having a color rush for the night, bro?
Well, they are. They're doing it with the grays.
Oh, man, they should do it with the blue.
I kind of think it makes more sense with the blue.
With the blue socks?
Yeah.
Oh, man. But, hey, you know what?
We'll see. We'll see.
It's still a good look. It's still a good look, bro. I want one of them helmets to put on my living room table. Real talk, man.
You deserve it. You deserve it, dude.
The helmets are sweet. The helmets are sweet. Yep.
Hey, you taking predictions for the score tonight?
Go for it.
34-10.
Wow.
Detroit Lions.
Wow. Well, that would be back on track, wouldn't it?
Hey, you know how it is at home, bro. It's home, the home crowd. Monday night don't get no better than this, bro. They know everybody watching. They know everybody been talking about, oh, Detroit's a blah, blah, blah. So guess what, baby? It's time to put up or shut up, and we putting up. Love the show as always, baby.
D, thank you very much. Appreciate the call. 248-539-9797. Nick, you're next. What's up, Nick?
Hey, guys. How are you?
What's going on?
Hey, so I just want to give a champ or chump. My champ are the Red Wings. I'm pretty impressed with what they're doing so far this year. Even though it's early, I like to see them going forward. My chump are all the Brock Purdy haters. just taking 3 quarterbacks over the past, you have just looking at 16 games of each quarterback. You have Aaron Rodgers, and then you have Drew Brees, and then you have Colin Kaepernick. Aaron Rodgers in his first 16 games threw for 4,000 yards, 28 touchdowns, and 13 interceptions. Drew Brees in his first 17 games threw for 3,500 yards, 18 yards, and 16 touchdowns. Colin Kaepernick threw for 1,800 yards, 10 touchdowns, and 3 interceptions. And Brock Purdy threw for 3,400 yards, 25 yards, and 9 interceptions. So I just think that it's so easy just to throw people away when we don't think they're doing well. But, I mean, he's played 17 games.
Yeah,
so
he's lost 3 in a row, and he's thrown 5 interceptions in those games. And I think people are just saying the shine's come off him, and he might be a good quarterback, but maybe he's not a great quarterback. Maybe he's a system quarterback.
Yeah, I get it. I just think we give up too easy on people if they all of a sudden aren't winning.
I don't know. Are people giving up on Brock Purdy in San Francisco?
Your point is fans giving up on him.
Well, yeah. I mean, ESPN has given up on him. Everyone's calling. I mean, you listen to Get Up in the Morning, and you have people saying that he's a fake, he's a fraud. Everyone's giving up on the kid. And I'm a Lions fan. I grew up there in Detroit. I'm a Lions fan, but I think it's disgusting to hear people so quickly give up on people when honestly, you have 17-game window.
We live in a hot take world, and everybody wants to be the first to make the next call. Everybody wants to get to a conclusion immediately, and there's some sort of guy street credibility, some currency that we operate in when you're the first to call something. I don't feel particularly as compelled to do it, and more so than to be correct more often than not. But yeah, I mean, we went through an era where the Lions got named the best team in football, and then the next week got left out of people's top 5. It happens.
It's a hot take.
It's everything's a hot take, and I guess just look at it as entertainment when it comes to sports.
If you're a Niners fan and you're looking at this, you probably want to look at the first 15 games of his career and say, look how great it was. The last 3 have not been good for Brock Purdy or the Niners. They've lost 3 in a row. They lost to Cleveland. They lost to Minnesota. Both of those are road games. Then they just got beaten pretty good at home by Cincinnati. Cincinnati's a good team, and they're healthy now, and they're starting to show it. No shame in that. Purdy threw for 365 yards in the game, but he threw 2 picks. He threw 2 picks against Minnesota. He threw a pick against Cleveland. And these are things that he wasn't doing prior. So I can understand why some people are like, what the hell's going on here? Well, it might be as simple as saying Deebo Samuel's out for him and Trent Williams is out. And having those 2 pieces of your offense out, that's a big deal. I'm not a San Francisco fan. I'm enjoying that they're losing because they're competing with our Lions for what's going to take place here in the NFC.
Yep.
But this type of drop-off does give credence to people that say it's Kyle Shanahan's system. It doesn't matter who's a quarterback there. They all do the same thing. They all perform pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to turn this into Niner radio or anything,
Right.
but the last 3 losses from the Niners, they played teams that were coming off a bye. So they've had an extra week maybe to study Brock Purdy. I know no one here knows that or cares, but like I said, I have family and friends out there that let me know this, and I look it up, and I'm like, yeah, the Bengals were coming off the bye, the Browns coming off the bye, whoever they lost before that coming off a bye. With that being said, with the give up on a guy, it's almost to the point, guys, right? If you're not overreacting, are you even reacting anymore?
Right.
I think you have to overreact in this entertainment business that people are in, and it's like, this guy sucks, this guy's great, this guy sucks, he's great.
And
There's no in between.
And I think it has kind of shaped fans' views too, in a way, where because as fans, we live and die every game. We don't care that there's 82 hockey games or 82 basketball games or 162 baseball games or 17 football games. It's each one of those that we watch, we're invested in. And when things go wrong in that game, if it doesn't turn out the way you expected it to, you feel like you have to draw a conclusion. And, sometimes I think it's probably appropriate and sometimes it's not. I would say it's probably premature for people if they're going to pass judgment on Brock Purdy, given how great he started off in his last 3 weeks. He hasn't been great. I also feel similarly towards the J-Mo haters out there right now. I'm not saying that J-Mo's going to work out and he's going to be a Pro Bowler, but I'm willing to give it a couple more weeks to get some more evidence to show me that either he's working in the right direction and trending in the right direction, or if he hasn't improved at all, that maybe I'll jump on board and say, this isn't working out. It was a wasted pick and it was a mistake.
One thing that's very easy to do is if you have a problem or if things aren't going well, find one scapegoat. Because if you have one guy that you can blame everything on, it feels like the rest of your problems are minimal. All we got to do is correct this one thing, either get rid of him or replace him or trade for somebody better than him.
And in baseball with the Tigers, it's like that sport we kind of feel like we have a handle on, right? If a guy gets off to a hot start for 2 months, he's off to a hot start, Tiger fans are like, all right, let's slow your roll yet. We've seen this before. And we're right, because we've seen this before as Tiger fans. Can we apply that to our other sports or no? We don't do that?
No, of course not. 248-539-9797. More your phone calls and feedback. Champ and Chump votes on a Monday, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Happy Monday, everybody. Hope you're doing well. Back after a bye week, refreshing weekend up north, Gator. I've left up north intact for anybody that would like to head up. Yeah, it's still there. Everything's good. It's not completely past. The colors are good. I think it's past peak, but the colors are still good. We did that Sky Bridge thing. They got it at Boyne Mountain. Have you seen this?
No.
It's like a suspension bridge that runs.
Oh, you did that?
Yeah, we did it. Yep.
Did we talk about this on the air?
Aren't you afraid of bridges?
No, I'm afraid of the Zilwaukee Bridge. It's really funny because it's that bridge and that bridge only. Other than that bridge, which unfortunately is kind of the gateway to up north, there is the workaround. Every time I bring it up, people say, you can take 675 around Saginaw. I don't bother.
Look at this thing.
The Sky Bridge, yeah,
that's really cool.
It's really cool. It's at Boyne Mountain. It's really long, and it really moves. It sways, man.
It sways. I'm sure it does.
It sways. It's a suspension bridge. I don't know what it took us, 15 minutes to walk across, something like that. It's a great way to see the colors up there. It rained most of the weekend, but we had nice
charge
weather.
You to walk it, huh?
Yeah, it's $25 a person. That's for the ride up on the chair. You can walk it. You can stay up there as long as you want. They got other stuff going on. Hot chocolate fire.
It's a 1,200-foot long, 118-foot high pedestrian bridge between McLouth and Disciples Ridge peaks.
Yep.
Overlooks the valley. I see there's a beautiful picture of it on their website.
Great view.
Absolutely gorgeous picture.
Definitely enjoyed it. I'm not really particularly afraid of heights, but I don't love them either. But I was good.
How shaky is it? I mean, I understand it's going to move, but I mean, is it like
you notice?
Like, can you lose your balance? Shaky or no?
No, but you're glad there's a handrail. I mean, it's not like a roller coaster ride, but it's there's every once in a while you got to somewhat challenging. You have to brace yourself a little bit.
You don't feel like you're going to go through the planks.
No, but they're in the middle. It's plexiglass, like right in the middle.
I see a picture.
There's probably about a 25-foot stretch where you can look straight down. I physically reacted to that. I will admit that the bottoms of my feet and other parts felt like they were literally rising up. Like I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa.
And other parts.
Yeah, I got a weird reaction from that.
Does it start a little higher?
Yes.
I wouldn't want to do it. And you guys all watched, even Doug watched the Squid Games. Remember that whole?
Oh yeah,
it's funny because I got to that point. And I turned to my wife. I said, "This looks just like Squid Game."
Yep.
And she didn't watch it, so she didn't know what I was talking about.
Then you told her to go first, right?
No, I did not tell her to go first.
This looks very dangerous.
Yeah,
you go first.
Anyway, it's you do feel the movement though. The best part, somebody told me about this. They said, look for people who have their phones in one hand and their Starbucks in the other, trying to navigate this thing when it's rocking in there.
Oh, that'd be fun.
It actually, you're just like, you doofus.
One of my least favorite people out there is the people with the Starbucks coffee that take it wherever they go, and they hold it up so high.
Like a badge.
It's like, oh, I don't know. It's been such a day. I've barely had enough time to have half my Starbucks.
It's pumpkin spice too,
right? It's that pumpkin spice latte, of course. But it's my Starbucks.
What do you?
They can't just hold it. It has to be held out. It's prominent in your face. Like they let you know it was such an ordeal to get up this morning. Oh, such an ordeal. But I've got my Starbucks.
I've overcome.
What's the plans today? Let me sip.
Yeah, picturing a vest and boots and.
Hey, you're running a little late. I know. I had to get my Starbucks. Sorry.
Well, I see you got it because you're pointing it at my
right,
face.
Exactly. Yeah. I see. It says there. Your name there, Priscilla. So I'm here for the tour. Guys, we can't proceed on the bridge until Priscilla has shown up. She's our guide today. Sorry, everybody. You have to forgive me. I got up a little late. Oh, yada, yada, yada. Thank God for my Starbucks. Yeah, that person. Everybody knows what I'm talking about. You see him.
Oh, they were on the Sky Bridge.
Yeah. You got a meeting. Everyone's in the meeting. They're ready to go. You got a suit and tie, whatever. You're in the boardroom there, in the conference room, and then here comes somebody, and they're, oh, sorry, but they've got their Starbucks, and you're like, that's why you're late. You're late because you got this. Don't make excuses. Just tell the truth. Oh, sorry. I had to get my Starbucks.
You mean this one
Yeah,
right here?
Right. Ugh.
Well, anyway, that person was on the Sky Bridge and watching them try and navigate it, phone in one hand, Starbucks in the other.
That would be funny.
I mean, look, it's not ridiculous. It doesn't sway back and forth, but you can
No, you just got a little movement.
feel the movement.
People run it? Anybody run it?
No, we did see a jogger, and I'm like, did you pay $25? Because there's paths, like you can walk around up there too, and I'm thinking, did you pay $25 to ride the chairlift up to go running? And then I realized, and we actually there is a paved path that leads all the way down. It's about a mile walk. We ended up doing that instead of taking the chair back down. But he might have run up the hill to the top at Boyne Mountain. But still.
It looks gorgeous. I mean, I'm not just saying.
I didn't know.
really
It was a great view on a weekend where the weather was terrible. But, hey, more importantly, right, Monday Night Football tonight, Lions taking on the Vegas Raiders in a game with some premium on it. Look, we felt confident about the NFC North, and nobody wants to celebrate. Certainly a player that has a history here and seems like a great dude, but Kirk Cousins' injury is devastating for the Minnesota Vikings. Makes the Lions more of a sure thing here in the NFC North. But, hey, it's time to make a move in the NFC. And this team it feels like they're coming off a bye week. I know they played last Sunday.
It does feel like a bye week.
But just the one-day difference, it feels like doesn't it? It feels like it's bigger than just one day. I don't know why I've looked at the calendar. I've done the math. It's not adding that much time, but I hope that the time off has allowed them to recoup a little bit, learn what they needed to learn for the Baltimore game, flush it, and move on. We have far more evidence that this is a very good team in the NFC than we have that this is a bad team. But I mean, look at examples of how tough it is. Some of the more credible teams in the NFL, Super Bowl favorites, teams like Kansas City, they lost to Denver yesterday. Teams like San Francisco, they've lost 3 in a row. So don't think our Lions are immune to some of the things that befall other great teams in the NFL, but they need to show up tonight and reinstill confidence.
Same old
What's going on?
Losing to Denver. Here we go.
They hadn't lost. I thought I read that they'd won
16 straight times against Denver.
I thought it was 16 straight road games in the AFC West.
Oh, this was just the one I heard was just strictly against Denver.
I might have to look that up. It was a Peter King stat. But yeah, they have dominated the AFC West away from home. And they got beat pretty soundly.
Yeah, it was strange to watch that one. Kansas City did not score a touchdown. Am I correct in that? They just get field goals in that game. Patrick Mahomes was running all over the place trying to just buy time because the pressure kept coming in. They sacked him a bunch of times. I was watching through Red Zone, so I don't know. Was Taylor Swift not at the game?
They put up a stat late in that game. Here are Travis Kelce's stats when Taylor Swift is in attendance, and here are his stats when she's not.
Oh.
Let me tell you something. It's clear if she's not there, he's average.
Well, Doug, you missed football questions this week, and that was one of my questions. Does it matter if she's there or not? Me and Gator both agree it matters.
It matters.
The stats prove it. And
he had 58 yards. That's it.
You see, the Broncos also trolled them by playing Taylor Swift music after the game.
Fantastic.
Champ of the
That I
weekend.
appreciate. That I appreciate.
248-539-9797. Hey, let's get to some champ and chump calls a little bit more on tonight's game. Anything else on your mind? Fair game. It's open lines here on Karsch and Anderson, 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Raiders come into Detroit with a bottom 5 total offense, a bottom 5 scoring offense. They haven't scored more than 21 points in a game all year. Their rush offense is dead last in the NFL.
What?
Detroit has a rush defense, which ranks number 2 in the NFL. This is all the on-field stuff, but the Lions' offense is banged up. Frank Ragnow is doubtful. Hal Vaitai, questionable. Amon-Ra St. Brown, with an illness, is now listed as questionable. And you don't just roll out the helmets. There is going to be an in-building hubris tonight. There is going to be...
If they did, they'd win. Because these helmets tonight are spectacular.
These helmets are spectacular. But the fact of the matter is there is going to be a huge amount of momentum in the Lions' favor. If they get out to a quick start and get the crowd all jazzed up, I mean, all into it, right? It's going to be extraordinarily difficult for for the Vegas Raiders to come back.
Yeah, it will be. And I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be a raucous crowd. Hopefully the Lions give them something to really cheer about. But it feels like this is there's a lot of positive there. One stat you didn't mention is where the Raiders rank defending the pass.
They're pretty good at it.
They're very good. They're top 5 in the league, if I'm not mistaken. I think they're 4th in the league. It's like 180 yards per game that they give up. You have to look at some of the opponents and who they faced and when they faced them with the quarterbacks. So it's not like a who's who. I mean, I think they played Burrow, but Burrow was banged up at the time, and I heard he got his yards, but it wasn't like he got 300 yards. So they've done a good job. I don't want to take the credit away. The ranking might be earned. Lions at home with Jared Goff, though, it's a different team altogether. His quarterback rating at home it's like well over 100. And he's been pretty consistent with his effort at home. So let's hope he continues to be that same quarterback, regardless of who's out there. I just hope that they can protect. And I'm fortunately, the trouble for the Raiders defense comes from Max Crosby at defensive end. I like our tackles. I like the matchup, whether it's Sewell or Decker going against him. I like it. Now, if Max decides to bounce all over the place and then go in the middle, then I might have an issue. Because then you're going to have to find some double teams. But one-on-one against those tackles, I like the matchup. So he's going to win a couple battles here and there. By and large, our guys are pretty good.
Gator Jim Harbaugh meeting with the media right now. Of course, there's been a lot swirling around the Michigan football program and the bye week. It's been well documented. There was a story yesterday about a contract being either paused or rescinded. He was just asked about that at his weekly press conference. And according to Isaiah Hull, publisher of Wolverine's Wire, Harbaugh says, I wouldn't say that's accurate about his contract being rescinded. So that's the latest on that. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Brian next on 97.1. Hi, Brian.
Hey, guys. What do you say? Good afternoon. I'm so geeked for this game tonight. Anyway, I got a champ and chump.
Yep.
My champ is the Fox Network for incorporating this camera either on the umpire or the catcher that shows the pitch coming in, like in high def. That's just the coolest thing. I wish they did it more, Anyway, my chump is not only Tyson Fury and how he performed, but the fact I spent $75 for the worst pay-per-view I ever saw. I knew it was coming from Saudi Arabia. The quality was bad. The aspect on the TV was bad. The screen, you couldn't see the graphics. The fight was awful. The pregame fight was bizarre. It was like a cross between Cirque du Soleil and a Super Bowl halftime. It was dreadful.
So you're talking about was the actual fight bad, or was just the presentation of the fight bad?
All of it. Honestly, Tyson Fury, the last 3 rounds, he wasn't fighting. He just wasn't letting his hands go. The fight was dreadful. It was a split decision, so that was bad. But the rest of the show was bad, especially, with high def and all that. I know it's coming from Saudi Arabia, but come on. The quality was like from 30 years ago.
Who do you think should have won the fight?
I'm a Tyson Fury fan, so Nagano got one of the 3 judges' scorecards, and of course, Fury got knocked down by Nagano.
Right. So I'm asking you, though. I'm asking you, Brian.
You know what? I give it to Fury. Yeah, but a slim margin.
Kang, you saw the fight?
Yeah, I would totally disagree with that. But, he's a Tyson Fury fan. And as far as the fight, I saw the fight. I mean, the theatrics before, we're getting to a point where there is a line where you can cross where it takes too long to enter the ring. And these guys, they make a show out of it. And I appreciate that to an extent. Like I said, at some point you say, all right, time to get in the ring and fight. But I think boxing's kind of been going towards that direction for a while. As far as the fight's concerned, you had a guy who's never boxed professionally before in Ngannou. And to me, he won the fight. He knocked down the heavyweight champion of the world, a guy who that's all he does is box, right? That was surprising in itself. And it lasted the whole 10 rounds, and I thought Ngannou won. But, to each their own. Me and Garrett talked about this before last week, Doug.
Yeah.
We both agree. The fight game, whether it's MMA or boxing, is like the dirtiest of all sports. I mean, when you leave it in the hands of judges, guys are paid off. There's refs. There's promoters. Everyone in the business seems to be kind of scummy. Right?
Was my man right about the quality of the broadcast?
I didn't really notice it, but
listen, ever since Apollo Creed came to the ring with James Brown singing "Living in America," people have tried to come up with some way to top it. You're not going to top it.
Nope.
You're just not going to top it.
Stop trying.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone
Thoughts and
calls.
prayers.
To
Apollo Creed.
Oh, right.
Died in the ring.
Yep. Was it Drago that took him out?
Ivan Drago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. I remember something.
What's
from a
Drago?
movie.
Not Drago. Drago
Sorry.
was
Another thing, Doug.
somebody else.
Gator went berserk with the movie references Thursday and Friday since you weren't here.
What?
He wouldn't stop doing it because you weren't here.
Calm down.
Is that right?
Yeah. We're a couple. I think I went with 2 movies and a TV. That was all. But it was appropriate.
I think it was more.
You think I overdid it?
I don't think you overdid it. I just
Okay,
think you
all right.
saw that the parents were at
There
home,
was-
so you were.
The opportunity was there, and I took advantage.
Dad was gone.
Yep.
248-539-9797. Ned, you're next. What's up, Ned?
Hey guys, Doug, Gator, Tang, my guys.
What's up?
First and foremost, I want to say hopefully this tragedy over in England will help instill some rules with neck guards going forward in the NHL. So rest in peace, Adam Johnson.
Yeah, for people who don't know what happened, a former NHLer playing in Europe took a skate blade to the neck, and unfortunately, it turned out to be fatal. And it's such a sad story. It is such a sad story.
And just just for everybody in the you know what I mean, in the crowd and stuff like that, like terrible. But I got a champ for you. I think this is a kind of a early champ, but I'm going to say the Detroit Lions fans, the city of Detroit. I think we're going to show out tonight at Ford Field. I think it's going to be just an electric atmosphere. So I'm champing them right now, anyway. And for my chump, second week in a row, the refs, man, I don't know what's going on, but that thrown stick in the Seattle Kraken game, it's like, and if you just watch, like, I don't get how they're missing these calls, and like it's so bad. But I called you guys before I picked my son up from school today, so thanks, guys.
All right, cool. Hi to your son. Interesting little factoid there at the end.
You said he picked his son up, so kindergartner?
Might be
half day.
Yeah.
Maybe they had their Halloween parade.
Ooh, the
today.
Halloween
Yeah.
parade. Oh, I love that when I was a kid. Isn't that the best? Your kid, you get the Halloween parade.
I mean, as a kid, yes. Yes.
Gator loves it, though.
He still
loves it, man.
Wearing my Chuck Foreman jersey. And yeah.
Walking around, showing off your...
You're damn right. 44 in purple. Yeah.
You're a Chuck Foreman fan, huh?
Well, I think that's the only jersey they had at the store, and my mom picked up the shirt.
There is a degree of truth that from a bygone era, and we're not really... There was a time where if there was a jersey for sale, it almost didn't matter who it was. You could get a jersey.
Right.
I'll get a jersey.
Vikings?
It doesn't matter what
Doesn't
team.
matter.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yep.
But the Lions, it doesn't matter.
Wait, is that a Minnesota Twins hat?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Wait, all I got to do is correctly guess the speed of my third pitch, and I can get one of these Minnesota Twin plastic helmets? Yes, please.
Plastic helmet? Woo! Score!
248-539-9797. He did bring up something, though, that very well could happen tonight. And I want to get into that today at 12:35. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Here comes right here, Doug. Da, 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 da. Just let Animal loose on the drum set, man.
Mm-hmm. Hey, man. We've gotten to the point where Detroit isn't just throwing a bone. Let's give them a Monday Night Football game. Let's give them the big stage. Detroit has earned it, Gator.
Yes, they have.
Detroit has earned it. And today we both got the Lions shirts on with the old school logo. Yours has gotten more thumbs up than mine has. If you want to check them out, you can watch the video streams at Doug and Gator.
Like Superman.
Yeah, we're both. People really like the old school logo, which will be on the helmets tonight. Check them out by
Gator really is chesty.
Twitch.tv and search up 971 The Ticket, or YouTube, search up 971 The Ticket. We do appreciate everybody who watches the show along with listening to the show, which includes those that stream on the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today. AUDACY. All right, so the caller brought up something that I think is going to become potentially going to become a huge part of this Lions era. Team still looks pretty good in spite of last Sunday's loss. A loss tonight would, I think, rattle some of the Detroit fan base, but they're still a heavy favorite, although they opened at 8.5 and now it's down to 7. But if they go out and do what they're supposed to do and win this game, and if they look like they've looked in the wins, which is, I mean, they've won games by double digits, by multiple scores, which is unusual in the NFL. And if this is kind of a typical Lions game this year, when you're on the big stage and it's already been talked about, but it gets reaffirmed, I think this home field advantage is a sleeping giant in the NFL. It feels like we have not seen the full effectiveness of Ford Field. Like, we have not yet blown up Alderaan. But that's what it can be. Like, this
Ford Field can be a Death Star.
This stadium and the way it reverberates sound, and with this fan base and what the fan base wants, I think a storyline in the NFL in coming years is, how do you win at Ford Field without Geno Smith? How do you win at Ford Field because
without Geno Smith?
Yeah, because it's such a tough place to play. Now, they got to go out and do it. Teams got to earn that kind of response. But every single time that you take the field on a national stage, remember it got talked about a couple weeks ago? And I think it's going to get talked about again tonight. This place is just, it's chaotic, I think, for visitors.
I think it is too.
Yep.
I think it's a place where the team feels real comfortable playing in front of the hometown fans. I think they like the friendly confines of Ford Field for them anyway. The fact that there's no rain that can pour on them, no snow that can pour on them, no wind that's going to affect anything. They just know what it is. We're going out and we're playing. It's like what they practice in. So it's every day. Here we go. I think that they feel very comfortable, and they should. This is a good football team. It's a really good football team. And I do expect them to win tonight. I also fully expect them to be active in the next 27 hours here to make something happen, to make them an even better and stronger team moving forward.
By that, you mean a trade.
That's right.
Yep. If you were to predict, don't answer the question.
All right.
But would you be able to predict right now, if you had to pick a trade, are you comfortable in picking which player they'd go after? Is it something you would be comfortable doing? Because I'm ready to predict what player they're going to go after.
Yeah, I think I am.
Okay. Kang, would you be able to predict one player that they're going to go after if they're going to make a trade?
Yes.
Okay, let's do that today at 12:48. Because that's the story beyond the story. They have an immediate pressing thing, and that's a football game tonight. And it's a huge game for where this team is and a chance to make a move in the NFC. Beyond that, we've got the trade deadline tomorrow. So tomorrow we're going to be dealing with game fallout. We're going to be dealing with trade deadline stuff. And then Wednesday we're going to be dealing with trade deadline fallout. I would say right now, Gator, on a scale of 1 to 10, the sense of urgency to make a trade for the Detroit Lions is a 10. I think it's a 10. I think it should be a high sense. They should be a very motivated team to make a deal. With that said, if they don't make a deal, that doesn't mean that they blew it, in my opinion. If they don't make a deal, then it tells me that there was not a reasonable deal there to be had. Because I don't think we have an unreasonable general manager.
No, I don't think we have an unreasonable general manager. And I think, you look at moves that we always compare them to the Rams, right? Because the Rams are the organization that Brad Holmes came from. The Rams are the organization that went out and gave up tons of draft capital to try to secure a Super Bowl, and they eventually secured a Super Bowl. Did they overpay for some of those players? I think you could say, yeah, they overpaid for them. But in the end, they won. Do I see Brad Holmes following those footsteps and saying, hey, be damned, we got this, we want this player. Maybe it's too much to give a first-round pick to a guy who's going to be a free agent in the offseason, but we got to get the deal done because that guy's going to take us to the promised land. I think that I would, as a fan, I would probably be disappointed if they didn't make that deal or make a deal, period. I understand what you're saying, that, hey, maybe it was just too steep a price.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if that needs to come up right now. Is it too steep a price? You got to find a way to get somebody here that makes sense. And
you're not quite as forgiving if they don't make a trade.
Not as much as you know.
Yeah. Because I really trust our guy.
Yeah.
I really trust our guy. And I feel like if no trade is done, it's because, in the opinion of our guy, and by our guy I mean Brad Holmes, they would be mortgaging way too much. Like the kind of thing that would hurt and make you go, ooh. I mean, we all talk about Patrick Surtain Jr. and how it would take multiple first-round picks. But what if it's a player less than that teams need multiple first-round picks?
No, I understand. I'm just saying that I think that the impetus is there to make a move.
248-539-9797. All right, if a trade is made, we'll tell you who we think the deal will go down for. Champ and Chump votes coming in on this Monday. Ross and Lake Odessa. Champ, Detroit teams. Chump, the Bears. Unnamed texter. Champ, Kansas beating Oklahoma. Chump, MSU football. Joe on a truck. Chump, the Jets-Giants game. 24 punts. Teams combined to be 4 for 34 on third down. Champ, anyone who watched that entire game and is still a fan of football.
What are you talking about? Zach Wilson, baby. He's got this team on a roll.
Mm-hmm.
Funny thing is, it was an absolutely pathetic game, right?
Yep.
That last drive, Wilson made plays to get them in position. It's like 2 passes, and boom, they're in field goal range. It was crazy.
He loves his guy, Kay.
Dude, I mean, seriously, Gator, that's what you got out of that game?
That was a terrible game. It's just awful. I mean, I think he lost 2 fumbles, too. It was a terrible game. I mean, how many times did they punt between the two teams? Like 25 times?
34. Or 24, sorry.
24?
24.
The record is 27, I believe. That was unbelievable. Just a sheer display of ineptitude between two teams.
Champ, Jalen Duren, kid is a beast and only getting better. Chump, Shaheed from the Saints for getting me 30 fantasy points while sitting on my bench. That's from Josh and Monroe. I think you're chumping the wrong person, Josh.
Who do you think you should be chumping?
You sat him on your bench.
Oh, so Josh is chump.
248-539-9797. All right, we'll get to more phone calls and feedback. Plus, if the Lions make a trade, who do you think they're trading for? We'll have our predictions today at 12:48. 97.1 The Ticket. Few things today are as impressive as Kank's commitment to play this song coming back from every single commercial break.
It's true. Facts.
Yep. You are locked in. It's a theme.
Monday night still means something to me, Gator. It means something to you?
Does tonight.
Definitely tonight.
Jared Goff told us last week it still means something to the players. And you know what? Where we are in this season, this feels like an important dub to get. Get this win, sole possession of the 2 seed, 1 game behind Philly. San Francisco has faded in recent weeks. They're still going to be a factor. I'd be shocked if they weren't. Seattle looks like they're going to be around all season long. That loss, look, you don't want to lose any game. That loss hasn't aged poorly. I mean, they are right now 5-2. They're in first place. They moved past San Francisco in that division. So it's not like they lost to a chump team. It was a team that we thought might take a step back going into this year. Not a great call, but they look like they're going to be here all year. They're going to be here all year. 248-539-9797. Are you ready to predict the trade if the Lions are to make a trade?
I am.
All right. And what do you got?
This is going to sound like a little bit of a cop-out, but it's between 2 players. And the reason is because I don't know which one that the Commanders are going to try to focus on giving the franchise tag to. But they have 2 defensive ends, Montez Sweat and Chase Young. I can't see them signing both guys, so one of them they're going to let go. So the one that they're willing to let go is the one that's moved here, and I think it's moved here for a 2nd-round pick.
And which one do you think it'll be?
Montez Sweat.
Okay. I got the same team. I got Chase Young, and I think it's for a 2nd-round pick. And I prefer Montez Sweat. I want Montez Sweat.
I think that's why I said it.
But I think,
I think
that's why the Lions get Chase Young, is because if I'm in the Commanders' position, and the Commanders, after yesterday's loss, they're 0-3 in the division, fading a little bit, having that bitter pill of reality to swallow that they are not going to likely compete in this division this year. So rather than lose one of these guys, move on from them. If I were the Commanders, I'd want Montez Sweat more than I want Chase Young. So I think who's made available to the Lions, they don't get to choose who Washington says they'll move from. So I think Washington's going to offer up Chase Young, and I think the Lions are getting Chase Young, if I am to make a prediction.
I've got the same position, different team. I got Danielle Hunter.
Wow. Oh, boy. Here we go.
It's the Kirk Cousins injury. Yeah. I didn't think this was possible, and then that happened, and they are completely screwed now, the Vikings. I know they've won 3 in a row, but they have no quarterback. That team was riding the back of Kirk Cousins. Even without Justin Jefferson, they were able to win games.
Yep.
I think the trade compensation is very similar to the TJ Hawkinson deal. Now, you've already made a deal with this GM before. Let's do it again. I think you get Danielle Hunter and like a 4th-round pick. In return, you send either a 2nd and a 3rd or 2/3. I think that's the deal that gets done. Because both guys were coming off, they're going to be free agents. Like TJ Hawkinson had to sign his contract this offseason. And then Danielle Hunter is going to be, on the market. So I think it's going to be very similar to the Hawkinson deal. Maybe not as costly, though. I think Brad Holmes works his magic in the division again.
I like where your head's at. I like your deal better than my deal.
Hunter and Hutch on the edges.
Oh, it'd be great. And I thought about Hunter because of the situation the Vikings are in. And I don't know. I just went with Commanders because I feel like the Commanders have several players the team's going to be inquiring about. There was a rumor that the Bears had offered up a 3rd-round pick for Montez Sweat. Obviously, that's not going to get it done. So we'll see. We're all agreed the same position.
Okay.
3 different players.
The one thing you said, you don't think it's going to cost as much as Hutch did?
Hawkinson.
I'm sorry, Hawkinson. My bad. Yeah. Which was a 2nd
and a 3rd.
And a 3rd. The Vikings got back a 4th and a conditional 4th. So you think you can? And I'm skeptical that you can get Danielle Hunter for less than a 1st.
I think 2nd and 3rd might get it done because they have Danielle Hunter's leaving. Okay, they're probably not going to have a quarterback next year. Now, they need ammunition to get their next quarterback. So I think if it's a second and third, which is the same deal Hawkinson got, you're thinking it has to be a first. I'm not so sure. I think they get desperate because they can use that second and third to move back into the first, whatever it is. I think at this point, they know they have no quarterback coming next year. Cousins gone. And if at best he's coming off an injury, you're going to give him that much money. I think they know they're moving forward with a new quarterback.
Yeah, and if you're the Vikings, if you need to get a quarterback, the best way to do it through the draft. If all of a sudden the Vikings go in the tank because they don't have Cousins, and you're right, he kept them afloat. Period. If Jared Hall's going to go the rest of the way,
or Colt McCoy or Sean Mannion, come on,
go out and get Colt McCoy or something. You're not going to win many games, and this upcoming draft looks like it's stacked with a bunch of first-round quarterbacks, and if the Vikings are picking in the top 10, then they can get their guy. But how do you ensure that you get in the top 10? You're already decimated offensively. We'll give up our piece on defense, and now we're totally done.
What if we combine that talk with, and look, Danielle Hunter is awfully enticing. The reason I didn't go there is because I thought the price tag would be too much. If the price tag's what you think it might be,
like a second and a third,
yeah, I would jump all over that. Now, again, I would be stunned, but if they were to make a move like that, I would again think our guy's a ninja. What if they're a team that wants Hendon Hooker?
See, that's where they could get their quarterback.
Right. I mean, I only bring that up because of the Randy Mueller piece in The Athletic saying, look, I evaluated Hendon Hooker out of Tennessee as a first-round talent that was only available for obvious reasons because of the injury. But if a team is looking for a future asset from the Lions and the Lions are an enthusiastic team to make a trade, he would be asking about getting Hendon Hooker.
But the Vikings, do you want to take a chance on Hooker, or do you want to take a chance on landing Drake May?
Or any of the other quarterbacks that might be out there, like J.J. McCarthy, Quinn Ewers,
Penix.
whoever, right? Penix, yep.
Well, I mean, it's the chance. It's the chance. And maybe Hendon Hooker, you get him anyway and still go after. But the draft has to fall your way. Like you can prepare and say we're going after Drake May or Caleb Williams or Michael Penix or J.J. McCarthy or whomever, but the draft still needs to fall your way.
Look, I don't want to give up Hooker, so I'm looking for other reasons here. But is Hooker's age, does that come into play too at this point?
I mean,
for teams wanting to trade for him?
It's not going to surprise anybody. Everybody
No,
knows
it's not
how
going to
old he
surprise
is,
them,
so-
right? But the fact is that you'd get him, and he still hasn't played a down, hasn't taken a snap in training camp, hasn't played a second of preseason football. You know, so he'd be on the same playing field as whoever you draft. But the guy you draft is 3 years younger.
One thing about the Vikings, too, is they don't have a third-round pick next year. And as much as people might say, so what? It actually matters to teams. They don't want to go from, having a pick at 45 and then not having another pick until 130 or whatever it might be. Teams hate that. And so you could see, the possibility that
they need picks. They got to look towards the future. And I know that price tag may seem low to some and seem low to you, Doug, but Von Miller was had for something similar.
Yeah.
It just depends how desperate a team gets. Every year is different. Every scenario is different. If they're like, hey, this season's going into the tank, we don't want to lose Hunter for nothing. We need draft capital. And you're right, the draft has to fall a certain way for you, Doug, but you try to control the draft as best you can. So the more assets you have, the more control you can get into the top 10 or top 5, whatever it may be.
All right, 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. We've kind of called the shot of who we think the Lions, if they are to make a trade, who they're going to trade for. Not what we would necessarily want them to do, but trying to piece together a deal that seems possible. Gator has gone with Montez Sweat from Washington. I've gone with Chase Young from Washington. Kang thinks they could get Danielle Hunter from Minnesota. Wow, that would be something else. 248-539-9797. You want to get your predictions in on a trade or the game tonight. We also talked about the sense of urgency for Brad Holmes. Do you trust that he will get this done? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Gator, sometimes you get a call right. Sometimes you get a call wrong. And do you want me to get to the one I got wrong or the one that I got right?
The one you got right.
Okay. 2 weeks ago, one of our college football questions was, which will be the next undefeated team to lose, to take a loss?
Yeah.
I said it would be the Oklahoma Sooners are going to lose to Kansas.
Which you were sort of right on.
Well,
didn't somebody else lose last week?
Well, it was.
But yes,
eliminated,
I'll give you credit.
We eliminated the two undefeateds playing each other, Penn State and Ohio State. So we took that out of the mix. And I don't think any other undefeated lost. But the one I've gotten wrong is, you know who's not a problem? Who I thought was going to be a problem?
USC?
The Maryland Terrapins.
Oh, them too, yeah.
Not a problem. They have lost games now to Illinois and Northwestern. After playing a decent half against Ohio State, they have lost back-to-back games to Illinois and Northwestern. Then they have Penn State.
I have concerns about the Big Ten as a whole.
Should I get to that quick stat?
In a second, yeah. Get it ready here. But just looking at, Penn State thought they were going to be like really, really, really good, and I think they're good. I don't think they're really, really, really good. They lose to Ohio State. They struggled with Indiana.
Indiana's got a sneaky tough front seven.
I'm sorry.
I know, dude. I know.
Don't. It's Indiana. Okay.
I know.
It's Tom Allen, fraud, the whole bit. And they struggled with Indiana. I don't know if Penn State's going to present much of a challenge for Michigan or not. I suspect it'll be tougher because it's a home game for them, and this is the one they're going to be really geared up for this. So they were really geared up for Ohio State and fell flat.
But they'll be at home, and they'll see it as their chance to get back in the Big Ten race.
Ohio State, they've been sluggish. They beat Wisconsin by 14 points, but they did it thankfully because for them they have the running back, and he ran for 165 yards. But beyond Henderson's heroics, the quarterback is still a little slow to get to where they want him to be. And then there's Michigan. But if the Big Ten decides to get involved with what's going on there, they can prevent them from doing something like go to the college football playoff or even get to the Big Ten championship.
They can't ban them from the college football playoff. They could ban them from the Big Ten championship game.
But they can put some. Put some pressure in there.
I don't suspect that they will.
I don't either, but I'm just saying there's that's a specter that's hanging over them right now.
Well, right now,
and this is a story that changes by the day. There's just more and more layers to it. So who knows what's going to come out in the next 3 or 4 weeks? But I'm just looking at the Big Ten as a whole.
Hoping nothing, but the drip sucks.
And there's nothing out of the Big Ten West. And now you're going to tell us just how bad it is in the Big Ten.
This is the worst Power 5 scoring offenses. Number 1, Michigan State, 18 points a game. Number 2, Indiana. This is the entire Power 5. Number 3, Iowa. Number 4, Arizona State. Number 5, Nebraska. 6, Illinois. 7, Minnesota. 8, Utah. 9, Northwestern. 10, Purdue. That's all but Wisconsin is from the Big Ten West, plus 2 other Big Ten teams. Offense, we make fun of Iowa. We could be making fun of a lot of teams. But Iowa gets so many points.
Indiana's in the East. You mentioned Indiana.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, Indiana's in the East. Indiana and Michigan State are in the East, but the others, 8 of the top 10 worst scoring offenses in Power 5 belong in the Big Ten. That's incredible. Anyway, back to the Monday night game, 248-539-9797.
I don't think we said, I think we talked about it off the air. The over-under total for the upcoming Northwestern Iowa game.
Yeah.
Opened yesterday. I think it's changed by a couple points now, but it opened yesterday. Somebody had a screenshot from Circa Sports. It opened at 29.5.
Yeah.
29.5. They've had like ridiculous over-under totals, I think, in their last 3 weeks where they've been like 33 points or less.
Mm-hmm.
The under is hit in all those games. Now we're at 29.5. Wow.
That would be the lowest of all time, by the way.
Unbelievable.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your calls. We go to Dion. You're next here on 97.1. Hi, Dion.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, man.
Sure.
I know you guys are talking about hot takes. I'm all on with the Chase Young board. I think you go out, you take a couple picks for them. But I think you use that Detroit Lions phone. You go to your most recent guys and you type in SUH and you call him Ndamukong Suh and bring him back to Detroit for the fans and that interior line.
Is he any good?
Is he any good? I mean, he's it.
He's what?
He's
it. He is that man.
He was years ago.
I mean, come on. Ndamukong Suh back in Detroit.
Well, I mean, I guess I find it curious that nobody has signed.
Yeah, he hasn't. He's not with anybody.
He is still a free agent, but he does have a Super Bowl, ring. So,
and
I mean, I think it. Remember at the beginning of the year, there was a quote from it, and Ndamukong Suh's name comes up every once in a while here in Detroit. There was a quote from him at the beginning of the year that he loves this situation because he doesn't have to go to training camp, and I don't know that necessarily helped him. I mean, if a team is looking to win a championship, do they want somebody who's openly saying, I don't have to do all the work? I mean, look, maybe I'm reading too much into that, but
he's also a personal foul waiting to happen, and a team that needs to practice discipline.
Mm-hmm.
Do I want him? I don't know. If he had something left, perhaps, but nobody has picked him up. He's 35 years old. He's 35 last year, so he's 36 years old. He'll be 37 in January. He played 8 games last year with Philadelphia, had 10 tackles, hit the quarterback twice. And that's with a loaded Philadelphia team. I suspect if he was worth something that somebody would have picked him up at this point. And nobody has. And by the way, you can do it after the trade deadline too, because he's a free agent.
Yep.
Yeah, and you mentioned his quote, Doug, earlier in the year. He's a guy who feels like in his career at this point that he can pick and choose when and where he wants to go. Mm-hmm. He's obviously only going to go to a contender. I think there was a report a week ago, guys, that he has talked to one team. I think he might be interested in coming back, but I'm personally not so sure how much he has left in the tank to help a team. I mean, this would be definitely just veteran, stopgap, help plug the run type player, but I don't know if he can even do that at this point. But I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he did sign on late with the Niners or somebody, right? I mean, maybe he comes back to the Eagles if they have an injury, but I could see him going on. But yeah, I don't think teams are knocking down his door, but I wouldn't be surprised if he signed somewhere.
All right, feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox, 248-539-9797. You're going to have to help me. I hope I said this right because I'm not into the fight game. Champ Francis Ngannou.
There you go.
Woohoo. Champ Francis Ngannou, unbelievable performance. Chump Tyson Fury. Another one here regarding who they'd trade for. Let's give up a first and third for Aaron Donald. Let's go. They owe us a solid. Well, that would feel like a big, aggressive move.
I'm sorry. Let me make that comment again.
What's the word on Stafford's injury? It's not like season ending or anything like that,
No,
right?
it doesn't sound like it's season ending, but their season's ended.
Well, they're 3-5, and if you look at it practically, I don't think that's actually that far out of the last playoff spot.
I mean, frankly, you know what? They should trade Stafford to Minnesota.
Well, they're a game behind the Vikings for the last playoff spot.
I'm saying they should trade him to Minnesota. Minnesota should come calling.
Well, if you're Minnesota, how aggressive do you want to get?
I don't really care. Just freeze it up so we can get Aaron Donald. All right. Hey.
Well, they wouldn't be doing it because they owe us a solid. I'll tell you that much. They'd be trying to get draft capital back.
But if you're the Rams and you're going for a rebuild, they need draft picks back. Does it matter that Holmes came from that organization? Well, there's just familiarity. I don't know that necessarily, it doesn't hurt a trade getting done.
No, you would have to know that he wants to play beyond this year, right? I think his contract is such, but there were rumors he might retire. Was Al just a contract ploy? Maybe, but it's not like he's 28 anymore. There are things that work against him. He's not as productive as he was. But I can imagine he looked pretty good in the Lions uniform.
248-539-9797. More of your feedback coming in. Champ and Chump votes. Last hour to get those in. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Score early this NFL season with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. That's $150 if your team wins. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. The app is so easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, and more. So visit FanDuel.com/Doug and kick off the NFL season. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. Does this break the streak? And why?
What happened?
Doug shamed me.
That wasn't the intent.
Yeah, well, that's what happened.
I'm sorry.
Wow.
He shamed me,
It's
Gator.
I wasn't shaming you. I was impressed. What I say? I'm impressed with your commitment to play the Monday Night Football song every rejoin.
It didn't seem like a real you were really
It was
impressed. It was
misinterpreted, man. I wish I never said anything. I was enjoying the hell out of it.
I thought you wanted me to stop.
Dun, 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 dun. 248-539-9797.
The Red Hot Chili Peppers is cool.
Yeah, that's true. Let's go to Mike. You're on 97. Want a ticket? Hi, Mike.
Hey, guys. How are you?
All right, Mike.
Wanted to give you a suggestion on the Lions. I've been adamant that I don't believe they're making a splash move. So I think you can take the Brian Burns, Aaron Donald, Chase Youngs of the world off the table. One of the names I haven't really heard, but I think it's someone that can really step in and play, kind of the CD Deuce role, or CJ Gardner-Johnson, or whatever we're calling him these days,
right.
Is Buda Baker from the Arizona Cardinals. He just came off of the IR a couple of weeks ago, looked really good yesterday against Baltimore, had 6 tackles. He's been a premier safety in the league, and I think he can step in alongside Brian Branch and play that C.J. Gardner-Johnson role and really shore up our secondary. And I think it's in line with the type of move that Brad Holmes is going to make, something where you give up a third and a fifth, a third and a sixth, to get a guy like Baker where you're not after one of the top-tier, A-rated names.
Well, he's not a free agent until 2025. And what does he cost? He's a $13 million base salary this year.
Yep, which they could fit under the cap.
Yeah,
on my estimation.
So why am I not seeing a salary for 2024?
Club option?
I think it is a team option.
Yeah. And I just found it. It says club option cap hit 4.325. So I don't know. I don't know what that means. But it doesn't list a base salary. It just lists cap hit of 4.325. Look, yeah, I mean he's a playmaker in the secondary, that's for sure. I haven't seen any rumors about him. Have you?
I have not, and I'm surprised I have not, given that the Cardinals are 1-7, and there's been rumors about them, wanting to move on from Kyler Murray. So you'd think in that scenario they'd want to build up all the draft capital they can get to. They're going to be in the Caleb Williams sweepstakes at 1-7. Let's be honest. So you would think that their new front office would want a clean start with all the draft capital they can get, but who knows? I'm a Cardinals fan, so.
I'm just doing a Arizona Cardinal fan site here where there is some discussion about it. Would you be able to get him again? If I just keep
Baker shouldn't cost you much at all.
If I'm doing that show in Arizona, though, I have a high asking price for him.
Do the Lions need another safety though?
I don't know. I mean,
you got
looks
Brian
like
Branch.
Gardner Johnson could be coming back soon based on his Instagram.
If you read those tea leaves, Tracy Walker's been good. Brian Branch is playing that nickel extra safety spot fine. I think it's the outside corner if you need any secondary help.
But if you were to bring in Buda Baker, could you move Brian Branch out to that position?
You might be able to. But I wouldn't want to. He's been so good where he's at. Why would you want to move him?
Yeah, I hear you. Plus, you got Jerry Jacobs. You got Jerry Jacobs and Sutton working the corners anyway.
By the way, is he C.J. Gardner-Johnson, or is he really changing his name to CD Deuce? Is that what it is? This,
when the paperwork comes across, we'll change it. Right? I don't know.
Is this just like some online gag, or is this?
He said that.
And am I saying it right? Is it CD Deuce? Is it Deucey? Is it what are we working with here?
I would imagine it's Deuce.
I didn't realize. I mean, I knew he was a character, but man, yeah, he put on Instagram today. What was it? OTA soon? ETA. Sorry, OTAs.
Those are done.
Off-season team activities, and they're not soon. Take 2.
How about in-season team activities?
Yeah, he might be coming back soon.
That's what he says. Well, the thought was that he might be able to come back towards the end of the season. Now, if he's able to come off IR and then they have, 3 weeks to activate him?
Yep.
So maybe he can start practicing and then be ready to go by December at some point, hopefully. Love to get him back. I mean, that was just a kick in the schnutz, and you have him for, a half a minute, and then he's gone.
Yep. 248-539-9797. I'd hate to think what might happen if this team had some good luck with injuries.
Seriously.
Now, I'm not complaining, and I make that clear. This is life in the big time. When you're good, injuries cost you more than when you're bad because you have more on the line. Now, they might impact your team more when you have no depth, but the Lions have done a nice job with their depth pieces. that when they lose a C.J. Gardner-Johnson, they got Tracy Walker, former starter, and they've managed to get by. But you don't want to keep taking those chances. If they actually had some good luck with injuries, I like the way that they could shape up for a stretch run. 248-539-9797. Vegas in town for Monday Night Football tonight.
This also came. Pro Football Talk has a headline that says Sean Payton, we're not shopping anyone ahead of the trade deadline. So if people think that you're going to go out and get one of their wide receivers, or if you're going to try to get Patrick Surtain.
Sean Payton, of course, the head coach in Denver, yeah.
He says they're not shopping anyone ahead of the trade deadline.
Do you believe that means that they aren't going to trade, or that just means they aren't actively pursuing a trade? They are, but that doesn't mean they're not taking calls. Does that mean they won't listen?
I think it'd be stupid not to listen. You'd have to listen. And knowing that your franchise is tied in large part to that giant contract you gave the quarterback, I think it would behoove you to at least listen to trade offers about getting some draft capital, because you gave up all the draft capital to get them in the first place.
248-539-9797. Red is on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Red.
Good afternoon, fellas. Hear me out. What are we talking about here? Seriously, let's get Dwayne Johnson. Let's get Sue. No. We can't get Aaron Donald. The thing is, the Ravens threw the kitchen sink at us. They had a game plan that nobody expected. Those guys, like people say, we got exposed. No, they exposed. Ravens exposed themselves. That was their best game plan ever they had. I was looking. They had Lamar Jackson looking like what's the
look like
Lamar Jackson?
He looked like the best of Lamar Jackson.
Who's the guy that it was just like him? Michael Vick. He looked like Michael Vick 2.0. No, guys. The Lions are good. They're going. They have some missing pieces, and they're going to dominate Las Vegas today. I'm going to the game. I can't believe we're talking about Dan Campbell already said that he doesn't want anybody to mess up their mojo, their glue, whatever they got that wasn't in training camp, they wasn't in the trenches. These guys are in the trenches, and they're going to. They don't need nobody, honestly. I don't think they need nobody that's messing up the grid. The
Nobody has to
grind
mess
that
up the
is
grid.
happening.
If you find a player that you think matches it, then go for it.
But the thing Dan Campbell has been doing in the general manager is out of control. This team last year, even 2 years ago, never thought that they would be this good. They are a great team, guys. And I think they're going to go to the Super Bowl.
All right, I got to stop you, Red. I think absolutely that team and those people that run that team think that they were going to be this good. Absolutely. They have to. They got to believe in themselves, and they do believe in themselves. And that's part of Dan Campbell's charm, is he's able to motivate players. That's part of what they've got with the general manager, Brad Holmes, is that they believe in this, and they put this thing together. They'll add to it if they think that they can find players that fit what they're doing. That's what they've said. They didn't say they don't want it. They also said, they don't want to disrupt things. They're not going to disrupt things by bringing in some malcontent and throw them into the locker room. They don't want to do that. But if they got somebody that's got the right attitude and they think that they're going to help the team and achieve greater success this year, they'll do it.
So, Red, your point is your point is Baltimore played out of their minds. Don't overreact to it. They don't need to make a move.
Absolutely. And the names that everybody been calling and saying about, be realistic, they've been having locker room problems. I'm sorry, it's not. These are people that are cancer, and they're pushing out.
I don't know. I would just say this: if there is one leadership group in this league that I think would not trade for somebody that they think has any chance of being a locker room cancer, it's this group right here. I mean, some people think to a fault, right? Some people think that Holmes and Campbell overvalue what somebody's going to be in the locker room.
Lions are the 8th worst team in terms of recording sacks this year. They're tied for that. They've only got 15 sacks as a team. 15. They need to add to the pass rush. They need to find a way to get it better without having to bring, blitzing safeties and corners and linebackers all the time. They got to get that rush from the 4 guys that are rushing the quarterback.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. There you go, Kang. He was throwing a perfect game over there, and now
he's back.
He's back.
Yeah, what did you do? You talked to your pitcher.
Yeah, Jake said, "Is that what it comes
down to?" Like Ross Perot, you got out of the race and you got back in.
I'm back.
248-539-9797. Monday Night Football tonight. Open lines, of course. And look, it's obviously a huge story, but I mean, there's a lot going on. So anything on your mind, fair game. Plus, we got Champ and Chump. Let's get back to your calls. We go to Anthony next. What's up, Anthony?
What's up? How you doing?
Good, sir. Thank you.
So talking about all this pass rusher to get in the trade, are we just giving up on James Houston now?
No, but he's not coming back for several weeks yet. So
I thought he was coming back like next week.
no.
Dang. And another question: who do you think will be better in 2 years, the Pistons or the Lions?
I think the Lions.
I hope this is a tough question. I think it's the Lions, but I kind of feel what you're laying down here. I mean, that team looks like it might have a really, really great young core that I want to believe in. It's so early. 3 games is the first few steps in a marathon, but I mean, who doesn't love what they've seen for the Pistons?
Of course.
Yep.
Just hope we can get all 3 Detroit wins today. That'd be amazing for the city.
It would be nice. Pistons playing at Oklahoma City. That game can be heard on 98.7 Alt FM. Red Wings are playing on WWJ, a brother station, AM 950. Lions right here on 97.1. And for those who want Inside Michigan Football with John Jansen and Jim Harbaugh, it's 1270 tonight. 248-539-9797. Next up is Juan. You're on 97.1 to take it. What's up, Juan?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
How you doing, sir?
I was calling about the trade. We definitely, if we can get a pass rusher, should I say, we definitely need to go out of it. I would listen to the last caller saying, or the one of your last callers saying that we don't need to make a move. And what championship caliber team make moves? Like I said on your show a couple weeks ago, Philadelphia, they make moves to be a championship contender. Miami, which I give much respect to, the Dolphins, they made over the last year some great moves. And look where they at, first place. So, yes, you need to make moves if you're going to be a championship contender. So, yes, I mean, I'll even consider if Minnesota acquire about Bridgewater for Hunter, I'll definitely consider it. Brian Burns is my number 1 target. That's who I'll go after.
Hold on, let me stop you real quick. If Minnesota wants Hendon Hooker and something else for Danielle Hunter, you'd do it.
What before they can even hang up, he'd be on the flight. Yes, I'll definitely do that. And my last thing, guys, I want to talk quick about the Pistons. I know you guys are, they projected us last or whatever. Don't be surprised if we make a play in. The reason why I'm saying is because who we play tonight, OKC Thunder. They was projected to win like 26 games last year, and they did much better than that, of course, and made the playoffs, play in or whatever. So I mirror us like OKC. I think we're a similar type of team, and I'm not saying Cade is as good as Shai, but he's that type of player. So don't be surprised if we be looking at a play-in spot.
Well, I'll say this. I will be surprised if they make the play-in spot, and I'll be happy as hell that they did it. I love how they've started off this season at 2-1, and I imagine that later in the week we'll get more into the Pistons and what we've seen at this point. But playing defense is something that Detroiters love to see a Pistons team do, because playing defense won them championships. Whether it was the Bad Boys era or the Going to Work Pistons, that's how they won championships. This team has a really good young nucleus of players that we expect to blossom over the next couple of seasons. But they haven't played defense in years. This year, through 3 games, I think they're giving up 103 points a game, which is considerably down from what they did last year. They've also turned the ball over a ton. If they turn the ball over just a few less per game and continue playing defense like they are, then maybe they're in that conversation. They're a fun team to watch.
The thing that gets me in my champ of the weekend was Jalen Duren, who's off to this double-double machine kind of start. They dominated in the paint in that game against Chicago. Rebounds, points in the paint, etc. But I do think back to the beginning of last year, where early on people were already proclaiming Jaden Ivey's better than Cade Cunningham, because he got off to a really hot start last year. So long seasons, lots is going to change. There'll be ups and downs, ebbs and flows. They're even more extreme with young teams. But we've asked for a real clear picture that the young nucleus is set for the future. So the wins and losses will come and go. At the end of this year, if we feel great about Cade and Jalen, or Jaden Ivey and Jalen Duren, or all 3 of them, or even Ausar Thompson, like the whole young core, that's the number one goal, is to come out of the season going, damn it, we got it, and it's time to run, mix in some veteran pieces, and maybe they go into next year where we're like, that's a playoff team. That's a playoff team.
I mean, just thinking how they're playing now without some key players available to them, without Bogdanovich and others. I mean, it would be nice to see him scoring as well. Ivy coming off the bench is hard to get used to, and it's been 3 games. One game he was great off the bench. The other 2 games have kind of been a non-factor. So we'll see.
248-539-9797. David is next on 97.1. Hello, David.
Hello, and thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I just wondered, well, first of all, I agree totally about the culture. I was not someone that wanted to see Jalen Carter signed for that reason. I mean, that guy's, to me, just reeks of someone who would end up being a cancer. And I don't care, how good he is. That can be totally toxic and destructive. But they do need to generate some kind of a pass rush, and they can't do it with just one guy. So it seems like the other guys that had double figures in pass rushes before and sacks before can't do it anymore. And, Houston may be coming back, but also people that are often injured. So my question is, what is the intelligence now on Levi Onwuzurike? Is he having problems with his back? Is he kind of injured? And I don't know where they go for this otherwise, because I don't see the other side of the line getting it done with what they have.
Yeah, I mean, Onwuzurike has been, I think, a big disappointment, and maybe it's not his fault because he has been hurt. I don't think he's hurt. I don't think he's listed on the practice report as being injured at all. So really, he's just being passed over. Pascal is healthy now. He's getting the chance to play, and Bugs and others have done a nice job in the interior. That it just kind of squeezed him out. He's got to show that he's good enough to be there.
I think that's what he was supposed to be when he was drafted, though.
Yeah,
he was supposed to be a guy that could
pick.
generate inside pressure.
Yeah, second-round pick, and he had a back injury coming out of college, and it just hasn't been the same. And
the back injury is something that's going to slow someone down for sure.
Yeah.
So I guess the hope rests with Pascal at this point.
Well, or they could perhaps make a move to get somebody at defensive tackle. Speaking of making moves, some people would have liked to see the Lions shore up the running back position, and this name had been brought up time and time again because he's a free agent. But now it comes out that Leonard Fournette has signed with the Buffalo Bills practice squad from Tom Pelissero.
There was something else today on the running back front as we get ready for this team in this game tonight. Peter King said, Adam Schefter reported over the weekend that the Titans told Derrick Henry they do not plan to trade him before tomorrow's deadline. But Peter King implies that the Titans should be interested in moving him for a day 2 pick. Would you want Derrick Henry for a day 2 pick?
So you're talking second, third round?
Yeah. I could talk there.
I could talk there, but it's expensive. He's expensive.
Mm-hmm. Financially.
Yeah. How much more is he done after this next season, or is?
Oh, hold on. A moment, please. Derrick Henry. There's an out. You can void the last 2 years of his contract. So it'd basically be a rental.
Well, or if you hang on to him, then it becomes expensive, right?
Yeah.
So what is it? I see this year he's making $10.5 million.
Maybe these voidable years you can't even pick up. I don't know. Cap stuff gets confusing.
Yeah, it gets confusing. All right, bottom line is if I knew I had him past this year, would I give up a third round pick? Yeah, I would for Derrick Henry.
All right. Hey, look, we need to mention something, and there's no good time to do this. We here at The Ticket lost a very valuable member of our team last week. Rebecca Falk passed away, and a promotions manager here at the station. There are a lot of people behind the scenes that do a lot that the public's not aware of. And Rebecca was one of them, always involved when we're out and about, and was just a great person here at the station, always super supportive of on-air staff. incredibly nice to people, and she was just part of the heart and soul of this building. And like I said, there's no good time to bring it up other than just to say we loved you, Rebecca, and you will be dearly missed.
Yeah, she was awesome. I mean, she had a major part in basically every remote that was ever done, not just for our station, but for every station part of the Odyssey group here in Detroit. Been here for 14 years with Odyssey and had worked with other stations before that. And she's well known throughout the radio community in Detroit. And I think, yeah, you said it well. She will be very greatly missed. She was awesome.
Yeah, you said how she's been around, not just this company, but other radio companies and stations. And when we used to do our spring training trip, we would sit down and talk, and she would tell me stories and other people about what she had, done with other stations, and just hilarious stuff because she was fun to be around. She was great, absolutely stunning. And
she had a great attitude for this business and for us, and really supportive of the air staff. And Rebecca, again, you will be missed. 248-539-9797, Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hall Financial, the mortgage lender that saved Michigan residents millions, now has an exclusive no-fee home loan. Whether you're purchasing a new home or refinancing, the no-fee home loan is undeniably the most cost-effective home loan in Michigan. This brand-new mortgage option will save you thousands of dollars in closing costs you'd normally pay. If you aren't working with Hall Financial on your home loan, you're overpaying. Call Hall Financial right now to learn more about the no-fee home loan. 866-CALL-HALL, that's 866-CALL-HALL, or chat with them online at callhallfirst.com. You know what's funny, Kang? Every rejoin all day long, you played Monday Night Football -1. It was the one right after I pointed out that you had done so. And you said that I bullied you.
You shamed me.
I shamed you, sorry. I want you to know something. You have shamed me. Not with that, with something you said a few weeks ago. Because when I saw Kirk Cousins plant his back foot and saw how he immediately quickly pulled the foot up and tried to run and couldn't, my first thought was he tore his Achilles. But because you have pointed out how sick and tired you are of instantaneous diagnosis of people, that's a blown knee. That's a broken leg. That's a concussion. I certainly wouldn't text you or Gator, and I felt bad for even thinking it. It has now been confirmed that Kirk Cousins, indeed, as expected, according to all the NFL insiders, it is a torn Achilles. However, I now feel shame when I instantly diagnose somebody's injury because you can't stand it.
Well, I think you texted us, I'm fully convinced. And what injury was it where it wasn't even true? It was Brian Branch.
Yeah.
Brian Branch had left the field and it was non-contact, and you texted us, I'm fully convinced he tore his Achilles.
Yeah.
And then moments later, or however long later, they're like, oh, he's going to tape it up and come back in and all this stuff. And I was like, well, what happened to that fully convinced?
Shut up.
And it wasn't you, just you. It was everybody that does it. And we're so quick to,
We are.
Well, that's the non-medical community is so quick to say diagnose an injury. That's all.
Yep. But I no longer want to do it. I saw that and the thought crossed my mind, Achilles. But I was not, I felt bad for thinking it. And then sure enough.
It's just the worst. And this was never a thing before, right? Like 5 years ago, it seems like you rarely hear of an Achilles injury. Certainly 15, 20 years ago, we never heard Achilles.
It is strange. It doesn't seem like it. It seemed very rare.
Now it's
commonplace.
It's everywhere.
I was going to ask you guys, growing up, when you guys, it wasn't like
never
every week. It almost seems like weekly, right?
It does.
In sports now. I think it is, that's my personal opinion. I'm not trying to give a medical opinion. But do you think it's because the athletes are so fine-tuned now that it's like race cars? A little bit of a nick can really mess up a race car. These aren't like, trucks out there, right? I mean, I know Kirk Cousins doesn't come
like
to mind.
He moves too fast.
No, but he's training every day, takes care of his body, things like that. They're very regimented, right?
Yeah.
Well, we saw last year on that cute quarterback show. He was getting stretched out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's
by
dedicated.
Do you think that has anything to do with it?
Strange people in Minnesota.
This was on grass, too, so you can't even blame the surface.
Yeah, but, I mean, is it getting your legs trapped now because the players are bigger, stronger, faster? It's just how they hit you now?
He just
I don't know.
back.
Look, dude, I have no explanation for it. That's why I brought it up. But it's a legitimate question. Why are there more Achilles injuries these days? Why is it so prevalent now where it wasn't at all 20 years ago? I don't think it's not like they were misdiagnosed.
Yeah, 20 years ago, they didn't just put tape on it and return to the field.
You got
tape it up. You're fine.
I literally can't walk. No, you're good.
My foot's dangling.
Yeah.
Suck it up, Buttercup. Get out there.
I don't know.
Ronnie Lott said just cut it off.
Yeah.
I mean, the reality is it really damages the Vikings' chances to win this division, but it's not the way you want to do it. Nobody in Detroit, and certainly we aren't celebrating this by any stretch of the imagination. But, I mean, we were not that far removed talking about Minnesota threatening Detroit, and it's a sad reality of the NFL. I mean, we've said it for years. We just never cared. I mean this sincerely. We never cared when we said, winning this championship, it's so much about attrition. It's so much about staying healthy. It never applied to us. And I don't think Detroit has escaped the injury bug by any means. I mean, the number of injuries, Amon-Ra St. Brown might not play tonight. Jonah Jackson is out. David Montgomery is out. Emmanuel Mosley, done for the year. James Houston, out for a long, extended period of time. C.D. Deuce or C.J. Gardner-Johnson, whatever we're calling him, he's out. Josh Paschal has been out. Hal Vaitai has been. I mean, the list goes on and on and on, right?
Yeah.
And we haven't escaped it. It just never really mattered all that much. The Lions are going to be playing shorthanded tonight. No matter what, they're going to be playing shorthanded probably the rest of the year. You just got to find a way to win games. And Gator, we haven't even made our predictions yet. I think the Lions do win this game. I got the Lions winning at 27-17. I'll take the Detroit Lions Monday Night Football to beat the Vegas Raiders 27-17.
Well, I was very chesty on Friday's show about this team's chances of winning. I still think they're going to win this game. I'm less chesty because of the updates to the injury list. But they've got enough talent to score points and to prevent them from scoring. That's the big thing, is that the defense looks like it's still intact with what they've run with for most of the season. So I like their ability to shut down what the Raiders can do offensively. I question what the Lions are going to be able to do offensively against them, because the Raiders are good against the pass. I still like the Lions in this one. I'll go Lions 24, Raiders 17.
Okay, what do you got here?
I got the Lions 26, Raiders 16. Double-digit victory, but it doesn't seem like they're like killing them. You know, it's kind of like they hang around type games, but you also don't feel like you're in jeopardy of losing it. I think Max Crosby is gonna feel, you're gonna feel his presence tonight, but not enough for the Raiders. They just don't have enough.
Didn't these teams have a wild Monday night game back in the Barry Sanders era? Like the first couple of years Barry was here, like early 90s.
Well, I can assure you Detroit and Vegas did not, but they
Detroit and the Raiders, right. I seem to remember something crazy. Like the Raiders came out, scored a bunch of touchdowns early, and then the Lions just came storming back.
I don't
remember a game like that.
Well, I'm not doubting you.
All right.
248-539-9797. Back to your open line calls. We go to Robert. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Robert.
Gentlemen, how you guys doing?
Okay,
Hi,
Robert.
I'm going to say this. If you've seen an injury 100 times, you know what it is. So don't feel bad on what you diagnosed, because, look, when they said Kevin Durant had a calf injury, I was like, oh, man, that's Achilles all day long. And he blew it out, and he was gone for a year. Am I right or wrong, gentlemen?
Well, I didn't know you back then, but it sounds like you were right.
It ain't about you knowing me. I'm just keeping it real. But anyway, moving on to a serious note. The lady who passed, I didn't catch her name.
Rebecca.
The behind-the-scenes work of people is immense.
Yep.
And they don't get the notoriety. And for you guys to publicize that is huge.
Well, she deserves it.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that support us here at the station, and we're going to miss Rebecca.
Absolutely.
Dearly, so.
The behind-the-scenes, I didn't catch her name. Like you said, Rebecca. The behind-the-scenes work to make y'all jobs move smoothly is immense.
Well, I hope I hope that we conveyed to her in her days here how much we appreciated her efforts.
Right.
And that's
one final point. Those Pistons. I'm gonna use a Rick Ross verse. You got 3 kids. That's 22. 222.
I'll trust
you. A 19-year-old and a 32-year-old, aka Alex Burke. That team is fun to watch, and they're going to be a problem for the league. Trust and believe me.
All right.
I would love to see them. I would love to see them go to OKC tonight and get a win. I'd love to see the Red Wings. In fact, I got the Red Wings also winning 27-17 tonight, and I got the Pistons winning 27-17. All three of them.
I like it.
I haven't checked the over-under, but I think it's the over on the NHL game.
Probably the under on the NBA game.
So the game I was referring to came back in 1990.
Yep.
The first quarter ended with the Lions on top 21-14 after the first quarter.
Wow.
It ended up being 38-31 final. The Raiders won that game. Bo Jackson ran for 129 yards. Willie Gault had over 100 yards receiving. Barry Sanders, 25 carries, 176 yards, and a couple of touchdowns in that game. That was his rookie
That sounds
season.
like a wild game.
Yeah.
Going on downtown Monday Night Football, Rico Beard is there. What's up, Rico?
Second season, I guess.
Gentlemen, what's going on, man?
Hey. Just wrapping up the show. What do you guys got planned coming up next?
You know what? We're a little bit of at stake tonight. The Lions trade deadline type of stuff, and also, look, we watch the Lions fans go all across the country, and we hear "Let's go Lions." This is a game where don't you wish there was it was almost at the Silverdome where you had a good place to tailgate and hang out the entire day instead of being so sporadically spread out throughout all of downtown. It's just the fan base just deserves better, in my opinion. We should have a centralized place to tailgate downtown.
Well, I know there's a party going on starting at 2. I don't know the details. I heard it earlier. But, hey, have a great show. Stay safe, everyone. Treat each other with respect. We'll talk to you tomorrow. 97.1 The Ticket. around the league.
More football questions.
Football. Rico. All right, here's how this is going to go. Costa joins us at 5. It's going to be all Lions 3 o'clock on. Rico, I need to allow a little bit of space to start the show a different way because I need you to help me with something. And then we're going to get to a blitz. And then, yeah, it's going to be over 4 hours of Lions. I think that's pretty clear. Trade deadline stuff, game tonight, what's on the line. I'm not selling you fear. I'm just telling you with the injuries.
Yeah.
This is going to be closer. Come on.
Yeah. No. When I was so boldly saying the Lions by whatever point spread, St. Brown wasn't sick yet. Now, yeah, with all the other injuries, I'm leaning more towards you. And, after watching my team lose the third game in a row, Lions win, but they don't cover.
Okay. We'll get to your team later. It's hard to win when you have a rat at quarterback. Mm-hmm. So let's
Your mother.
Unbelievable. So listen, I need you to help me with what I'm supposed to take away from the reports that Michigan rescinded Harbaugh's contract offer. Now, his press conference today, he reaffirmed his statement to the NCAA. I was forthright, da-da-da-da-da. Okay. I want to know if I've got the wrong read on the contract thing, which is, for me, I think it's much ado about nothing. I think Michigan, as tone deaf as they can be, knows while Jim Harbaugh is under a second NCAA investigation, we can't consummate a deal to make you the highest paid coach in the Big Ten right now. But do you feel that their intent long-term is any different? Help me understand what I'm supposed to be feeling, maybe what Michigan fans are supposed to feel. Because that's my takeaway. I just think it's, yeah, Jim, we're going to sign it, but we just can't do it right now. That's a bad look.
See, Mike, this whole contract situation with Harbaugh feels like a tug of war that, ask me, in the different times of the year, sometimes Jim has the advantage, sometimes the school has the advantage. I don't know what the number is. All I know is this. If this thing was so simple, why is it taking so long to get done?
And again, Harbaugh, when asked about the rescinded deal, it was a non-committal answer of, I wouldn't say that's accurate, but he wouldn't go into it any further. So I have no idea what's going on. Rico, I'm with you. The man has brought the multiple Big Ten titles. Yeah. You knew what you got into bed with when you signed him. Now, to me, I had said a few weeks, and this is prior to the investigation, you just sign him to a lifetime deal. You understand what you got. You understand what he's going to do and not going to do. And that's it. But in the here and now, no, they're never going to fire him. It was an issue of if the NCAA had something on him. And as of yet, I don't have that information. I don't have that evidence. But I wondered before we went Lions Mania, if we could just delve into this. What is your perspective as fans? The rescinded contract and what it means. 248-539-9797. I'm looking for help.
I'm the same way, Mike, because it looked as if it was going to happen, and all of a sudden the recruiting scandal popped up, and then it was like, nah, we're going to pull it back a little bit. Okay, now you're winning. Okay, contract's going to happen. Wait a minute. Now the ball's in our court. I don't know if it's a money figure, if it's a term figure, if it's a security figure. All I know is when coaches, when you offer them the bag, most of them sign the contract and they get the bag. This, I don't know what this is, but it does lead me to wonder that maybe this is just a short-term thing, that this isn't as long-term as we think it's going to be.
So you don't have so basically you have no comment on what I said. You don't think it has anything to do with optics.
Oh, it's got something to do with optics.
Okay.
But I think, no, it has. But, Mike, I think it's just a little bit deeper. I don't know if everybody's completely sold on him.
David, where are you at with this? I want to hear. I really want to gain an understanding. I don't have a big opinion.
Yeah, see, I think it has something to do with optics, but I'm wondering, who cares? Just get the contract over with. Okay.
Right.
So he's known to be maybe a cheater. Okay, stop acting like you're holier than thou and just sign the guy. I don't care if you sign him now or
All right.
later.
So let me ask you a question.
Because here's the other thing, real quick, Mike. Because every year we go through the whole he tries to leave. So what is the contract going to be worth anyway? Because he's always trying to leave on the first boat out the docks of Ann Arbor.
Listen, here's the thing. What if there's part of this is you need to wait for the NCAA to get done, because if you bring him back and then the NCAA's got something you don't know about, you could look silly. No? I mean, it could be.
I get that. Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, this is just the latest layer to this. And I'm with David. It's really a who cares. Michigan fans, we're winning. I don't care what he makes so long as we're winning. He's leading the team. But this could have been done years ago. And you could have just put in clauses saying, hey, Jim, if this happens, then we get to reduce your salary by this, or this is our out, as you saw like what happened with Mel Tucker at Michigan State. But for some reason, it's just at a stalemate, and it's just sitting on somebody's desk. I don't know whose.
248-539-9797. So here's the bottom line. We'll do 2 segments on it. Then it's all Lions today. Some NFL football, trade deadline. Commanders lose. Why does it matter? You want some of their players. Vikings, Kirk Cousins, torn Achilles, gone for the year. Why does it matter? You'd sure love Danielle Hunter. It takes on a different tone when you lose your starter. Tonight, it's just survive in advance. I was listening to the morning show. People calling up the score predictions. It just shows people are not used to having a good football team. Oh, Lions 42, Mini Dicka 3. And you're like, guys. I mean, just yesterday, the Baltimore Ravens barely beat the Arizona Cardinals by 7. You know, the Kansas City Chiefs were touchdown favorites at the worst team in football, arguably in the Denver Broncos. They got dominated. Guys, I will be more shocked if you blow this team out tonight than I would be by a loss. You got to get your heads right. You got injury problems. You got another team that's not going to lay down to you. And frankly, I don't think you've arrived at a point where you have a right to think you're blowing anybody out. I don't. And may I remind you, you are a week out from getting completely wiped off the face of the earth by the Ravens.
Yeah, I know, but 43 Mini Dickas, man.
I know.
Yeah.
But come on, dude. You listen to the morning show, too. Please. And it's not John and Mike. Let me be very clear. I'm talking about the callers.
The fans are hyped, Mike, because this is something, like you said, it's new. And when you see Kansas City go down, when you see San Francisco go down, when you see the Eagles don't look that great, and you're like, well, why not us? Well, it's the NFL, and it humbles everybody.
248-539-9797. David, ticket text. What do we got from the people?
It means nothing. The deal will get done as soon as all of this BS goes away. The deal is on hold. That is from Mike. Someone else says, hey, guys, the issue is Ward Manuel. He's reactive and not proactive, AD. He has continually kicked the can down the road. There was no offer. How can you rescind an offer when they didn't have an offer for him? That's why it's not accurate. There's not been an offer, they say.
Yeah, I mean, because as I've stated before, he's won back-to-back Big Ten titles. He's gone to the playoffs, but each year after that he leaves. I don't know if there's a contract even there or if this is all just, an urban legend. Like, I don't know what the level of commitment. Does Michigan want him? Does he want to be in Michigan? So how do you offer a contract to a coach who's constantly trying to leave?
Very true. So a Michigan fan here says, been wondering the same thing. I believe Valenti hit the nail on the head. You can't offer a contract under the current scrutiny. It would be a bad look and potentially an even worse look if further information is discovered.
Yeah, but the thing about Michigan that I've always loved is you don't care. That's an asset. I'm not trying to be – they don't care, David. They just go out there and, whatever. So offer him the deal. If you're going to offer him the deal, then what, somebody's going to write bad about you? No, it's not going to happen.
I just think that they're using the possible cheating scandal as an excuse. I think the deal's already on the table. They were going to wait till after the Ohio State game to announce it. They win Ohio State, go to the Big Ten title game. They announced the contract. Now they're using this, I think, as an excuse. Just sign it.
Yeah, but David, listen, there's nothing wrong with being patient about it. He's going to get his money. I don't think this is the end of their football program. I mean, are they cheaters? Yes. But look, I just, this idea that you don't have to play by any rule, no, stop. You can't sign a guy to a $100 million contract when he's under 2 investigations. Can't do it. That's all this is to me. I wanted to know if I was out to lunch.
I'm probably the one out to lunch by saying just sign it. Because you're right. It's crazy to sign a contract extension to a guy that is under dual investigations. And I'm just, signing it. So I may be the one that's crazy.
No, you're not crazy.
No, you're not. It's just, the whole thing is just, it baffles me because normally when you have the resume that he has at Michigan, this would have been locked up a long time ago. But for some reason, it hasn't. And I don't know if there's a sense of urgency with the school or with Jim or with both. It doesn't, nothing about this makes sense. So when they say, well, it got rescinded, I'm kind of like with that one texter, was it even a deal to be rescinded? Because I don't know if it even exists, guys.
I think there is. I do think there is, Rico, but that's personal opinion. 248-539-9797. Let's get to the callers. We're only going to do one more segment on this because the rest of the day is going to be the Lions. But there's no way I could start the show ignoring what really was the biggest story yesterday without the Lions playing. Wanted to at least give you 2 segments on it. I don't have a major opinion. I mean, you're never going to do better than Harbaugh. To me, it's in the best interest of the program to sign him. Why wouldn't you? Well, these investigations. And I think you wait it out. Now, if the NCAA's got something or they find something, what you don't want to do is to brazenly sign the guy and then they go and present you and you go, oops, you don't want to do that. So I'm not reading too much into it. I don't think any of us are.
But you don't think you could put some clauses in there saying, hey, Jim, tell us right here, right now, because if they come knocking on the door, we get all our money back.
Yeah, but he's already proven to be dishonest. So really, what does his word mean?
All right, Mike wins.
Just hate to say it. 248-539-9797. We get your calls. We get some ticket texts. We are going to get a football today, bottom of the hour, go around the league. And then Lions coverage. Yeah, we're going to start at 3 because there's so much to talk about both tonight and in the next 24 hours with the trade deadline. So don't make a move. We got you covered up till 7:15. Cookies, Rico, me, Lions, life. 97.1.
Let's talk about that Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew and his sales staff, they're Lions fans, and they want to be a Chevy dealer. They'll guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period, by finding you every discount, every rebate, and every incentive to save you money. Hamilton recently received a large delivery of new 2024 Chevrolets that are ready for immediate delivery, and the selection is best right now, including the October Rico deal. Yeah, I know October's almost over, but you still have time. A new 2024 Chevy Equinox. $299 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down, you get 10,000 miles a year. Yeah, you heard me right. A new 2024 Chevy Equinox for under $300 a month. You know what I say, the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mile, so what the heck are you waiting for? Stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet. Tell them Rico sent you and make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet, find new roads.
When you've been injured, whether it's auto, truck, slip and fall, attorney David Feminino, the one guy you got to call. We've told you, you get injured in Michigan, you get David, you get paid. Look, he's going to personally make sure you get every dime you deserve. He doesn't take a fee until you get paid. And if you're injured or know someone who is, you tell him to call David Feminino, 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website, getpaid.com. Cookies joining at 5. We take you up to 7:15. Lions Monday Night Football. We're going to knock out this Wolverine stuff early and go from there. If anything breaks, we'll give it to you. But look, the Harbaugh contract rescinded thing, and what does it mean? I don't have a major takeaway other than, look, it wouldn't be wise to sign anything right now when you're at the fulcrum of the laser. But do I think there's something to be signed? Yes. Do I think it would? Yes. But I think you got to wait because there's so much unknown. No, I'm not a cultist, nor a bought and paid for writer. I'm not telling you there's nothing there because that's not true. But I also don't think it marks the end of your program because, well, here comes Rico to tell you about money. So, we're just keeping it on the level here. David, ticket text, we go to the calls, then we hit the NFL.
U of M cares about optics. They would look ridiculous to sign Harbaugh while this BS is going on. I believe the contract was close to being finalized and Spygate started.
I agree. And remember, all you would do is stoke the fire of the NCAA. The longer they look at anyone, the more they'll find. I'm going to repeat that for the people in the back. The longer the NCAA looks at anyone, the more they'll find. Do you really want them bothering you more? No. So you wouldn't egg them on by going, oh, you think our coach is a cheating scumbag? $100 million. It just doesn't make sense. It's ridiculous. I mean, that's like taunting the Pittsburgh Steelers defense in their golden era, like taunting Ray Lewis at the height of his career. Don't poke the bear. Go ahead, David.
Very true. Completely speculative guess here, but Harbaugh and the administration have not discussed the investigation. That's my belief. The contract is truly on hold because no one at the school knows what else is coming out.
I don't think that's accurate either.
Nope. I'm done with Harbaugh. Done with the scandals and with the team probably going south next year. I'm ready to be done with him. Don't ever sign the contract.
Oh, you're crazy. The guy's got you on the verge of playing for a natty. That's a crazy opinion now. You got to deal. If a coach is winning this way, you got to deal with whatever they do. It's why Rico and I would deal with Urban. We would deal. They could hire Satan. You have to be willing. Now, the difference is, I don't prop my school up on alleged exceptionalism. I don't do that. That's not our brand.
Yeah, we're not saying we're better than everybody else and then going out and playing in the mud.
No, we're just saying we want to win.
Right, Urban, hey man, go do Urban-like things. And here's us looking the other way.
Rico, it's a topic for another day this week, but I have to tell you, I have reached an unhealthy point with the MSU coaching search.
Oh, I know. People, trust me. This is very unhealthy.
It's unhealthy, but it's like, if it's not Urban, I don't know that I can bring myself to give an F about whatever they do. I don't want any of these other guys out there.
Mike, we may or may not have an intervention scheduled for
I know. We got a bunch of people here who love you like crazy, and they feel like they're losing you.
Why don't you clear out your schedule around 7 o'clock on Wednesday?
We got a conversion van waiting for you to go to Shady Acres in Pasadena. No, I'm serious. We got to talk about it this week because I think there's a lot of fans like me, which is if you don't get choice A, this dream candidate, buddy, you know me. I'm Mr. Beaver Ball over here. I love Oregon State. You know I like Jonathan Smith. You think I want any of what went down Saturday night with 2 fake field goals back to back that looked absurd?
No, but here's the thing when it comes to that. You can't judge a coach based off of what he did. Because I remember right before D'Antonio became the Michigan State, who became the most successful coach at State until the final years, I remember at Cincinnati, he went for it on 4th down at his own 50 and didn't get it. And there were people like, you can't hire this guy. He went for it on his own 50-yard line and he didn't get it. It's like, all right, well, that's just that game. It's
first of all,
indicative.
I can do whatever I want. Second of all,
that's true. We'll just wait till that intervention, buddy.
I know. Listen, We're going to talk about it later this week. We have that audio somewhere. Do not think it's a problem for me to play it. It's tremendous. I still love you. Where is? Hold on, you got to pull it up now. I can't do the. We can't do the rest of the show without it. You got it? This is me when I find out MSU's hired Bill O'Brien.
Mike, it's okay. I know we didn't get Urban. You'll be all right.
Rico.
Trust me.
Here's Rico when they hire Pat Narduzzi. All right, hold on here. There's one more, actually. Here's me every Jay Johnson play call on Saturday. All right, that's sufficient.
No, here's me.
Every series, Caden Hauser came back on the field.
If I had to bill,
okay.
Yes, I'd be ringing it.
All right, that's enough. That's enough. We're done.
Like, seriously, does somebody have to kidnap him, get Levitt in the game? What do we do? You know
Okay,
what?
let it roll.
Focus.
It's okay. Let it roll. Let it roll. I just had to
It's
tell
Lions
you.
Monday, Rico. Just breathe.
We're going to get to the Lions at 3. It's an extended show, so we wanted to expand coverage. Let's go to Gabe, 97.1. What's up, Gabe?
Just calling. I'm a lifetime Michigan Wolverine fan, and my thoughts, feelings on Harbaugh have unchanged pretty much since 2019. That is, I'm indifferent to whether he stays or he goes. And to be honest with you, I mean, he's not going anywhere this year. But moving forward as a winning football team, you'd have a hard time convincing me that him not being back next year wouldn't be the best thing for the team.
Why do you say that?
I say that because all this NFL speculation, all this NFL rumors that he himself annually stirs up is hurting recruiting. You get a guy like Chip Kelly who can recruit into Michigan, and it's a whole new level.
I mean, Gabe, I understand what you're saying. I think here's reality. I will be stunned if you don't play for a national title this year, whether that's on the field or some unforeseen outer space action by any governing body. All you care about right now is just go win it. Like, ask any fan base if you could win the national title and then be lousy for the next 5 years. They do it. They probably say to be lousy the next 10.
Yeah.
This idea that somehow he's not good for business, I just can't. I can't get there. I can't.
No, I mean, and I get it. It's a professional level, but do you think Rams fans care that their team stinks right now?
No, they got the Super Bowl.
Right.
All that
Yeah,
counts.
once you win it, yeah, you're willing to put up with years of ineptitude.
Second of all, they still have a nice class. Now, it's not super elite. It's outside the top 10. But it's very good, and they've got like 30 kids. Now, if should you be recruiting better? Like, should you be recruiting the way OSU is? Yes. I mean, I think OSU's got 5 or 6 5-star kids in this class alone. However, you are beating them. So there's some form of, well, then again, the 2 times you beat them, it's during what? This Sergeant Stallone. Okay. Come on. Sergeant Stallone.
What?
Let's go to Michael, 97.1. What's up, Mike? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, Mike?
Good. What's on your mind?
I just want to touch on 2 things. First, just briefly going to the Harbaugh thing. I, like other Michigan fans, want this deal to get done so badly because if it doesn't, I myself do not want to go back to the dark ages of 2008, and they just got to find a way to get it done. Now, obviously, if he's indicated in the investigation, then yeah, but he's gone. But beyond reasonable doubt, you got to get back to him.
Agree. I agree totally.
Second thing I wanted to touch on was I root for other Big Ten teams besides Ohio State and Michigan State, of course. But I really have no idea how good Michigan, Ohio State, or Penn State really are because the Power 5 rankings for offensive scoring just came out, and the Big Ten makes up 8 of the bottom 10.
Michael.
Shout out to Jay Johnson for having number 1 at 18 points.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Bravo. Thank you, Michael. I'd like to accept that award on Jay Johnson's.
I just wanted to get some thoughts on that, though.
Mike, so let me ask you a question. Like, how often do you listen to the show?
Honestly, I just got back from deployment a couple months ago, so
I don't
have been,
know.
listening religiously.
Well, all right.
Well, you
so,
know
like,
what?
you've
Welcome
heard
back,
me.
first of all.
Yeah, amen to that. And second of all, Mike, I've been saying it. This is the worst Big Ten of my life. It's awful. I mean, you watch these games and you go, this isn't Power 5 football. Like this week, Iowa and Northwestern are about to play, Mike, and the over-under is 29.5.
Disgusting.
It's not, Mike, it's not football.
Well,
it's
you
nonsense.
know what? You won't have Brian Ferentz to kick around anymore. Looks like he won't be back.
I am heartbroken. It just, hate
Swing
to
by
see it.
East Lansing and pick up your buddy.
Jay Johnson and Brian Ferentz is the ultimate offensive coordinator Spider-Man meme.
Wait a minute. Is that Dan Enos?
Add another Spider-Man. That's the truth, man. All right, let's go around the league. We'll take care of some business. Lions at 3 o'clock, Monday Night Football, extended coverage to 7:15. We've talked about Northville Lumber for a long time. Oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more than Northville. In fact, last year, contractors, homeowners, they bought enough Trex from Northville to cover 26 football fields. And there's a reason they can move that much product, because it's all in the warehouse. No wait, no lead time, no supply chain issues. You buy it, you get it. And at industry low prices. You need someone to build that deck. They'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro. All you need to do, stop by, call Northville Lumber today, or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right. Today, obviously, Lions Day, and rightfully so, but let's at least cover some ground. Wild weekend in the NFL, and maybe the worst officiated weekend in the history of the league. And David, if you don't have malpractice in here by Brian Daboll, we're not friends anymore. Let's go around the league. All right, David. Let's see where we begin.
Well, we can start with that. We can start with Brian Daboll because it just didn't make sense. The game was punt in the first half. You have an opportunity to win the game, but you go for the field goal and don't go for it on fourth down. What are you doing? Or what is Brian Daboll doing?
He's coaching scared. He's coaching not to lose. He's not the cigar-smoking, bleep-talking, tall-walking guy.
It ain't 2022 anymore.
No, and frankly, it was a disgrace. 4th and 1 on the opponent's 17. You get it. The game's over. You kick. You're only up 6. What are you doing? I just honestly, if you make errors like that, Rico's going to say it's hyperbole. I could let you go in a heartbeat as head coach. If that's what you're going to give me, see you later. I don't give a damn what you did last year.
Yeah, but see, for that, Mike, maybe it's the catch-22 because if he goes for it, he doesn't. Excuse me, he doesn't get it,
and
then it's like you're an idiot. Why didn't you just kick the field goal?
Because no one wanted the field goal. It doesn't put you up by 7 or 9 or 10. It puts you up by a useless 6. Yeah. Get the yard.
Understand, but also look
why do you
the
pay
opponent.
Saquon? Get the yard.
Okay, that's fair.
Ah!
You win. No, I'm just saying. You look at the opponent that you're playing, you're thinking to yourself,
I know.
Can the Jets even score?
Listen, in the end,
let's just take the points.
I've spent the last 24 hours convincing my father it's a good thing that this took place yesterday, but he's still not having it.
Yeah, I always feel bad for Big G. That game,
broken man.
That was a broken game. You had to be a true New Yorker to enjoy that one.
David.
Well, let's get into my team for a quick minute because you had Deontay Johnson after the game. Quote, they were calling some stupid stuff. They should get fined for calling bad and making terrible calls and stuff like that. That's how angry I am because they cost us the game. I don't care what nobody says. They cost us the game. And he's talking about the refs. Yeah. They called a rare offensive offsides on a field goal attempt.
Mike Tomlin said in his 40 years of coaching, 30 years of coaching, he'd never seen it called.
That call's been called this year, but only on the tush-push play. Never on stuff like this.
Roberto, I'm going to need that in the Dropbox, please. The way he really emphasized the T in that. Look, Deontay Johnson's going to get himself in trouble because he also said, quote, they must have been paid good.
Yes, he did.
Close quote.
There it is. They wanted him to win.
But it's been like this all year with the refs.
Oh, it's
all year. That was a brand new crew, by the way, in that game.
I mean, Rico dealt with it yesterday, too. I mean, Zach Taylor was going nuts on the sideline of their game. You had the missed call in Washington, and Ron Rivera was getting some prune juice, so he couldn't challenge. You had the ridiculous call in the Pittsburgh game. NFL officiating is at rock bottom. Every week I watch stuff and I go, this can't be the best we can get.
Now, and it's funny because I wonder if they're doing this thinking that they can get bailed out because of the eye in the sky. But it's like, guys, that's not how this works. Just if you do your job and you make the right call, you don't need somebody to come in because the penalties aren't getting reversed.
No.
I mean, the touchdowns and all that, maybe, but yeah, you're right. It's just some bad calls.
Yeah, and again, Rico, it's also not making calls, but it's also making the wrong calls. It's crazy the stuff that's getting missed.
Yeah, there was a call last week in the Colts game. The owner of the Colts said this over the week. He said, they apologized to me, but we got to get this fixed. He's right.
There's nothing worse than that.
They got to get it fixed.
The apology afterwards. And since we're complaining, 3 weeks ago when I'm watching the Niners and the Browns and the Niners got off the field and the refs threw the flag and said, no, that's pass interference. Like, that wasn't pass interference. And they showed it's like, no, even when the announcers are saying, I don't understand this, that's when you know it's bad.
I have a question for Rico. After starting 5-0 and everything's peachy, the Niners have lost 3 in a row. And Brock Purdy, hey, by the way, anyone still want to mention Brock Purdy in an MVP conversation? Anybody want to force me to put Brock Purdy in the top 10? Not Rico. I'm talking media chuckleheads. I want to know.
I never said that.
I know you didn't, and I would never impugn your character in such a manner. What I want to know, though, is around the room, 1 to 10, what is the concern level that Brock Purdy and ergo the Niners have been exposed?
10 being like, this is DEFCON, this is it, it's over there, done, or I would say probably I'm still going to go around about a 3 or 4.
Oh, please. I'm going 7.
Oh, my.
I'm going 7.
See, I'm actually right in the middle. It'd be about a 5 for me. If you don't have a quarterback or there's going to be a quarterback situation move, we got a situation in Santa Clara. If there's going to be a quarterback situation, I think it's about a 5.
Yeah, here's what happened. I think that we see, just moving Debo around really helped out Brock. The league caught up to him, and now in the bye week, they got to come up with some new wrinkles that the league hasn't seen or put Brock in better situations because, right now it's just sit back. You can confuse him, and he'll just throw that pick that he wasn't throwing before.
Hey, David, you know what's interesting? Rico doesn't even recognize the privilege that's there. Well, we just have to put Brock in better situations. Oh, what?
Well, hey, you know what?
Hand the ball off to CMC. Better situation.
No. Here's the thing. I said it for the Lions. If you could be 5-3 at your break, great. The Niners. Now, it's not the best way to become 5-3 to win 5 and lose 3 straight. You're 5-3. You're in your break. We'll be okay.
Yeah, you'll be okay. Sure.
Hey, you know what? We beat your team, David.
And let's move on. Anybody can beat my team. So the Buffalo Bills won on Thursday. They have all this time to get things together for their next game, and they decide to sign Leonard Fournette today. What? Why would you go after Leonard Fournette if you're the Buffalo Bills?
Look, it doesn't fix Dayton Jones on the D-line being out. It doesn't fix Matt Milano, and it doesn't fix Tre'Davious White. I have no idea. They can't even figure out how to use James Cook appropriately.
No, but I think in their world, the best way to do this is just more offense. All I hear is that the dude from the midday show. More offense.
More football questions.
Yeah, let's just go get more players on offense, and now we'll just outscore people. You're right. It doesn't help them defensively.
Oh, my gosh. And we have breaking news.
What?
Seahawks are finalizing a deal to acquire Leonard Williams in exchange for a 2024 second-round pick and a 2025 fifth-round selection.
I'm fully aroused.
Another team is getting richer.
Oh, no, hold on now. Time out. In fairness, I don't want the Lions making that move. Giving up a second-round pick for an underperforming guy on a bloated contract. Now, Leonard Williams, I would love to put him here. I'd love to have him in my D-line room. But not, A, get his contract. The money's nuts. And second of all, a second-round pick? Hooray, New York Giants. I'll take that all day. Now, get rid of Saquon. Sell, Mortimer. Sell.
Well, no, I mean, but
turn those machines back on.
Right. We're not done yet. But no, Seattle sees an opportunity. They are now in first place in the West.
They are.
And you know what? I don't know what's going on in San Francisco, but we can't worry about that. We got to get better. Guys, they got to chase after us, so let's get our D-line. You can never go wrong bringing in D-linemen.
And then let's...
Hold on. Leonard Williams, by the way, I am pretty sure this is the most Giant thing ever. They don't get a deal done to rework his deal. We eat all the money. He's going to be, wait a minute. He's going to be expiring at the end of this year, and Seattle gave up a 2.
Yeah.
If that's the if that's the market, be glad you sat that one out, Lion fan. Now, Seattle can go pay him, but remember, that man's turning 30.
Yeah, but Seattle may be in those F those pick type of mode.
Okay. That's fair.
That is very fair.
Wow.
That's a big move for Seattle.
I gotta call G and make sure he's on. I don't know if my dad emotionally can handle a fire sale here.
Now, see, the funny thing is, I was expecting Saquon to get moved today.
It's possible.
Don't hold your breath. Just sit tight. But question.
Yeah.
Anyone noticing what Thibodeau's been up to?
Yeah.
Now, I understand. Aiden Hutchinson could do no wrong out here. Kayvon's got 9 sacks. He had a 10-tackle, 4 TFL, 3-sack game yesterday. Nice rebound from him. First couple of weeks were not ideal.
It was slow for him.
He's
yes.
third in the NFL in sacks. He's coming on strong. It looks like in the end, I think both parties are going to be right. Aiden's good. Thibodeau's good. Didn't matter who the Lions took. And Aiden
does he wear an eye
No,
black?
but hey, listen. In
Does he do
fairness,
the Michael Jackson?
In fairness to Aiden, there is some luck to sacks. Aiden's pressures are getting there. He's got to get home a little more if you want to be viewed as the elite. Is that fair?
No, that's fair.
I don't think Nick Bosa gets paid because of his almost sacks.
QB pressures. Let's get you $25 million a year.
No, it was something.
Well, Nick Bosa ain't doing much lately.
All righty then.
Buyer's remorse, 248. All right,
it is in football today.
All right, Hungry Howie's. And Halloween right around the corner. Hungry Howie's has some crazy deals. The mix and match menu. You can mix and match all Hungry Howie's favorites, starting at $6.99 each. You can choose from the breads, the salads, hot subs, flatbreads, your beverages, whatever it may be. You get involved, all starting at $6.99. No tricks, no nonsense. The mix and match, dinner on the table in 20 minutes, any night of the week. Tons of options with that mix and match menu. Take advantage of it. It's Hungry Howie's Pizza. Mix and match menu. It's Hungry Howie's. All right, we're getting to the Lions in 10 minutes. We go on the board, but I have some breaking news you can use. It's official. Harlan Barnett's a moron. At his weekly press conference, Harlan Barnett says, quote, "It's still a QB competition headed into next week." No, Harlan, no, it's not. Anyone with a brain has watched Sam Levitt jump off the screen, albeit he's one of the only human beings on the team that looks like they're actually trying. But what in the actual F? How can that staff keep rolling out a quarterback who is ready, Michigan fans, a nothing burger? And then this kid comes in and you sit up and you're like, all right, a little something there.
Right. Here's the thing. Once you played him in the Michigan game, you've now officially pretty much burned his red shirt. He has to play now. He has to start every game, period. You got to see what you have. You got to support the next staff and so that they know who to release and who not. I've seen everything I need to see out of Hauser. I mean, yeah, for everybody who's told me how great this kid was, you owe everybody an apology. I look at Levitt, okay, he's made mistakes, but they're freshman mistakes that you could work on.
When will you stop making excuses for Harlan? 248.
Mike, he's not going to be there. I don't need to make excuses.
I don't want him there now. Get rid of him. Get me someone else. Give me another interim of the interim assistant.
You have Mr. Potato Head as coach?
It's the same thing. Mr. Potato Head's headset is the same as Harlan's. It's non-functional and plastic.
What is D'Antonio doing?
He's not even there. I'm convinced they now, if people want to tell me there are Biden body doubles, there's a D'Antonio body double. Show me Mark D'Antonio falling up the stairs on a plane and we're the same place.
Yeah.
Dude, come on.
Dude, the season can't get over fast. But
4 more
really, at
weeks.
this point, right, just put Levitt out there because, yeah.
All right. I wanted to give you that breaking news. Let's go on the board, shall we? Okay, gave you Arizona on Friday. Decent. Now we got to find a way to get value out of the Lions, laying 7.5 or 8, depending on where you play. And I'm not laying those points. But I want to find a way while you're at tailgate right now to bet this game. Here's what we can do. Lions money line with an anytime touchdown topper. So, Kenny, you have these numbers up. We talked about it pre-show. I want to go back to you on this. Jahmyr Gibbs is minus 135. Sam Laporta is plus 150. Josh Reynolds, spitball, and I believe is plus 225. Does that sound correct?
Yeah, that's right. 225.
Okay. I would take two of those three, combine in separate parlays. Lions money line with, Lions money line with. That's how I'd approach the game if you must bet it tonight. I cannot lay those points.
Laporta's now at plus 160. Gibbs is at minus 155.
What does Gibbs and Lions money line yield? Does it get you at least even money?
That's plus 104 right now.
Okay. So you're still better than the minus 110. You avoid any worry about points. It's the Rico Beard, just sing the fight song, who won the game parlay. Rico, what do you have?
Mike, it's very similar, though I'm not going with the Lions money line. I'm saying a Laporta anytime touchdown. Pair that up with a Josh Jacobs anytime touchdown at plus 416.
I wish I was. These anytime touchdown things are wild. The kids love them.
Yeah, it's the only thing that keeps my sanity in Niners games. Thank you, Christian McCaffrey.
Okay, Kenny Cott with an NHL play.
I'm all over the Winnipeg Jets tonight. At home, home dogs, plus 105. You're getting them. The Rangers, very good team they're playing, but
Shesterkin.
All of the nerdy metrics that I like are on the Jets, so we're going to take the Jets.
I do love that you're not going into the analytics. You're just saying they all support me and we listen to you.
Mike, I've stepped on this rake enough time. Oh, yeah, high danger chances. All right.
Hey, guys, you're not going to believe the Fenwick.
What about the Corsi?
Right. No, I appreciate it, and I think the people do too. They just care that you pick winners. Yes. Jets plus 105. David.
I'm looking at Craig Reynolds. Craig Reynolds, anytime touchdown score at plus 180. I believe he's going to get the goal line duties.
Yep.
He's going to get an opportunity to score a touchdown.
David, who do I take out of the list then? Gibbs, Laporta, Reynolds. See,
Gibbs.
I view Reynolds, if I'm on Roz down, like that's where Reynolds becomes that clutch moment guy for Goff.
Correct.
I'd take Gibbs out.
Same here.
Okay.
Or
Rico
Mike,
just killed Jahmyr Gibbs.
No. Oh, how about this? How about a little cross-sport specialty? By the way, Pistons doing pretty good. What if you did Sam Laporta anytime touchdown and Cade Cunningham to score at least 20 points tonight at plus 250?
I will tell you, in fairness, the close of that Chicago game was very entertaining. Some alley-oops, made threes, Cade, a little bit of a scare when he landed on somebody's foot, but was okay. I can see, all right, you have some pieces. The problem is this league, you just can't win with a young team, but they're entertaining a little bit early.
No, but
I kind of dig it.
This is where I like the fact that Monty is the coach. I think he'll get the most out of them.
Okay, so 28.5 wins. Thanks, Rico.
That's a start.
When did you meet Will Smith? All right, let's get to the business of the day. It is your Lions, Monday Night Football. Next. Thanks, John. NFL, FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook right now. New customers, $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. So, an example, Mr. Rico Beard has talked about the Pistons. Maybe you bet them outright against OKC tonight. $5, win or lose, you're going to get $150 back. FanDuel promotions like this all the time. We talked about the player props, more markets than anybody. It's FanDuel, the official partner of the NFL, 21 and up, present in Michigan. First online real money wager only, $5 pre-game money line wager required. First online real money wager only, $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-270-7117.
We're brought to you by Mother Waddles. Busy day with the Lions, Wings, and Pistons all in action tonight. Lions game day ahead of the Lions and Raiders at Ford Field begins at 5 right here in 97 when the ticket kickoff at 8:20. Amon-Ra St. Brown on the injury list with questionableness due to an illness. Frank Ragnow doubtful with a toe. 5-3-1 Red Wings trying to snap a 3-game skid. They're at 4-2-1 Islanders at 7:30 tonight. That's on our brother station, WWJ AM 950. Isles a -160 favorite in that one. 2-1 Pistons visit the 2-1 Thunder. Thunder favored by 6.5. You can hit that one on Alt FM 98.7 at 8 p.m. World Series Game 3 tonight in Arizona. Diamondbacks and Rangers split the first two. Max Scherzer going for Texas. And the Wall Street Journal report says a multi-year contract extension that would have made Michigan head coach Jim Harbaugh the highest-paid coach in the B1G has been pulled off the table by the university due to the sign-stealing scandal. Jim Harbaugh says today, I don't think so. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, let's get to the main dish. If you missed anything, we did a small convo on the Harbaugh rescinded alleged contract. But the Lions are the story of the day. Monday Night Football tonight. I am not selling fear. I am selling reality. Be careful with BOGO tickets, as Rico puts them. I think Amon-Ra questionable. I'm not expecting him to play. I think when you look at this whole deal, just survive and get to your bye week. Obviously, you guys are going to do an incredible job as a fan base. That place is going to be rocking, but you don't play the game. The Lions are a banged-up football team. They need to just get this done by 1 or 100 tonight. But I wanted to see, and Rico, we have to talk about it. Now, a win tonight, to me, this is my version of BOGO. You ready?
Yep.
A win tonight wraps up the NFC North. Because Kirk Cousins is dead.
If I had the bell here, I would ring it because, that's same here. You win tonight, there is no threat. Think about
David's
it.
dying over here.
Think about it. Cousins, gone. Fields,
Gone.
Okay.
Jordan
Love
Love
is there.
sucks.
This is it. I mean, aside from a stadium implosion, you're the NFC North champion.
But I want to use your team as a reminder to Lions fans. Injuries matter. And again, you're not playing the Bengals. The Niners were. But we saw the Niners lose to the Browns. It is a week-to-week league. So all I am imploring you to do, don't do what the callers to the morning show did and start doing 42-10 predictions. I don't know where that comes from.
No, I mean, because at least I feel a little differently. St. Brown with an illness may not even play tonight or in limited action. And look, he's not a world beater, but it's a step up with Jimmy G probably playing tonight because Friday it didn't look like he was going to play, but now he is. Just win the game. Just win the game, get to the bye week, rest up, try to get Montgomery back because I think that's the key to the offense. But, yeah, you win tonight by 1 on a last-second field goal. Congratulations.
Yes, don't care.
You might as well raise the banner tonight.
That's it. Don't care. Just win.
Yeah.
Here was the other thing I wanted to see where people are at. Is this us being mean? Or is it okay for us to have not a hope, expectation? Tonight, J-Mo would need to step forward. Obviously, Marvin Jones gone addressing a family situation. If Amon-Ra doesn't play, is it wrong now for us to expect anything out of J-Mo? Is that us being mean again?
No, I don't think so, Mike, but here it is. Vegas appears to think so because J-Mo anytime touchdown, I think it's like plus 220. That's probably the best odds I've seen from him ever.
Yeah.
He's normally around plus 650, plus 700. Vegas has him at plus. Vegas expects him to score as well.
Tonight's the night.
Yeah, if you can't do it tonight, buddy, what are we waiting for?
Kenny Cott, Ducks and J-Mo anytime TD, plus 12,000. I want to hear from the people, though. I mean, everyone's excited. It's Monday Night Football. It's fantastic. It should be a good scene. I wish we still had a setup like the Silverdome where you had a parking lot to tailgate, like the NFL does it.
A central location?
Yes, where everybody could be together tonight and enjoy. And it has always bummed me out about Ford Field is tailgating. It's not great. It's just, I'm sorry, it's not.
No, it's so disappointing because you see the fan base go to team after team. You hear chants, "Let's go Lions" at opposing stadiums. They hop on the plane. They go to these different places. You see it in Ford Field, but you're right. You don't have that atmosphere. Kind of how you always talk about like that SEC type of atmosphere outside the stadium. That's not happening here. It's all dispersed. This is more like tailgating at Michigan or Michigan State.
TJ has just sent a missive, and boy, he texts like an old man. All he just sent was effing Leonard Williams. I'm like, okay, I think.
Hey, so, TJ, when are they going to name something after Eastern Michigan after you?
Okay, then. So
Max Crosby has a field named after him now.
All right. So here's the thing. I was just thinking about this, and I know the parallel to the game tonight is we're going to be talking trade deadline. All I will tell you is if the marketplace has been set by what the Giants just got for Leonard Williams, I don't know if you're participating. Leonard Williams is an expiring player. The Giants at best would have probably received a 4th-round pick in 2025 compensatory when and if he walked this year. The Giants picked up most of his remaining salary this year and received a 2nd-round pick for this guy. Now, guys, we've talked about this. You know, if you're going to trade that type of capital for a player who's expiring, you better get him signed. What do we not want to do? We don't want to sign guys that are about to be 30. That's a bad idea. It's a bad move. But we've talked about the Lions inquiring about players like Montez Sweat or Chase Young or Danielle Hunter. Now Minnesota's up you-know-what creek without a paddle. But if this is the going rate, I'm not going to be able to yell at the team. But that's where I want to hear from you guys. Because if you're giving up a 2nd-round pick for an expiring guy and you don't retain him, you are defining the F them picks attitude. And I don't know if you as a Lions fan are there yet. I don't know if you're ready to do that. I will just tell you I am blown away by what the Giants got for Leonard Williams, and it makes me scared, Rico. Can the Lions enter this trade market?
See, here's the thing, Mike. You can't play scared because scared money don't make money. If you're the Lions, you still have to do this because you have to improve this team. And we just finished saying, you win this game, you're probably going to win the North. You're going to be in the playoffs.
Are you ready to give up a 2nd-round pick?
Mike, for the right person?
Who's the right person?
Pick.
Okay, who? Don't say Aaron Donald. That's PlayStation. Who?
I don't think that's necessarily PlayStation, Mike.
I need a single credible report, Rico.
I don't need a credible report. You asked me my opinion, and I'm saying with the Rams losing and they realize we're not a good team and we need picks, I would pick up the phone. As you always say.
Okay, pick up the phone and probably get hung up on, but pick up the phone.
Okay, but right. I mean, but now you look at the guys, what about a Chase Young?
Right, yeah. but my point is if Leonard
I would do
Williams,
a 2nd-round pick.
Right, but why, if I'm the Commanders now I'm not taking a 2.
Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you if this changes your mind, because he had $18 million, I believe, base salary left on his deal. The Giants decided to pay $10 million of that for the rest of the year.
Right.
So they're basically paying for the 2nd-round pick.
Right.
So
yeah, but David, that's my point in all of this. Like, okay, so the Giants pick up the prorated amount and get a 2. So now you mean to tell me if the Lions want to get involved in this and they want to make some big trade, the other team's going to look at that as a template and go, okay, well, we don't want your offer. Now you would have to bribe us to trade you this player. That worries me. A Lions fan, do you think you're close enough that you're willing to give up a 2+ Giants got a 2 and a 5 for Leonard Williams. You giving up a 2 and a 5 for Montez Sweat? Danielle Hunter? I mean, what are you giving up to get these guys? Now, Montez Sweat is the guy that'd be the guy I'd target, to me.
Yeah, but I mean, because this is a year, if you're Detroit, man, next year ain't promised, Mike. And yeah, if you got to come off that second round pick, go for it and take your chances because the season is lining up right in front of you.
All right, if I'm Washington, you're giving me a 2 this year and a 3 next year. That's what you're giving me for Montez Sweat. You ready to jump in those waters?
No.
Well, too bad, because this guy's a way better ball player than Leonard Williams, and he's younger.
See, here's the thing, and I hear everything you're saying, Rico, about the opportunity being here for the Lions, and I agree with you on that. But it's also, the window's not closing if they don't do it this year. The window's open, to me, for a few years here.
No.
So you're going to sell everything, second-round pick, to get a guy that's going to be gone in free agency at the end of the year?
The window it's not closing, but right now the window's broken. I mean, this is an ATM that's spitting out free 20s. Eventually somebody's going to fix it. Your schedule, very easy. Now it's the NFL. You're going to lose a few more games, but probably not that many. You're about to play all the NFC North with all the bad QBs. You got to prepare yourself for the games against the Eagles. Then the games against, you may get a rematch with the Seahawks. You may see the Niners. You can't say, well, we'll get them. If we don't get them this year, we'll get them next year. Next year may not happen. But right here, right now, you're one of the best 2-3 teams in the NFC. You got to make some type of a move. It's going to hurt you, but you can't look at it that way. You got to look at the opportunity. We got a chance to win right here, right now. And we got to go for it.
Let me give you the people's response. I think Lions fans are scared. Straight up. That's not me mocking or taunting. I'm telling you, they don't know what to do here, Rico. They don't know how to get involved on a conversation like this because they've never been on this side of it. They've always been the team selling.
Yeah, I was about to say, when you're always, okay, but you know what? Maybe this will be the topic for them. Hey, maybe they should go ahead and see if Minnesota wants to buy Teddy Bridgewater for a 5th-round pick. How about that?
No, but I mean, the reality is Danielle Hunter, Montez Sweat, or players we haven't heard of that play the same spot, if that's what Leonard Williams cost because the Giants ponied up money, that didn't do anything to help you. And if Washington truly has other offers for Sweat, to me, the way this would work, you'd never get 2 picks. You'd never give up 2 in the same draft, but you'd give up, let's say, a 2 right now and a 3 next year. Let's say that's the going rate for Danielle Hunter. That's the going rate for Montez Sweat. You in? I don't have a corner to give you guys because I don't think there's a corner that makes a damn bit of difference.
Oh, wait. So you're saying a 2 in next year's draft and a 3 in the draft following?
Correct. Like Rico, that's... You'd have to give up this year's 2 and next year's 3.
Yep, I would do that. Because you have an opportunity right now where you're one of the best teams. And you're not experiencing the type of injuries that other teams are. So take full advantage of this because you don't know when all of a sudden this is going to all fall apart. And David, I understand what you're saying. Like, oh, we still have time. But in the NFL, man, things go bad quickly.
248-539-9797. And yes, no one is looking past. I'm not looking past tonight's game. I think tonight's going to be more difficult than people imagine. It's a week-to-week league, but the trade deadline does matter. Win or lose tonight, I think Rico and I both agree, you're in it to win this thing. And the division now with Kirk Cousins dying, it's yours. So the question would just be, what does this team have to do before tomorrow at 4 o'clock that is going to make you believe something special could happen? And I think in order to get some of these names that you're hip to, it's going to cost you second-round capital plus. Are you on board? And if you're not, I don't think that makes you a weenie. And I'm also not mad if you say, F it, let's go. But man alive, I am in disbelief. No matter what money the Giants picked up, I can't believe Seattle gave a 2 for Leonard Williams. So let's talk about it a little bit. 248-539-9797. Here's Rico to tell you about school.
All right, you've heard me. Oh, nope, not about school. Everything's changing so fast these days. Like this read. That's a great thing. Back in the day, we're lucky to download one video to our desktop computer, but now there's Xfinity 10G network. That means the fastest internet with the fastest speeds rolling out all the time. An internet that can power a whole house full of devices at once with an ultra low lag. So while one person is streaming a movie or the game in their room, another can be playing video games in the basement. Somebody else is doing the latest TikTok craze in the kitchen. It's the next generation 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. And now through November 15th, new customers can get a 75 megabit internet on the next generation Xfinity 10G network for just $20 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or just simply visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply to internet service. Actual speeds vary.
Thank you, caller Rob. Perfect temperature to sleep, 68 degrees. What else is not up for debate? The iComfort Eco by Serta, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, and feeling restored. Or Serta's Perfect Sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while you maintain a balanced sleep temperature. Serta mattresses, made in Michigan, have been for 110 years. Go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. All right, let's get to the people. And while tonight's game is on our mind, clearly the trade deadline is as well. The news of Kirk Cousins tearing his Achilles, that all but ends this division. The Packers can't get out of bed, and the Bears forget about it. So, look, first big move of the deadline. Look, the Eagles made it with Keith Byard. The next big move is what the Giants just did with Seattle. I mean, they traded Leonard Williams, got a second-round pick. Yes, they paid money to help boost the return, probably from a 3 to a 2. The point I'm making is if I'm the Commanders or I'm the Vikings, I'm going and I'm saying if you want our best pass rusher, Danielle Hunter, Montez Sweat, respectively, a 2 is the minimum, and it's probably 2+. So are you willing to go there? And I think Rico's got a great point. You can't view tomorrow as guaranteed. Yeah. And the Buffalo Bills, I mean, everyone thought they had a nice window this year. It was gone by week 3. They're not winning the Super Bowl. Tre'Davious White's gone. Milano's gone. Dayton Jones is gone. They're done. They'll win some games. They'll flirt, but they're not going to go to the Super Bowl. You can't guarantee anything. So how much are you willing to pay to get what you need to not only guarantee you win this division, but to give yourselves a legitimate chance for special, right? I think if you don't make a trade in the next 24 hours of note, don't give me, Rico's favorite player to Trinity Benson All-Stars. I need a real player. I think Aiden needs help. I think you need somebody up front. Well, Leonard Williams off your shopping list. That was TJ Lang's guy. So just tell me how far you're willing to go. You want to get to the people?
Yeah, hold on real quick. By the way, the Lions are announcing that regardless of result tonight after the game, there will be a banner ceremony for the North Division.
David, come on, man. Wouldn't that be the most cocky thing in the world? That would be awesome.
Yeah, you know what? That would rank right up there with the Jacksonville Jaguars just stomping on the terrible towels.
Oops. Let's go to the people. Let's go into Josh, 97.1. What's up, Josh?
Hey, Mike, Rico, David. Just wanted to say, pleasure watching your guys' show. Ever since the Matt Patricia rant, I've been hooked.
Okay. Perfect.
So just to go off what you were saying, I'm willing to give up first. I'm willing to go to the first. I'm willing to give up a second. If for the right guy, I'm willing to give up that much capital because you're right there. Kirk Cousins is down. Basically, after this game, we got the NFC North Division. You could be the number 1 seed in the NFC. There is that possibility. So that is what I'm willing to give up.
So let me ask you the question. Who's the right player?
The right player. That is Danielle Hunter, or honestly, I don't know about a first for Chase Young, but definitely a second for Chase Young.
All right, let me ask you this question. And I mean, this is where we get complicated. But Josh, I'm the Commanders. You come to me about Montez Sweat. I say I'll give you Montez Sweat and a 4, but I want a first-round pick. You doing it?
Say yes. Say yes.
Yes. Do it.
Don't get bullied by Rico, Josh. Don't let him bully you.
Influence the jury.
Hey, I'm drinking the Kool-Aid.
yes.
I've been drinking the Kool-Aid all year.
Josh, here's the thing. Let's say this year goes the way it's supposed to. You're basically giving them a second-round pick because your first-round pick is going to be so low in the first round. It's almost a second-rounder, but it means that you were competing for a Super Bowl.
Point for Rico. I don't hate that point. First-round picks after pick 25. What's the value?
Right.
Rico, you have to. This is where you, unlike me, you don't have the pulse of the people. These people have never been on this side of the deli counter. They've always been the ones dispensing of the bologna. They've never been the ones wanting to buy it. So they're not used to this.
Welcome to the Wagyu shop.
Oh, my. Privilege.
Let me mention this because this may change people's minds. But looking at next year's pick, they do have an extra third-round pick for the Vikings, and you also could get another one if you lose Aaron Glenn. Just bringing that up for people.
Okay, well, go get Ndamukong Suh and go trade for Montez Sweat. Let's load the wagon up and let's do this. What's the problem? Let's go to the people. Go to Kevin, 97.1. What's up, Kevin? How you doing?
Hey guys, I have a couple reasons why I don't want to do this right now. One is that we're drafting well, and it'd be nice to keep guys under rookie salary deals while we're trying to re-sign some of the bigger names that we're going to re-sign over the next couple of years. I don't want to see this disappear right away. The second thing is my main concern with the Lions I don't think can be addressed with a draft pick. My main concern is how this coaching staff and how this team will respond with the target on their back or a number one seed or the expectations of going further. I don't know that they're playoff ready. I know they're going to have to go through some process to be ready, and I would like to see them be good over that process, not put all their eggs in one basket and then have a early round exit or something, because we just don't know how they're going to do in a playoff game against Philadelphia or San Francisco, teams that have been there a number of years.
Kevin, I'm not mad at the perspective, but I think if you continue just trying to sit back, do nothing, use your draft picks, let me ask you a question. How much is Jack Campbell helping you right now? How much is Jameson Williams helping you right now? Like the argument
Mike, perfect example. I was going to say 3 of your last first-round picks really haven't done much.
Right. So my point is there's no guarantee. Kevin, if I can get you a player that becomes a foundational piece of the franchise, it's worth looking at, no?
If you say that, though, and then say Montez Sweat, then I'm not sure we're on the same page. I don't know that there's a guy in a position on a team right now that is a game changer that's worth mortgaging some of our future for, especially given what I said. I just don't think we're ready for that jump. I think we got a good team, and I don't think we're just biding time. I think we're still building, and I'd like to see them.
Look, here's the deal. How many guys do you have on your team that got 34 tackles and 6.5 sacks? I mean, Kevin, I'm with you. I understand he's not Reggie White, but Montez Sweat is having a real season here. And if I get him, aren't I investing in Aiden? Isn't that the counter to the discussion?
Sure. So where do you see us with him and without him in the grand scheme of things?
I think with him, you can get to the NFC title game.
Aren't we kind of handed a free year this year already by winning the division and getting far in the playoffs just by virtue of that?
No. You know what? See last year's Minnesota Vikings.
Well,
they ran away with the division and done by the Giants at home.
I mean, look, Kevin, I've said this from the beginning, and look, I don't want to, Rico's ego's already totally out of control. It's just, if you had drafted Jordan Davis, you are investing in Aiden. Had you drafted Jalen Carter, you're investing in Aiden. Making this deal is every bit as much about Aiden Hutchinson as it is winning now. I want to give Aiden a bookend. It's going to make him better. It'll alleviate some pressure.
Because right now it's easier just to scheme him out of the picture. But if you have another person on the line, you got to pick your poison.
Let's go. I'll tell you what, I'll keep it timely. David's telling me I'm number one already, so I don't want to upset him. 248-539-9797. Over 310,000 motor vehicle accidents in Michigan every year. It's a terrible stat. Even worse, the amount of people who end up dead. The point is you need life insurance. I mean, for Christ's sakes, did you see the story the other day, David? The tire taken off the people's roof of their car? Miracle they survived. The point is you need life insurance. You don't know what the hell's going on. Let Mike Purpura National Benefit Plans assist you and your family with that. He'll shop over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide. He guarantees you the best possible rate. And he does this for free. All so that God help you, it never happens. But if and when it does, your family's covered. Longer you wait, the possibility of not getting coverage increases. So don't wait. Call Mike Purpura now, 877-734-2200, or on the web at nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans would like to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. All right, let's check in with David. Cookies joins us in about 90 minutes. Network coverage, Monday Night Football. Trade deadline has kicked off. Leonard Williams gone from the Giants too. A team you could face in the first round of the playoffs, the Seattle Seahawks. And they gave up a 2 and a 5. Now, you must mention the Giants picked up a lot of Leonard's money for this year. That upgrades what you get back. The point we're making, I just talked to TJ Lang during the break because I wanted clarification because he had sent an F. Leonard Williams text, and I'm like, what did Leonard do to you? It was more what they got, and then it was the idea of Rico, TJ's all in, wants to do something at the deadline but doesn't want to get reckless. I said, well, what's reckless? He goes multiple 2s or a first. Like TJ has a line drawn.
So TJ is shopping on the clearance rack.
I'll let you tell him that.
He's listening.
That's very true, actually.
TJ.
All right.
TJ. You be a big boy. Expect big boy things. You got to pay the cost to get good quality.
David, take a text.
Trade any necessary pick. Go get another wide receiver and go get cornerback depth.
But who? See, hold on. Who?
I know.
Guys, the only way I'm giving up a lot of draft capital is to get someone who helps me win up front, and it will further invest in the guy I took number 2 overall last year.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, wide receiver, honestly, I told you, man, you could probably a 7th-round pick and just tell Hunter Renfrow, we got an apartment for you somewhere on the riverfront. You're staying here in Detroit.
Lions need to go all in now. I understand the logic of waiting, but the rest of the NFC North is bad, which means they should only get better next year. We have a real chance sweeping the division.
Okay.
F them picks.
Well, here's the other thing. I think you need to be careful about next year, and RJ is going to give you a reason why. RJ, 97.1.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Good, RJ. What's up?
Oh, I'm just frustrated with this. People just don't seem to understand that this is once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for these Lions with this schedule, because this isn't going to happen again, guys. It's not. Next year, year after, it's going to get brutal. Sell the farm. Go for the win now. Do like the Wings did back in the 90s. Go for it now.
I think the idea is if you end up with 12 or 13 wins this year, you are going to be, quote, rewarded with a brutal schedule. So, no,
absolutely,
RJ, you have a point. I largely agree with you, Enrico. I just draw a line because here's the thing. When you say something like sell the farm, RJ, I ask you, well, who am I selling it for? Like, it's almost like the MSU coaching search. Like, if it's not Urban, who the hell am I supposed to be excited about? It's the same thing. If I can't get Danielle Hunter, or if I can't get Montez Sweat, who are these people I'm selling the farm for?
Get serious. Get Sweat. Get a Burns. Find them. I'd even go get Matt Prater because I know this kicker is going to cost us 2 games in the long run. They have to go all in because obviously their first-round picks don't work.
And I agree with what RJ is trying to say, but only for limited people. You just don't go out there spending recklessly. But, yeah, there are people that if for the right person, I would give up a first-round pick in next year's draft.
What did you give up for McCaffrey last year?
I want to say, was it a second? Because I think they already gave up their first. So I think they gave up a second and a third.
That's it.
Yeah.
Hold on. I want to just.
Because I don't think they had. Yeah, the Niners' first pick was, I think, pick 99, and it was a supplemental pick.
Here we are. So McCaffrey and the Panthers got a 23 second, a 23 third, a 23 fourth, and a 24 fifth. So 4 total picks, a 2, a 3, a 4, and a 5. The reason I say it is, I would never trade for a running back like that. But if McCaffrey represents true high value, albeit not positionally, well, then you're in this mix of, all right, well, what would you be willing to give up for a bookend defensive end with Aiden? And by the way, when James Houston comes back, now you got a 3-man rotation on the edge, 4 if you include Charles Harris. Now I got some. And plus, they're moving Aiden standing up and moving him around, and I don't think he's very good at it, but they keep doing it. The point is, You can then have all three pass rushers on the field with Aiden moving all over. Let's say Danielle Hunter on one side, Charles Harris on the other, or James Houston on the other. Isn't that formidable?
And, Mike, I would simply say this, and I know on the surface what the listeners are going to hear, but you just heard the breakdown for Christian McCaffrey and what the Niners gave up. And I think you're starting to see a little bit of that depth not there this season because of those draft picks for McCaffrey. Wouldn't it be easier just to take the hit, give up a low-level first-round pick, and keep picks 2, 3, 4, 5 in pocket? And that's 4 extra players that Brad Holmes are finding. You know, he's able to find people in the draft. First round, it's been kind of spotty. I'm going to take that away from you, Brad. Focus on the second and further on in the draft.
Let me go to Glenn, 97.1. Glenn, how you doing, buddy?
Doing good, guys. If anyone calls in and says, let's just keep the picks, we're rebuilding still, you just freaking hang up the phone on him, man. You're playing one of the easiest schedules in the NFL. You are the Niners look questionable. The Eagles are the one good team. You have a shot at the number 1 seed. If you're hosting every playoff game at home, this could be the first time ever we see something. So sell the farm, man. Like, go out and trade for Chase Young. Yeah, I'll give up a first. Go get Brian Burns. You have to get a DN. If Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell sit tight and November 1st, we got nobody, I will honestly question the validity of this regime, man. How can you not take advantage of what's happening right now? The NFC North is wide open. Go for it.
Glenn, I'm with you, and TJ said this when he joined us Friday, and I agree with him totally. If you don't make a trade, you're saying, we're just happy winning the division. That's enough.
And, a second thing, Mike, I think the Giants got away with highway robbery.
I know.
So, yeah, that may impact the trade compensation you have to give up, but so be it. Like, I don't care. Go, and preferably my guy, I don't think Brian Burns get traded. I think Carolina's going to keep him. My guy's Chase Young. I think that dude, if you told me in 2024 years later we could get Chase Young still, I would be all for it. I think that dude is untapped.
Let me say this.
Still.
If you were calling me and I were trading Brian Burns, I would need a 1 and a 3.
I would do that in a heartbeat.
I know, Glenn, and I
don't think it's going to happen.
No, and I agree with you because look, the other end of it is the number 1 is going to damn near be a second-round pick, and when you look at it, like here, Glenn, here you go, ready? Oh my God, Carolina got flooded with draft capital. You're right, Brenton Strange is really helping him win right now. Darnell Washington, Nick Herbig, these are lottery tickets. The Niners got Run CMC. They won.
Mm-hmm. Where I go back to the Commanders, they put themselves in this position by not extending Chase's the fifth-year option.
Yeah.
So they screwed themselves by this. So now you can take advantage of their huge mistake. They're not going to keep both Sweat and Young, so you got it. You have a chance to get one of them. Yeah, if I'm Carolina, I don't think I would trade away Brian Burns either because he's special. But you're not going to, with Washington, 90% of their cap space is going to be going towards just their D line. You cannot build a successful team like that. So they're going to have to trade one, in my opinion. So Glenn, you got to get one of them.
Glenn, it's why I've targeted them. And the owner didn't hire Ron Rivera. He didn't hire Eric Bieniemy. He didn't draft Sam Howell. Josh Harris is going to burn that thing to the ground. So to me, that's your target. We'll get more to people. Cookies joins us in a little over an hour. We're taking you to 7:15, Lions game day stuff. Deadline is hot because the first deal has come through. And I think it's totally appropriate to talk about it. No one's looking past tonight. I think tonight's going to be a tougher assignment. But we do have to talk about both things. FanDuel. Score early NFL season with FanDuel, America's #1 sports book right now. New customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 moneyline bet. That's $150 if your team wins. And if you're thinking about joining FanDuel, no better time to get in on the action. They got more betting markets than anybody. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel, the official betting partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame moneyline wager required. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued, not withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 270-7117. Real quick, and callers, I apologize, but can I bring something up? Because this again, this kind of forces me to stick up for Michigan, which makes me feel filthy, but I'm going to do it because I'm a man of integrity. I just saw the ESPN playoff predictor, and I don't know if is it possible for a robot to do cocaine? Because this machine has to be on drugs. How does Michigan only have a 50% chance of making the playoffs and Ohio State's got a 78% chance? In what world? Right now, Michigan is trending to probably be the better part of a 9.5-point favorite the week you play OSU.
Mike, let me help you out with that.
Can you, Dad?
Yeah. No. And when I say it's going to make sense, same way Ohio State made it last year. Because Ohio State has 2 victories, top 10 victories, they could absorb a loss to Michigan, and they still may backdoor themselves into the playoffs.
Fascinating. Okay.
If they're undefeated and they lose to Michigan, and let's just say, I mean, last year wasn't even close. They still made the playoffs.
But 11-1 Michigan's not getting left at home.
Well, but they may because their schedule would be okay.
No way. We get left home at 11-1.
David, you got to see who else is undefeated at the time. I mean, if you have an undefeated Pac-12 team.
Sparty.
Okay.
No, that's David saying that. That's not me.
No, I'm saying Florida. Let's say if Florida State and Washington are still undefeated, the SEC champ is going to go and the Big Ten champ is going to go.
Okay, I have bad news for you. Washington won't be undefeated.
We don't know what's going on
I know
now, Mike. I'm just
Oregon's
saying
best team in the Pac-12.
Well, guess what? They lost when they played Washington.
I don't know what you're talking about. 248-539-9797. Texas is so back, except they don't have a quarterback, and they're probably losing to Kansas State this week. Let's go to Ed, 97.1. What's up, Eddie? How you doing, buddy?
Oh, I've been trying to get through so hard. To me, this is real simple. One guy can come in and help the offense keep our defense off the field. Our defense is the weakness. You can spin it any way you want. We need two linemen, good linemen. We need two good linebackers, and we need two corners. We need six guys. Oh, yeah, let it go. Okay, whatever.
No, I said that's all. I mean, Eddie, that's 6 players.
I know. So how do we keep the defense off the field? We run the ball down the people's throat. Hopefully our offensive line can hold up. We probably need an offensive lineman, too. So we need an offensive lineman, and we need Derrick Henry, and that's it.
Oh, no.
And then just let the chips fall where they fall. But we don't have a defense that can stop. Can our defense stop the 49ers or Philly or Baltimore or, how are you going to stop Burrow?
All right, we got a couple things.
Got beat by Denver yesterday. So that first win we had, well, that goes to show you that much of a win.
Okay, I disagree. Ed, hold on. Ed,
no team. You do, and you're going to hang up on me.
No, and you sound a little triggered here. How about we calm down? I wanted to talk to you. Let's just chill here. Ed, look, last week you lost to the Ravens. That doesn't make you a bad team. It doesn't make Kansas City bad because they lost to the Denver.
We didn't lose. We got destroyed.
All right, and Kansas City got beat up yesterday. Secondly, I don't know what the real deal with Derrick Henry is. One report yesterday said he will not be traded. The Titans have informed him. Today, you're getting reports all over the place. They're still open to maybe doing it. Here's the problem. You paid... Okay, all right. You know what? Now I'm hanging up on you. No.
I was rooting for you.
This is not baseball. You don't get 3 strikes. He was on 2.
Hey,
because I'm trying to talk to Ed. It doesn't matter what I say. The guy's mad at me.
Well, this will make you happy, Mike. The Q line just drove past.
I mean, please. That ought to be the new horn, Ken Cal. Now, if I may. I don't understand why he was so mad. I was trying to help him. I'm not angry that he thinks they need to get better. And respect, you think they need help on defense. But if you think you're 6 players away, then how do you reconcile that you've had the #1 rush defense in this league? And since the middle of last year, you're a top 10 defense. As far as Henry goes, I don't see it. You paid David Montgomery. David Montgomery is coming back. You used a first-round draft pick on Gibbs. And if you don't like Craig Reynolds, no problem. But where does Derrick Henry fit in this franchise? Where does that work? It doesn't. Now, if you want depth, you want to go get a running, I get it. No problem. But Christ, I don't know why you're so mad.
He was a little triggered.
Well, of course you do. I'm trying. You're going to hang up on me. No.
You know why? Because you're not from here, Mike.
What does that mean?
I don't know. I'm just trying to come up with a reason
why. I'm begging him to make a move. All I said is I'm not hip to trading for Derrick Henry because I don't even know if the guy's available. Derrick Henry just came out like an hour ago saying I'm a Titan for life. You tell me. Go to Brian, 97.1. Brian, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good, fellas. That last caller had me until he brought up Derrick Henry. As you put, Mike, it's time to buy the baloney, man. the way that Holmes drafts, I feel that, like you said, the first-round picks have been a hit or miss. First-round pick this next year is probably going to be in the late 20s. I would go in. I would address the D-line. I love Sweat. I love his motor. I agree we need an O-lineman as well. And we need to get back to our identity as a team. The first few games of the season were hammering people, pounding the rock, hitting the play action. And when we can't run the ball, we see what happens in Baltimore. I like Goff. I'm a big fan, but I think we all know he's not that guy to put it on his back.
Yeah. I think your O-line thing is spot on. And, Brian, I'll just bring up something a little more long range. I do think you're going to have some serious conversations about Frank Ragnow's future here. Availability is a skill. And look, this guy's played on a dead toe for 3 years. He's doubtful tonight. It's inoperable. Ragnow's great when he's healthy, but he's never healthy. So I agree. I just don't know that you could address that right now, Brian. Very difficult to bring in an O-lineman midstream. Very.
Yeah, no, I agree 100%. It's just that's our strength. That's who we are. And we can't get away from that.
No.
Because that's what's going to take us to the next level.
No doubt. And I think the reinvestment in the O-line, the best way to keep doing it is you keep drafting them. You keep using the middle rounds to draft O-linemen, draft and develop. That's how the great teams do it. In the here and now, how many offensive line connections? This team is 5-2. 7 weeks into the year. How many different O-line combinations have the Lions used, fellas?
I'm going to go 15.
No, David.
Combinations?
6.
7 different O-line combinations. Essentially, you have a new combination every week.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So when you wonder why it hasn't looked pretty all the time, look, now Ragnow's going to be out tonight. That's not just a good center, it's a great center. And when you're without him, look, part of the reason we love this O-line is Ragnow's presence in the middle. I do think you'll see something this offseason where they're gonna have to make a hard decision. And it's not. Listen, I love Ragnow, but if you can't play, if you're never healthy, what do you want me to do? 248-539-9797. Rico will get back to the callers. We'll continue along. Trade deadline. Raiders tonight. Lots to do. A little Sir Smarms-a-lot joins us at 5 o'clock. Mr. Cookies will join us. 97.1.
And we're brought to you by the good people at Grand Traverse Resort in Spa. Lions game day ahead of the Lions and Raiders at Ford Field begins at 5 p.m. right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Kickoff at 8:20. Amon-Ra St. Brown questionable with that illness. Frank Ragnow doubtful with that toe. A busy day with the Lions, Wings, and Pistons all in action. The Red Wings run our brother station, AM 950 WWJ. They're trying to snap a 3-game skid at the 4-2-1 Islanders. That's at 7:30 tonight. The 2-1 Pistons, 6.5-point underdog, visiting 2-1 Oklahoma City. That'll be on Alt FM 98.7, beginning at 8 p.m. World Series Game 3 tonight in Zona. D-backs and Rangers split the first two. Max Scherzer going for Texas. And about that Wall Street Journal report saying a multi-year contract extension that would have made Jim Harbaugh the highest-paid coach in the B1G, allegedly pulled off the table, the publication said, by the university due to the sign-stealing scandal. Jim Harbaugh today says that is not the case. And he also has 3 years left in his current contract. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
It's tremendous work. 4 o'clock, game day, Monday Night Football. And listen, by no means is this just Trade Center. If you want to rap about the game tonight, that's cool. What we're not going to do, and I give the morning show credit because John and Mike did not lose their temper, but callers were just like, 56-2 Lions. I'm going, you could tell these people have never had a good football team. They don't know what it's like. The Bills got beat by the Patriots 2 weeks ago. The Chiefs got beat by the Broncos yesterday. This is a week-to-week league. That other team, they get paid too. And while I'll tell you it'd be wholly unacceptable to lose, no, I don't think down a couple critical starters, including Ragnow, including likely Amon-Ra. No, I don't think it's easy. No, I don't think you have this large margin of error. A couple of injuries to the wrong people go a long way in killing your offense. No Montgomery, no Ragnow, no Amon-Ra. You know what I would tell you? That's 3 of your top 5 players. 3 of your top 6 guys are not there tonight. Oh, sure, you have Goff, and you got your tackles. But Amon-Ra out of this receiver room, that is debilitating. And you can't say, oh, well, the Vikings don't have Jefferson and what? Yeah, they have Osborne and they have Addison and they have Hawkinson. They found a way forward here. But you can't, I mean, look, I expect you to win. And I think you guys are going to do an unbelievable job at this game tonight. It's going to be a snake pit. Well, I don't know that it's going to be easy. So if you want to rap about that, we're here for it as well. 248-539-9797. David, what do you got on ticket text?
If they trade for Sweat, it's not just a rental. They can franchise tag him, Rob, in a van.
Rob, amen. My point is, you get him, he's got to be a part of your future. If you told me right now that I had to do a conditional deal with the Commanders, that if I traded for Montez Sweat, and if I make the NFC title game, it converts into a first-round pick, I probably would still do it. I am trying to invest in a bookend to Aiden. And then James Houston becomes depth. And Charles Harris becomes depth. And I can get more creative with Aiden, and they're trying to do some of those Max Crosby things, standing him up and moving him to the middle of the, putting him over the A gap. Like, Rico, if they're not going to trade for an edge, what else am I supposed to be on the air screaming and yelling that I demand? See, that's the difference. The edge rusher in this is essentially Urban Meyer to MSU. It's the only thing I'm interested in. That's all I care about.
It's prime real estate. You don't have to go above and beyond for wide receiver.
No.
You don't need Derrick Henry because you got that in David Montgomery. And newsflash, last time I checked, he's not dead. He'll be back, folks.
I've heard that.
Yeah. Patrick Surtain, no, I don't. I'm not willing to give up a top pick for a corner.
People on the Broncos beat, if you will, have said it would take 2 first-round picks. The answer is no.
Right. Because to me, you're right. The defensive lineman is prime real estate. That's what you need because you already have one. So now you're going to supplement Aiden Hutchinson with another body. And yes, if it meant giving up, I'd rather give up a first-round pick than multiple picks like a second and a third or a second and a fourth and a fifth. Just bite the bullet because I expect you to be good. I expect that pick to be 28th, 29th, 30th. Maybe they win the whole thing and it's not that big of a deal. It still gives Holmes a ton of draft picks that he can make, but it helps you right now because tomorrow ain't promised. I think the one caller brought it up best. The reason why I'm saying you're going to win the NFC North is because you have an easier schedule. Next year, your schedule is going to be difficult. That's why the Eagles still have 8 games against winning teams. The Niners still have 8 games against winning teams, and you have 2.
Yeah, and if you're just joining and you missed it, Kirk Cousins torn Achilles. So I told you by the time you played the Vikings, those games wouldn't matter. I didn't know Cousins was going to die. But without him and the Bears and Pack, yikes. Guys, the division is, well, yours. So the question just becomes, is that enough? I don't think you have enough as currently constituted. Now that the Eagles have gone out and made their move for Byard, the Niners, look, I understand it's a rough patch, but that's a first-class roster and organization. And look, you need more supplies. And I think by getting an edge opposite Aiden, you unlock better coverage. Why? Your pass rush. Outside of the 2 games where you had 6 sacks, your pass rush has largely been, it just hadn't been consistent.
What's the pass rush again?
Or, hey, it's the Q line. Hank. Like, that's the problem. So I'm trying to put some teeth into that pass rush. Look, Seattle making that move for Leonard Williams and Giants getting a 2, and I understand they picked up a lot of the money. But, guys, it could be a very expensive deadline. Are you okay paying a price or sitting out? Because those are your 2 options. Let's go to Dewan, 97.1. What's up, Dewan? How are you?
Mike, what's up, buddy?
My man.
Legend. What up, buddy? How are you?
I am fantastic, and don't let Rico bully you and make fun of your adoration of this program. Welcome.
Hi, Rico. Hi, Dave. What up? Man, was killing me.
No. Hey, David and I are going to take a little break. You guys have fun.
Yeah, you do that. Back to you, Mike.
That's right.
I'm just kidding.
What's up?
Man, Detroit is killing me, man. If you notice, Detroit has been talking about the draft has been their Super Bowl for many, many years. I think a lot of people are afraid because next year we are finally hosting the draft pick. And if somehow Detroit don't have a first-round pick, it's not a party downtown. Our time is now. Every starting quarterback in our division is whatever that sound you just made. It is our chance right now. What are we doing? Let's go.
Dewan, I'm with you. Rico's with you. David's with you. None of us, TJ is with you. This is the whole plan. But we have to look at what the market is. And as we sit here and wait, do I believe the Lions are involved in several conversations? Yeah. Yeah, very strongly I believe that. But you have to be willing to pay what it's going to take to get it done. And Dewan, listen, I'm with you is that these fans are not used to being in this position.
That's
It's
right.
not their fault. But when you hear a lot of people talk, it makes you you really get the feeling like, yeah, you're used to selling. You don't get what
Yes,
you're
sir.
about to do here. So yeah,
Well, I hope we
Duan,
do something, man. I hope we do something because our
think
time
about
is right.
tomorrow.
It's right here.
Think about the vibe. If they can get this win tonight, they're 6-2, headed to the bye, and the headline comes out that the Lions have traded for Daniil Hunter. Think about what you're feeling as a Lions fan, knowing I got 15 sacks opposite Aiden. And now the other team's got to make a choice. You want to die over here or you want to die over there?
I mean, especially after watching with the Eagles and now the Seahawks just making a trade. Like, these are the teams you're going to be competing with in the playoffs.
You could play Seattle.
Again, yes.
And Leonard Williams does make them better. I may be a little bit spicy about Leonard because once we paid him, his production slipped. Now he's had a very good year this year. Oh, wait, I know why. Because he's due another contract. He did this dance for us when we got him from the Jets. And he went nuts. He turned into Terminator, had 12 sacks. And you're going, well, huh? And then dead. And now contract year, he's like Leviathan. He's risen again and he's killing everybody. You can have him.
Right, but think, Seattle got better, and this is a team that's beaten you already this year. They beat you last year, and they've gotten better. So if you play the Seahawks again, they own the tiebreaker. You may have to go out to Seattle. You almost have to make a move.
I'm with you. 248-539-9797. We'll get more of the calls. Cookies joins in 45 minutes. See if we can get his ego through the door. He will be running point. Oh, let's go. Kenny, can we get you to intro Jim Costas around the league in the 5 o'clock?
I can try. I can definitely try. My voice is leaving me today.
Yeah,
but-
dude, you're battling. I appreciate it.
I know.
That's tremendous.
You can do it, Kenny.
We
Pull
all
through.
Pull through. Go Jets. 248-539-9797. More of the people next. 97.1.
You've heard me talk about Specs at LTU. Well, located right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You want that career in radio or TV, graphics design, like my producer over here, Ayande. He was a Spec student. You could be too. Very simple. What do you got to do? Be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. While you're there, you'll find out about the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts, and graphics communications program through the Specs at LTU curriculum. You're going to be taught by instructors who work in the field like yours truly. It means we're not going to waste your time. You're going to hit the ground running, learning what it takes to make it in your industry that you want to go into. Once again, what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. And when you're there, make some magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
Hey, when you need reliable and your furnace goes out, you need Mastercraft. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical's got you covered. 24/7, locally owned for 40 years. They're going to back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, electrical. Plenty of generators in stock and on sale as well. And if Mastercraft can't get you same-day service, they'll take $100 off that next-day service call. It's mastercraftheating.com. All right, David, ticket text. We got full lines. It's game day. Cookies joins us in 45. We take it to 7:15. Trade market is open. Leonard Williams to Seattle. The question is, how deep is your love? How badly do you want to go and get a legitimate upgrade for this team? And what is it that you want? I think Rico and I are aligned. It is Daniil Hunter. It is Montez Sweat. Those are the only two big-time edge guys that have been mentioned in this trade market. So that's where I'm at. I want to invest in Aiden. Go ahead, David.
The Seahawks screwed the trade market. One could think they did it on purpose because the dude is just a rental. That's a lot.
Yeah, and again, the Giants picked up the remaining $10 million on the deal, so it essentially bribed. Now, if I'm Seattle, what does $10 million matter to me? You're making money hand over fist. These teams do crack you up.
Yeah, I don't think that they purposely screwed the market. I think Seattle just doesn't care, and they see an They woke up this morning saying, "Hey guys, we're in first place. Raise your hand if you thought you'd say that in week 8. Sign no one.
The NFL,
you got to go for it.
The NFL is winnable this year. Scared money don't win anything. Go out and do it now, Detroit." It says bingo, Rico. Plus, the schedule will get harder next year. Strike when the iron is hot.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Rico, you're ridiculous and out of your mind. David is 100% right. Don't give up a lot for a rental player. How did that get in there?
When did Rico say that? He didn't advocate for that outside of his wild PlayStation Aaron Donald idea.
I don't know how that got in there. I don't know.
You know what? You swing for the fences, Mike. You pick up the phone and you have you're the guy who taught me, make them say no.
And I also helped you understand that Harlan Barnett is god-awful. Winning.
We're seeing that on the field.
In real time.
How do you turn everything back to MSU?
Because it's so painful.
I thought you stopped watching games.
I can't.
You know what? Let me write this down for the intervention.
It's so bad. All right, let's go to the people. Let's go. I just watched Amadeus Kalabadakis cut us apart. The kid sucks.
Right. You walk in the room, Mike, what are you watching? Is that MSU football again? Mike, what have we talked about?
Right.
Kalabadakis.
Athanas Kalamanumanu.
Touchdown. Running back who was fifth-string guy who only had 3 carries the entire season.
Touchdown. Guy at the Home Depot tile aisle. I mean, Minnesota was playing like a guy from the stands.
He literally had 5 carries the entire season, 300 yards against MSU.
I hate everything. Go to Luke. 97.1. Luke, what's up?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Hey, man, I'm ready to open the book, man. If I'm Brad Holmes, I'm sure he's made the calls. I mean, this team's special. You got Jared Goff playing at at the top of his career right now, right? So I'm ready, man. Let's open the books. Let's do what it takes. I'm ready to give up a first. I mean, you could pack up J-Mo in a nice little package and send him out along with a first. I don't care. I'm just tired of, draft capital. We've been drafting good. We got a young team. Let's get some, I'm Aaron Donald. Let's go after Aaron Donald. This team's got it, man. And you put last week behind us and we see what we do the rest of the season, but it's open for the takings, man, and they need to add a couple pieces here. But the way I want to see them start, now I know I talked to you before about this.
Yeah.
The way I want to see them start tonight's game, if they win the coin flip, I want them to take the ball, and I want them to set the stage and let the offense drive down the field just like Dallas did yesterday. Set the tone for the game, put up 6, get the extra point, and then bring the defense out to the field. I'd like to see something different like that.
Luke, I'm not mad. I understand it, and hell, I've muttered that to myself in my life as a fan. But I'll tell you why teams don't do it. Because a second half possession is always more important than a first half. The odds of rolling right down the field to open a game are not very high.
Yeah, especially if you can score. I mean, that's how the Patriots did it for all those years. You score right before the half, and then you get the ball. So if possible, you can go up 14 points.
Yeah, well, it's the way the Patriots did it for years. Score at the end of the first and out of the half. Yeah. I can't. You're at home. This defense, I don't let last week fool you. This defense has been good. Go out, do your job, play the game. You're not Kansas City. Your offense gets going, it's good, but come on.
That's Jimmy G. That's not Lamar Jackson. Lions have problems with mobile QBs. You'll be okay against Jimmy G. Trust me.
I'm just looking at a couple of things with the Commanders thing. When you look at Washington, all right, so Chase Young's 24, Sweat is 27. Here's what's really interesting. I mean, Sweat basically, last year, he had 28 quarterback hits. He's good for about 9 or 10 sacks a year. This year, he's going to go way over that. God, man, if they decide we made an error with Chase Young and they're going to keep him, they have to trade Sweat. They have to.
And that's why I say, if you're the Lions, pay the price and go get him. If you want a premier player, but you want him cheap, that's not how the NFL works.
All right, let's go to the people. I really want them to trade for an edge, and the more we talk about it, the more I'm willing to pay to do it.
Seriously, if you do this right, you're going to be probably handing the Commanders
David
somewhere.
Has an update. David has an update. You stop right now. That's not the update. David.
I do have an update. Tom Pelissero, Amon-Ra St. Brown, who was added to the injury report Sunday, is expected to play tonight.
All right.
Lord knows we don't have any other wideouts.
Sure don't.
I mean, it's Josh Reynolds. I can't trust J-Mo to be that guy.
See, honestly, I wanted to see what J-Mo was going to do. Prime time, this was your chance.
It still is. He's going to catch a deep shot tonight. It'll be his one target, and he's going to turn 18 directions, and he'll still catch it.
I mean, I don't know how. I mean, because apparently, St. Brown was sick, so maybe he's got limited, playing time.
They got him a Z-Pack. He's fine. Get him out on the field.
Okay.
Little bag of fluids. Get him out on the field.
Yeah, it's this Jordan flu game.
Oh.
Just get him out there. Let's go over to the people.
Reynolds going to carry him off to the sideline. I got you. Scotty, help me.
That's right. I don't care. Whatever, as long as they win. Go to Joe, 97.1. What's up, Joe?
Hey, guys. You don't need an ESPN predictor to know that the Lions are a 99% chance to win this year. But for me, that's not enough to win the division. I want to win the division 5 years in a row. This division is there for the taking, and unless you can get an all-pro superstar and lock them in for 3 years on the edge, I don't want to mortgage the future. I want to be like Kansas City. I want to be relevant every year for the next 5 years. The majority of our good players are all under 25 years old. I don't want this to be a one and done. I want to win for a long time.
The problem is Kansas City has a generational quarterback, and winning the division is not the end game here. It's winning a Super Bowl. You're close in a year where there's no real dominant team. Where you've already beaten the Chiefs. They don't look like the same team. Like, there's no team that you're just like, you have no shot. So you go for broke right now and don't worry about future NFC North championships, because trust me, you will take one Super Bowl and bottom out for the next 3 years. Trust me when I say you will accept this.
I would accept a Super Bowl this year, but I don't accept the fact that this is their best year to win one. I think they're going to be better in 2 to 3 years, and that's when they're going to have their best chance to win a Super Bowl.
But you're going to play
Not
a
this
tougher
year,
schedule.
But in 2 or 3. Yeah, not every year.
Yeah,
That
but
you're a
schedule will
first place
come back
team.
around.
But Joe, hold on.
First place
Guys,
teams play first place schedule.
Guys, hold on. Let's meet in the middle on this. Joe, what Rico's point is you can't keep saying, well, let's just keep drafting. In 2-3 years we'll be better. Is Jack Campbell helping you?
Not yet.
Is J-Mo helping you?
Not at all.
Okay, so the best GMs in football, and I think Rico's team with John Lynch is one of those guys. The best are still hitting under 50% of their first-round picks. What we're advocating is you're not giving up the future. You're enhancing your present. If I can get you a guy like Danielle Hunter, now I like Sweat a little better. He's 3 years younger, but Danielle Hunter is a 2-time All-Pro and has twice finished in the top 5 of Defensive Player of the Year and is basically a mortal lock for 10 to 12 sacks a year. And work with me, Joe, if I bring that guy in, aren't I enhancing my future as well by making Aiden's development fast track by getting him help?
Absolutely. I'd take that either one in a heartbeat as long as they're going to be here for the next 3 or 4 years for sure.
I agree. Now that's the part, Joe. It muddies the water. You're up against the deadline. You got to sign him. Worst case, you franchise. I get it. I do. But this idea that getting an edge rusher is somehow throwing the baby out with the bathwater, it's not. I'm trying to turn Aiden into a Hall of Famer. He needs help. 248-539-9797. John, perfect segue. It's Ideal You, the John Jansen Weight Loss Club. Whether you need to lose 10 or 100 or anywhere in between, they got you covered. It's Ideal You. You can be 15, 20, even 30 pounds lighter in just 30 days. Go to idealu.us. They help John lose 60 pounds. They want to get you on the road to success. All you need to do, sign up today with idealu.us. You're going to get a $200 Visa gift card as well, and you could lose 15, 20, even 30 pounds in 30 days. John did it. So can you. Way less. Go to idealu.us. All right, let's get to the people. And while tonight's game is on our mind, clearly the trade deadline is as well. The news of Kirk Cousins tearing his Achilles, that all but ends this division. The Packers can't get out of bed, and the Bears forget about it. So, look, first big move of the deadline. Look, the Eagles made it with Keith Byard. The next big move is what the Giants just did with Seattle. I mean, they traded Leonard Williams, got a second-round pick. Yes, they paid money to help boost the return, probably from a 3 to a 2. The point I'm making is if I'm the Commanders or I'm the Vikings, I'm going and I'm saying if you want our best pass rusher, Danielle Hunter, Montez Sweat, respectively, a 2 is the minimum, and it's probably 2+. So are you willing to go there? And I think Rico's got a great point. You can't view tomorrow as guaranteed. Yeah. And the Buffalo Bills, I mean, everyone thought they had a nice window this year. It was gone by week 3. They're not winning the Super Bowl. Tre'Davious White's gone. Milano's gone. Dayton Jones is gone. They're done. They'll win some games. They'll flirt, but they're not going to go to the Super Bowl. You can't guarantee anything. So how much are you willing to pay to get what you need to not only guarantee you win this division, but to give yourselves a legitimate chance for special, right? I think if you don't make a trade in the next 24 hours of note, don't give me, Rico's favorite player to Trinity Benson All-Stars. I need a real player. I think Aiden needs help. I think you need somebody up front. Well, Leonard Williams off your shopping list. That was TJ Lang's guy. So just tell me how far you're willing to go. You want to get to the people?
Yeah, hold on real quick. By the way, the Lions are announcing that regardless of result tonight after the game, there will be a banner ceremony for the North
Good afternoon.
Division.
We're brought to you by the good people at Mother Waddle's. Busy day in Detroit sports. Lions game day right ahead of this.
Wouldn't that be the most
field,
cocky
the Lions
thing
and
in the
Raiders
world?
tonight. Game day
That would
begins
be
at 5
awesome.
right here on 97 the ticket. with Mike
you know
Maloney,
what? That would
Rico
rank
Bird,
right up there
Sir
with the
James
Jacksonville
Costa.
Jaguars.
Kickoff at 8:20. Amon-Ra
stomping on
St. Brown
terrible
added to
fouls.
that injury list recently. He's questionable with an undisclosed
Let's go to
illness.
the
Frank
people.
Ragnow
Let's go to
doubtful
Josh,
return. We'll
97.
find out about
What's up,
90
Josh?
minutes before kickoff.
Hey, Mike, Rico,
Lions
David,
now
just
favored
wanted
by
to say
7 to
pleasure
was
watching
higher.
you guys show ever
Meanwhile,
since the Matt
92%
Patricia
of the
rant.
tickets and
I've been
over
hooked.
94% of the money tonight is on the Lions to cover.
So,
Mostly
just
public money.
to go off what you were
Red Wings
saying,
trying to
I'm
snap
willing
a
to give
three-game
it first.
skid at the
I'm willing to give it
4-2-1
first. I'm willing to
Islanders.
give it a
That's at
second.
7:30 tonight on
Go,
our brother
for the
station,
right guy,
WWJ
I'm willing to give up
950.
that much
Pistons
capital.
on the road at Oklahoma
Because you're
City.
right
That's
there.
at 8
Kirk
p.m.
Cousins is down.
Over 98.7
Basically, after
Alt
this game,
FM.
we got
Don't forget
the NFC
World
North
Series.
Division.
Max Scherzer going
You
for
could be
Texas
the number
tonight.
one
Game
seed
3
in the
AZ
NFC.
against the D-backs. That
There is
series
that
tied at 1.
possibility. So that is
Jim
what I'm willing to
Harbaugh
give up.
says he denies
So let me ask you
that
the
his
question.
offer
Who's
to
the
make him the
right
highest paid
player?
coach in the B1G's been pulled off the table about the University
The
of Michigan.
right player.
That
That
was
is
according to
Daniel
a Wall Street
Hunter
Journal report. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson.
Honestly, I don't know about a first for
Odyssey.com.
Chase Young, but definitely a second for Chase Young.
All right, let me ask you this question. And I mean, this is where we get complicated. But Josh, I'm the Commanders. You come to me about Montez Sweat. I say I'll give you Montez Sweat and a 4, but I want a first-round pick. You doing it?
Say yes. Say yes.
Yes. Do it.
Don't get
That's
bullied
it.
by Rico, Josh. Don't let him bully
Just
you.
influence the jury.
Hey, I'm drinking the Kool-Aid.
yes.
I've been drinking the Kool-Aid all year.
Josh, here's the thing. Let's say this year goes the way it's supposed to. You're basically giving them a second-round pick because your first-round pick is going to be so low in the first round. It's almost a second-rounder, but it means that you were competing for a Super Bowl.
Point for Rico. I don't hate that point. First-round picks after pick 25. What's the value?
Right.
Rico, you have to. This is where you, unlike me, you don't have the pulse of the people. These people have never been on this side of the deli counter. They've always been the ones dispensing of the bologna. They've never been the ones wanting to buy it. So they're not used to this.
Welcome to the Wagyu shop.
Oh, my. Privilege.
Let me mention this because this may change people's minds. But looking at next year's pick, they do have an extra third-round pick for the Vikings, and you also could get another one if you lose Aaron Glenn. Just bringing that up for people.
Okay, well, go get Ndamukong Suh and go trade for Montez Sweat. Let's load the wagon up and let's do this. What's the problem? Let's go to the people. Go to Kevin, 97.1. What's up, Kevin? How you doing?
Hey, guys, I have a couple reasons why I don't want to do this right now. One is that we're drafting well, and it'd be nice to keep guys under rookie salary deals while we're trying to re-sign some of the bigger names that we're going to re-sign over the next couple of years. I don't want to see this disappear right away. The second thing is my main concern with the Lions I don't think can be addressed with a draft pick. My main concern is how this coaching staff and how this team will respond with the target on their back or a number one seed or the expectations of going further. I don't know that they're playoff ready. I know they're going to have to go through some process to be ready, and I would like to see them be good over that process, not put all their eggs in one basket and then have a early round exit or something, because we just don't know how they're going to do in a playoff game against Philadelphia or San Francisco, teams that have been there a number of years.
Kevin, I'm not mad at the perspective, but I think if you continue just trying to sit back, do nothing, use your draft picks. Let me ask you a question. How much is Jack Campbell helping you right now? How much is Jameson Williams helping you right now? Like, the argument
Mike, perfect example. I was going to say 3 of your last first-round picks really haven't done much.
Right. So my point is there's no guarantee. Kevin, if I can get you a player that becomes a foundational piece of the franchise, it's worth looking at, no?
If you say that, though, and then say Montez Sweat, then I'm not sure we're on the same page. I don't know that there's a guy in a position on a team right now that is a game changer that's worth mortgaging some of our future for, especially given what I said. I just don't think we're ready for that jump. I think we got a good team, and I don't think we're just biding time. I think we're still building, and I'd like to see them.
Look, here's the deal. How many guys do you have on your team that got 34 tackles and 6.5 sacks? I mean, Kevin, I'm with you. I understand he's not Reggie White, but Montez Sweat is having a real season here. And if I get him, aren't I investing in Aiden? Isn't that the counter to the discussion?
Sure. So where do you see us with him and without him in the grand scheme of things?
I think with him you can get to the NFC title game.
Are we kind of handed a free year this year already by winning the division and getting far in the playoffs just by virtue of that?
No. You know what? See, last year's Minnesota Vikings.
Well,
they ran away with the division and done by the Giants at home.
I mean, look, Kevin, I've said this from the beginning, and look, I don't want to, Rico's ego's already totally out of control. It's just, if you had drafted Jordan Davis, you are investing in Aiden. Had you drafted Jalen Carter, you're investing in Aiden. Making this deal is every bit as much about Aiden Hutchinson as it is winning now. I want to give Aiden a bookend. It's going to make him better. It'll alleviate some pressure.
Yeah, because right now it's easier just to scheme him out of the picture. But if you have another person on the line, you got to pick your poison.
Let's go. I'll tell you what, I'll keep it timely. David's telling me I'm number one already, so I don't want to upset him. 248-539-9796. All right, let's get to the people. And while tonight's game is on our mind, clearly the trade deadline is as well. The news of Kirk Cousins tearing his Achilles, that all but ends this division. The Packers can't get out of bed, and the Bears forget about it. So, look, first big move of the deadline. Look, the Eagles made it with Keith Byard. The next big move is what the Giants just did with Seattle. I mean, they traded Leonard Williams, got a second-round pick. Yes, they paid money to help boost the return, probably from a 3 to a 2. The point I'm making is if I'm the Commanders or I'm the Vikings, I'm going and I'm saying if you want our best pass rusher, Danielle Hunter, Montez Sweat, respectively, a 2 is the minimum, and it's probably 2+. So are you willing to go there? And I think Rico's got a great point. You can't view tomorrow as guaranteed. Yeah. And the Buffalo Bills, I mean, everyone thought they had a nice window this year. It was gone by week 3. They're not winning the Super Bowl. Tre'Davious White's gone. Milano's gone. Dayton Jones is gone. They're done. They'll win some games. They'll flirt, but they're not going to go to the Super Bowl. You can't guarantee anything. So how much are you willing to pay to get what you need to not only guarantee you win this division, but to give yourselves a legitimate chance for special? right? I think if you don't make a trade in the next 24 hours of note, don't give me, Rico's favorite player to Trinity Benson All-Stars. I need a real player. I think Aiden needs help. I think you need somebody up front. Well, Leonard Williams off your shopping list. That was TJ Lang's guy. So just tell me how far you're willing to go. You want to get to the people?
Yeah, hold on real quick. By the way, the Lions are announcing that regardless of result tonight after the game, there will be a banner ceremony for the North Division.
David, come on, man. Wouldn't that be the most cocky thing in the world? That would be awesome.
Yeah, you know what? That would rank right up there with the Jacksonville Jaguars just stomping on the terrible towels.
Oops. Let's go to the people. Let's go into Josh, 97.1. What's up, Josh?
Hey, Mike, Rico, David, just wanted to say pleasure watching your guys' show. Ever since the Matt Patricia rant, I've been hooked.
Okay. Perfect.
So just to go off what you were saying, I'm willing to give up first. I'm willing to go the first. I'm willing to give up a second. If for the right guy, I'm willing to give up that much capital because you're right there. Kirk Cousins is down. Basically, after this game, we got the NFC North Division. You could be the number 1 seed in the NFC. There is that possibility. So that is what I'm willing to give up.
So let me ask you the question. Who's the right player?
The right player. Daniel Hunter, or honestly, I don't know about a first for Chase Young, but definitely a second for Chase Young.
All right, let me ask you this question. And I mean, this is where we get complicated. But Josh, I'm the Commanders. You come to me about Montez Sweat. I say I'll give you Montez Sweat and a 4, but I want a first-round pick. You doing it?
Say yes. Say yes.
Yes. Do it.
Don't get bullied by Rico, Josh. Don't let him bully you.
Influence the jury.
Hey, I'm drinking the Kool-Aid.
yes.
I've been drinking the Kool-Aid all year.
Josh, here's the thing. Let's say this year goes the way it's supposed to. You're basically giving them a second-round pick because your first-round pick is going to be so low in the first round. It's almost a second-rounder, but it means that you were competing for a Super Bowl.
Point for Rico. I don't hate that point. First-round picks after pick 25. What's the value?
Right.
Rico, you have to. This is where you, unlike me, you don't have the pulse of the people. These people have never been on this side of the deli counter. They've always been the ones dispensing of the bologna. They've never been the ones wanting to buy it. So they're not used to this.
Welcome to the Wagyu shop.
Oh, my. Privilege.
Let me mention this because this may change people's minds. But looking at next year's pick, they do have an extra third-round pick for the Vikings, and you also could get another one if you lose Aaron Glenn. Just bringing that up for people.
Okay, well, go get Ndamukong Suh and go trade for Montez Sweat. Let's load the wagon up, and let's do this. What's the problem? Let's go to the people. Go to Kevin, 97.1. What's up, Kevin? How you doing?
Hey, guys, I have a couple reasons why I don't want to do this right now. One is that we're drafting well, and it'd be nice to keep guys under rookie salary deals while we're trying to re-sign some of the bigger names that we're going to re-sign over the next couple of years. I don't want to see this disappear right away. The second thing is my main concern with the Lions I don't think can be addressed with a draft pick. My main concern is how this coaching staff and how this team will respond with the target on their back or a number 1 seed or the expectations of going further. I don't know that they're playoff ready. I know they're going to have to go through some process to be ready, and I would like to see them be good over that process, not put all their eggs in one basket and then have a early round exit or something, because we just don't know how they're going to do in a playoff game against Philadelphia or San Francisco teams that have been there a number of years.
Kevin, I'm not mad at the perspective, but if you continue just trying to sit back, do nothing, use your draft picks, let me ask you a question. How much is Jack Campbell helping you right now? How much is Jamison Williams helping Thank you, caller right Rob. now? Like Listen. the NFL tonight, Monday Night Football. I please do not lay the points with the Lions. Just don't do it. You want to bet a money line? You want to mix in an anytime prop? You do what you like. Do not lay the points. But FanDuel, More ways to play. Kenny's got a hockey pick. He likes the Jets tonight. You got player props. It's FanDuel. It's America's #1 sports book. FanDuel.com/ticket. And get involved with the NFL or any sports. And Maction this week. Oh, that's right. We got Tuesday night Maction this week. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem 1-800-270-7117. All right, 97.1.
There he is.
What's up, buddy?
No, I was bringing it back, and then you jumped in. So never mind.
I'm sorry. Hey. Cookies joins us at 5. It's all
fresh
lines.
off the queue line. He just got off the queue line.
He did not.
He did.
I didn't know people really use that thing. He uses the queue line.
All up and down Woodward. That's how it's done, boys.
We have a new public transit czar. His name is James Costa.
One block there and back.
What a wonderful idea.
Did you enjoy the State Theater?
Okay. Cookies, are you joining us right now?
No, I'm not joining you till 5. I'm just enjoying this polite conversation.
You're just sitting in the green room. Okay.
Yep.
We'll get to you momentarily. I do want your thoughts on the trade market. And, of course, Kenny introing at some point after 5 around the league. I can't wait for Kenny's intro. It's going to be exciting. Let's get a few calls in, though, before Cookies joins us. Go to Eric, 97.1. What's Eric?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, E. What's on your mind?
So, I mean, pretty much you guys and the callers have laid out a bunch of reasons why they should go for it and get Hunter or Montez, I believe it was. And, I mean, checks notes only have to give up a first-round pick, potentially, a low one. There's really no reason not to try it because he's going to bolster the defense. He's going to complement Aiden. And it's going to allow the other defensive players to try and really do a lot more, which will also take pressure off the offense. I really don't see a downside.
You got 2 games where you swarmed opposing quarterbacks with 6 sacks a pop, and a lot in between has been empty. Eric, I'm with you. And, again, whether it's Sweat, whether it be Danielle Hunter, what I'm not going to be okay with is doing nothing. You have one of the better teams in the NFC. You got a pathway to a lot of wins, which Rico has beautifully laid out over the last 2 weeks, with the schedule being what it is. Go get better.
Yep. Don't worry about next year. Don't worry about the following year after that. Win now.
Right. Let's go to Garrett, 97.1. What's up, G? How you doing, buddy?
Doing well. How you guys doing?
Good, Garrett. What's on your mind?
Yeah, so, I mean, I'm listening to you guys. You're making good points. If we can get, Danielle Hunter or Montez Sweat for the next so years. But my thing is, you've seen what Brad Holmes can do with draft picks. Finding Brian Branch in the 2nd round. Find Amon-Ra St. Brown in the 4th round. You're finding these all-pro guys who you're building your team around on rookie deals. Montez Sweat is a great player. Danielle Hunter is a great player. Do they get us past San Francisco and Philadelphia? I don't think so. So why are we limiting Brad Holmes' draft capital that he's proven that he can find diamonds in the rough? And I know word's still out on Jack Campbell, J-Mo,
I got
Gibbs,
you.
But
No, Garrett, he's done a nice job. No one's saying otherwise. I guess I'm just making a point that, like, if I give up one premium asset to land someone that is going to be a cornerstone, there's no scenario I trade for one of these guys and I don't sign him. So I guess my question would be, is the offset worth it? I mean, Garrett, if I put Montez Sweat opposite Aiden Hutchinson, I think I'm tangibly better. I just, you have to make moves to get better, and some are incrementally, and some are just these big leaps. Garrett, I'm not saying take away a bunch of picks. I'm saying make a compelling offer. And I can't tell you whether they get by Philly or the Niners, but I can tell you I don't think that they're getting blown out in those games. And I think you got a credible shot. So let's go play.
yeah, I mean, I understand that. But then you also have to look down the line. You've got Sewell on a rookie deal.
Yeah.
You got Hutch on a rookie deal. St. Brown's on a rookie deal. You got a lot of these guys you're going to have to re-sign down the road.
Let me help you.
So do we want to re-sign St. Brown at
Garrett, you're going to re-sign them all. You're going to re-sign them all because the salary cap is fake. I am done worrying about the salary cap because no team abides by it. The Saints are $80 million over. Just kidding. They signed Derek Carr. The Niners have every expensive toy in the aisle. We just got Christian McCaffrey and somehow have $40 million in space. I'm not
Randy
worrying
Gregory.
about it.
Yeah.
Not worrying. There's my answer. F the cap.
Right.
You guys
because-
say F them picks. I say F the cap. I don't care.
Right, because everybody keeps saying, well, you got to re-sign these people. First of all, if you have to decide which child that you want to keep, that's a good thing. It means you won games, and they're really good, and you can't keep everybody. Second, as you said, man, I guess the Niners are $43 million under the cap, signed Randy Gregory, and they still keep going. The Saints should have gone out of business. Okay, they're done. They're so far over the cap. I don't know how legally they're allowed to play, but they signed Carr, and they're still playing.
Also correct. 248-539-9797. We can get Cookies to join us momentarily. In fact, next, 97.1.
Oh, it's my turn now.
Yeah, you're contractually obligated. You must now talk.
Okay, well, here we go. Let's settle in. Jim Costa, Rico Beard, and Mike Valenti still hanging out with us for a couple more hours as we get set for Monday Night Football tonight. And you guys have a great conversation going, so we'll keep taking some of those phone calls. People who are on hold don't have to run and go find something else to do. We'll keep checking in with the people. But I think you guys have been on it. We are on deadline eve. Win or lose tonight. It's got to be a win tonight. But win or lose tonight, you have the urgency and you have every reason to pursue a trade this week to make this football team better. This division race is over, and it's about fighting for seeding.
No, I think
it's about fighting for home field. It's about fighting for titles.
I think the division race is over. You win tonight because with no Cousins, no Fields, Jordan Love is not who we thought he was. It's done.
Jordan Love sucks.
Thanks, Mike.
Or that. But yeah, it's Mike said earlier, it's survive in advance. Whereas at first it looked like, you're going to run away with this thing because they got no Jimmy G, no quarterback, Devontae, he hates his life. He's stuck in the Las Vegas.
Sounds miserable.
Right. And now it's like, okay, well, you got a lot of injuries. Amara is going to be playing, but how much? We got to wait and see.
We had
Just
the
win the
sniffles.
game.
It's fine. He'll be fine.
Just win the game.
Just win the game. Now, you guys have laid out
Lower the
case
banner at the end of the game
for what you guys want at the deadline, and I'm with you guys. Pass rusher to me is the biggest need. I heard Danielle Hunter when I was driving in.
Yeah,
I heard
Montez Sweat is my vote.
Yeah. Another name, maybe not as readily available, but I would argue you should be picking up the phone and calling. Brian Burns, 25 years old, pass rusher, free agent to be. Carolina has no end game. They have no long-term deal done. What are they going to do? They're going to let this week come and go?
But no, I mean, from what the reports that I read, Carolina's basically saying we've changed phones, so don't even try calling this number. It doesn't exist anymore.
But the point is there's more than one or two teams they're going to be trading away or looking to trade away pass rushers. You put one opposite Aiden, you get home, you don't worry about, do we need a second corner or do we need another safety? If they don't have to cover as long, it doesn't matter. Right. You win at the line of scrimmage. You win by getting home with 4. It's what Rico's Niners have done to go to the Super Bowl. It's what the best teams in football do annually. Mike's Giants, for a stretch there, they had that 4 up front, and they got home, and they could drop everybody else in coverage. So if you're the Lions, clearly a win tonight. You're 6-2 into the bye. You go by. But Rico,
and that's why I
hate to even say it, but if they did lose tonight, it's more of a reason to go build up the arsenal and go for it.
And it's why I don't care. Like, I don't want to give up any draft picks. Like, everybody wants to get Danielle Hunter, but how about a 6th-round pick?
Oh, no.
No.
Rico,
this ain't the clearance rack. You're going to pay for what you get.
Oh, my.
And I would even go 1st round because your 1st-round pick is not worth as much this year.
And before people run and yell and scream, I don't want to give up a 1 for a rental. Ideally, you're getting one of these guys and they're a longer-term piece. But if you're going out and getting somebody and it's a 2nd, like Leonard Williams today, I think you can easily use that as the framework to get a deal done. And anybody who's freaking out about 1s, if you're going to use a 1st-round pick on Jamison Williams, if you're going to use a 1st-round pick on a running back, hello, you can use a 1st-round pick to go get a pass rusher.
I mean, can't you just franchise your rental if you really
You
like him
could.
that much?
You know what, Rico? You could. This guy's thinking outside the box. So I think we can keep taking calls. Mike, I know you're back at the studio, and if you want to help lead the charge on that, we can take calls. We'll get into more of the matchup as the show goes on. We've got the NFL preview, review, keys to the game, all that good stuff. But, I mean, you tell me. I'm just dropping into what you guys have been talking about. Is this pretty unanimous from Lions fans? Go get somebody on the line. Really?
No, it's been a dogfight. And understand something. Listen, you have 3 options, people. Cookies is bringing you the premium, which is Brian Burns, age 25. I think you'd have to overwhelm Carolina. I'm with Rico on it. But for hypothetical sake, would a 1, a 3, and J-Mo get that done? I think it's credible. I don't know that I'd go there, but why is Burns the most interesting? 25 years old.
Yep.
Montez Sweat, 27 years old. And you know what you're going to get. I don't think the ceiling's as high as Burns, but the floor, as Marty Morningwig once said, is high. You're going to get 9-10 sacks a year. You're going to get 20 quarterback hits a year. And I put him opposite Aiden. With Houston as depth, with Harris as depth, I like it. I have said it. I think that's a 2 this year and a 3 next year. The last guy on the list is Danielle Hunter because he's going to be 30. And you get into some murky waters. And he's a 2-time All-Pro, but I'm not getting him for what he's done. I'm getting him for what he's going to do. I get a little nervous. Plus, it's in the division. Would they make you pay a tax? I just think one of those 3 guys, you need to be bold and you need to go and get them. Because, Cookies, you tell me I'm crazy. Part of it is I'm investing in Aiden Hutchinson. See, I think these people who are like, oh, my God, you can't hurt our future. I'm not. I'm making your future brighter by giving Aiden the best shot he's got to be wearing a gold jacket at the end of this deal. He needs help.
Aiden right now, 42 pressures, top 5 in all of football. But you said earlier, I heard both you guys, sacks, finishing those plays. Well, if defenses can't keep as many pieces over to his side, chipping with a running back or a tight end or sliding protection, you can't do all that if there's somebody playing on the other side that also requires you to kick protection out and chip with a running back and a tight end. Teams aren't going to be able to account for that. They aren't going to be able to hold you back, and instead of it being a pressure and the ball gets out, it's a sack and the play's dead, and it's a loss of yards, and it's 3rd and long or their punter comes into the game.
Right.
So that's kind of where we're at. And again, I'm happy to talk about tonight's game. This is Cookie's pregame show. I'm here to play a role. I'll be your phone screener. I'll take care of business. But the bottom line is, Yeah, I'll pass it along to the
guys.
I am a little concerned at the price Seattle paid for Leonard. As a Giant fan, I'm thrilled. I know the Giants picked up money, but yeah, guys, it's going to be expensive to get these. Now, if you don't like the names we've brought up, cool, what's yours? But see, there is no corner that is a difference maker. There is no wide receiver I'm bringing in here. Now, if you said to me, Mike Williams for a 4th-round pick, and I'm not extending him, I'm going rental only. Mike Williams at 6'5", 235 brings you a skill set you don't have, which is a big-bodied red zone target on the outside. Now, if you want to bring that to the table, you can.
He's hurt.
Right. How bad?
ACL.
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. I didn't realize he got hurt that bad this week. I'm sorry, guys.
No. Yeah, you're talking Chargers wide receiver Mike Williams?
No, Mike Evans.
Oh, you said, did he say Williams?
Hey,
You know
it's
what?
a
It's been
lot
a
of
long
radio
day.
this week. It's a lot of radio.
Hey, buddy.
I
you're
want to
okay.
apologize. Everybody calm down. We
Mike,
should
I just
trade
wanna
for
make sure-
Otto Graham. He's dead.
He's Cookies. He seriously watched both of his teams score, a total of 20 points this weekend?
I just wanted to make sure they were getting stable
No.
ACLs in the
I
individuals
got
they're
you.
trading for.
Yeah, I'd like to trade for Kirk Cousins' Achilles in a jar.
Dial tone.
Mike Evans. Mike Evans. I
Okay.
apologize.
You're good.
See, I off of principle, Mike, I understand what you're saying. I can't go and get a wide receiver. It just spits in the face of what I've been told because you have one. Okay? You got a wide receiver who's the deep threat, who's supposed to be that guy. I can't do that. It makes total sense. But no.
Okay, can I throw out a different position that we haven't discussed yet?
It's your pregame
Corner.
show. Do whatever
And
you want.
And it wouldn't cost the same price we're talking, because I'd throw a second to go get a rental pass rusher, but it wouldn't cost a second to get the guy I want to bring up. You want to get to a playoff game. End of half, end of game, you're just past midfield. Do you have a kicker that you trust in that spot right now? Don't show up to the playoffs without all the tools in your tool belt. Would you call and inquire about Matt Prater? 3 for 4 from 50 plus. You know what he is from deep. It allows Dan Campbell on a 4th and 4 not to feel like I have to go for it. I can take 3. 4th and 1, 4th and 2, he's going to do it. He's going to lean on his offensive line. They're going to run the ball. They're going to play pass. But 4th and 4, 4th and 5, 50 to 55-yard field goal. Right now, they're going for it because they don't trust their kicker. So it's not at the top of the grocery list. It's not your bread, milk, and eggs, not your essentials. But right there after it, shouldn't they call on a kicker?
Yes. Yeah, Jim, here's what you could do real quick. You could get pass rusher, kicker, and sign Ndamukong Suh. Load the wagon, and let's make a run at this deal.
Trade for a kicker. Wow.
Day 3, day 3 pick.
You
Yeah.
could, but yeah, just
Hey, is Robbie Gould still alive?
Give him a phone call.
I heard he wanted to stay close to home because he lives in Chicago. Great, it's a 40-minute flight. I'll
Mike,
give you
Mike, for you, he doesn't have a torn ACL, so we're off to a hot start.
I said the wrong name. I meant Mike Evans. I apologize. 248-539-9797. And again, I think if you don't make a trade, you are settling and going, well, the division's enough. And I don't think that's appropriate.
But lay it out. And people, if you think we're crazy on this, we're getting too greedy. If the Lions look at this and say they're only a game back of the 1 seed, if you get the 1 seed, you don't have to go play in the outdoors. People have to come play in front of your fans. You don't play San Francisco and Philadelphia in the same postseason. They would likely meet in the round before, and you get what's left. Whoever comes limping out of that slugfest in the trenches, you get them at your place.
at this point, it may even be Seattle.
Could be.
They made a move today.
They did, and you got to keep up with the Joneses. The Eagles made a move last week. Your Niners are going to make moves and already have made moves. Keep up with the Joneses. This division is over. It's time to look forward.
I don't think the people are used to this. They're used to being the sellers instead of the buyers. And it's like, oh, well, I don't want to give up too much because even Cookies, if it's the right pass rusher, you can have my 29th to 32nd pick.
Right.
It's gone. I think I look at that as an elevated second rounder anyway. Okay, take it. I'm trying to win right now.
We'll mix in the people, get their thoughts, phones, ticket, text, the whole deal. keys to the game. I know a favorite of Mike's. Whenever we get
Around
keys to
the
game,
NFL.
we'll do Around the NFL bottom of the hour.
Kenny, give him one. Around the league.
Around the league.
So much better. Let's get Kenny in the studio and get him to cut some
Brought to you
liners.
by Corrigan Oil.
It's the Lions tailgate. It's 97.1. Thank you, Mike. 97.1. We're hanging out live, gearing up Monday Night Football tonight. Lions, Raiders. We got more on the matchup, the game itself, but we got news.
Breaking news from the 97.1 The Ticket compound. Paul Serra is selfish. Guys, I just listened to a 4-minute rant by Paul Serra that should be on air and should be a part of a show. This man won't share. You would not believe the rage in this man's voice talking about it is time to act. These people don't understand what it takes to win. I'm telling guys, he went Pacino any given Sunday in the commercial.
He hates Detroit. Go back to where you're
It's a game of inches.
The 6 inches in front of your face.
I've screwed my life up.
All right. But Paul, I agree with everything Paul said. When there was an opportunity to get Tyreek Hill, they did it. There was an opportunity to get Jalen Ramsey. They did it. There's an opportunity to get Bradley Chubb. Hasn't quite worked out, but they did it. He then cites the Philadelphia Eagles. Did they cry in their milk over Jalen Reagor instead of Justin Jefferson? Nope. A.J. Brown downloading. This is what real teams do. Paul, did I get it right? You're a beautiful man. Thank you. All right.
Now go back to your corner.
Now that's it. He came in here, yelled at me, and I go, why aren't you doing this on the air, man?
That is the secret right there. Paul gives great takes, and he won't do it.
Wow. Do you guys want phone calls?
Please.
Tremendous. We go to Brett, 97.1. What's up, Brett?
Hey, man. How you guys doing? Thanks.
Hey.
Okay.
Brett, go ahead.
Brett?
Trade him.
Are we sure going to the phones is a good idea? All right.
You know what, Mike, that's one.
Okay, that's one. Let's go.
Shoes on the other foot.
Let's go to Frank, 97.1. Hi, Frank.
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
Good, Frank.
What's up, buddy?
All right. I really don't believe, even though we need to, we're going to trade our first-round pick. And this is the reason why. I really think they still don't understand or know what they got in their quarterback, the rookie or golf. They're not 100% sold on them, so they're not going to take their chance. And they always think their defense is good enough until everybody gets healthy. So I don't think they're going to trade a first, but if they can steal one for a second or a couple of thirds, they might do it. But our first-round pick, I really bet they don't trade our first-round pick for no one.
All right, so here's what I said Montez Sweat would cost you. A 2 this year and a 3 next year. Would you do it?
2 and a 3, yes.
Okay.
All right, but so you would do a 2 and a 3 instead of just giving up one pick, a late round, first-round pick. You keep the second, you keep the third.
No, he's saying they would.
Oh, okay.
Let's rephrase this. Not me. But I really think
he's not chicken bleep. The team is. That's what he's saying.
Okay, I got you.
I'm sorry. There we go. Thank you. Yeah. I really believe like they drafted the one from a second round. He's not healthy and whatever. Jared Goff, he's a regular season good quarterback, but in the playoffs and is he gonna be long term? I don't think they're trying to take that chance. And then we got 2 DNs that's supposed to be hurt, supposed to be good, but really not. I think they trying to play it out and pray on luck, or just steal one for a second or third round pick or a second or a player.
Well, the good news is I do think there's a bit of a market that's developing for pass rushers right now, and I think it's in the benefit of a team like the Lions. There's 3 or 4 teams, 3 or 4 guys where you can call around and try to find the best bargain, because there's no shortage of double-digit sack players available right now a day before the deadline. Like, this is a good time to be a buyer, I would argue. And it maybe you do get to keep that first-round pick in your back pocket. I wouldn't be afraid to take it out, but I think you can keep it in your back pocket and look at a second, look at a third, talk about what Mike did.
Now, the only person I really trade right now, the first-round pick and probably another one, is the guys we playing tonight that I hope we can contain. Woo!
Yeah, I don't think there's any way he becomes available.
Max Crosby is under contract. Hey, Frank, you could make the call, probably get hung up on by a guy with a bowl cut. That's fine. The point is, you make the call. But I mean, it wouldn't make
a bad haircut.
It wouldn't make a lot of sense for the Raiders to do that. Look, Cookies, I have no issue with the Brian Burns thing, but everything I have read emanating out of Charlotte is they're not moving him. But that doesn't mean they couldn't be compelled. I mean, I didn't know the Titans would ever move Keith Byard. They did.
Right.
So you just look at it, you make the call. I think you could do, it would take a first-round pick because you're going to be below pick 25. It'd probably take a 1, a 3, and maybe Jameson Williams. And you try to reunite him with Bryce Young.
Yeah, and I think that holds value for Carolina. Value.
And you get a 25-year-old edge rush deluxe that you can sign and pair up with Aiden for the next 5 seasons.
Yeah. Let me give you a smaller deal that just happened. Ian Rappaport is reporting the Falcons are trading for defensive help. Defensive tackle from the Eagles, Kentavious Street, is headed to Atlanta. 2 late-round swaps.
David, I mean, you may as well do a breaking news. You returned the library book.
No, what I'm saying is
Darquavius Street. What about Darquavius Tucker while you're at it? Shout out to Paul Hoops. I mean, what are we doing here?
Just giving you the small deals are happening. It's a smaller deal, but I'm saying there are things out there to get help on the defensive line.
That's the Dippin' Dots of deals. My God.
Hey, gut check around the room. Do they do something?
Oh, boy.
No.
You know what?
No.
I hate all of you. Yes.
No, Mike, listening to what they said last week, this regime really feels like we have our core players and we don't want to upset the apple cart. And bringing in an outsider, maybe they won't do things the gritty Lions way. I would like for them to do that. But if I had to put money down on it right here, right now, no.
They don't do anything.
Nothing. They stand pat. And they'll come out on Wednesday and say, guys, we didn't have anybody that fit our system, and people will buy that.
Doesn't feel good enough. Not with the opportunity in front of you.
And they'll say, hey, we're 6-2.
Yeah, and it feels
Okay?
like
Kick
you're
rocks.
settling. It feels like you're happy with the division. Whereas I'm trying to communicate the NFL's changed. 5 years ago, and certainly 10, I never would be up here screaming about the trade deadline. But it has turned into the NHL, the NBA, MLB, where now player movement in the NFL at the deadline is a thing. And I've watched San Francisco get better. I've watched the Eagles go out and get better. Why should I have to settle for not getting better? Seattle just got better today. Why the hell are the Lions this exclusive team that just doesn't have a need to get better? No.
Well, right. It's not like Shanahan comes out and says, oh, we can't add to our locker room in San Francisco. It's too good a group of guys. Or Pete Carroll says, oh, these guys, no one in the league fits our culture. Yes, they do. That's not an excuse. You can't do, well, we don't want to upset the chemistry in the locker room. Teams do that every year. They're called contenders. And I think the Lions are one of them. 248-539-9797. We can check in with people throughout the show.
Well,
but I think that becomes kind of the big conversation of the day is, yeah, they're going to play a game tonight, but I would argue win or lose, they're in a position to still win this division,
Agree.
to make noise in the NFC, and it's irrelevant. They need to be working the phones either way.
Go to Sean, 97.1. What's up, Shawnee?
What's up, boys? How you doing?
Good. Hey.
Just a few points. The whole gut check thing. I don't really agree with a lot that Rico says, but they're not going to trade for anybody. They're going to just keep it in house. We have our own camaraderie here. We're happy with our guys. That's going to happen. Second thing is,
Sean, that was hurtful.
I don't
You
know.
don't agree with anything I ever said.
I'm
But
sorry,
this time,
man. I
this
really
time
don't.
only. All right, broken
So
clocks
much I
right
have to say,
twice a day.
But I'm sorry. Second point is the JMO deal. Like, I know everybody in this city is sick and tired of this guy, but I love him. I don't know what it is about him I love, but when I found out that St. Brown is in today, I actually got upset because I was like, man, I just want him just one day for him to be the highlight of our offense. Because if you look at St. Brown, think about all the catches that he makes. He makes his catches between 5 and 15 yards, and he does a lot of that yak. And he's just moving with it. But J-Mo's that one-trick pony because that's what the Lions are making him out to be. Just a long stretch guy, and it's getting annoying. It's like, just give him an in route. Give him a
Why?
drag.
So he can
Give
drop
him
it?
something. No, he's not.
Yeah, I don't
come
think.
on,
Hey,
Mike, the guy,
politely, I don't think Amon-Ra St. Brown is stopping J-Mo from being great. I think that's a silly narrative. I don't even buy
they're
any
not,
bit
he's
of
not
that.
stopping him. It's just that the offense is revolved around St. Brown.
He's a
Because
top
of his-
5 receiver.
his-
Sean, he's a
Yeah,
top 5
because-
receiver. It's supposed
I know he's
to.
a top 5 receiver, but they have not had a lot of plays that are just designed for J-Mo the way that they do for St. Brown. And I know everybody has to say
Do you ever
about,
wonder why?
I'm sorry?
Do you ever wonder why Moore is thrown St. Brown's way, schemed St. Brown's way? Do you ever wonder why? Maybe there's a difference in reliability and talent and all that stuff.
I've asked myself that question for sure, and I mean, like, St. Brown is like a gift for us. Like, everybody just loves him because of how hardworking he is right when he got here. And it's been shaky for J-Mo, but I truly believe he's just as good as we know he's out to be, and it's just been such a tough start for him. And I have high expectations for him. And going out and grabbing a player on the trade deadline, like, I really want it, and I think the only player that we should go out and get is Chase Young. That's it. And that's all I got to say, fellas. I appreciate the
Vontae
time.
Mack, no matter what. That's your guy, Chase Young. All right. It's Mike, you say Montez Sweat. Is it one of these whoever they make available? If they choose Sweat, you call about Chase?
Yep. Well, your
All right.
doctors would have to weigh in on Chase because of the patella and the the very unique knee injury. Yeah, certain franchises are not going to clear the guy. They're not going to be comfortable long-term with that knee. I can't speak for the Lions doctors. But
See,
yes,
and
Jim.
And I would inquire with Minnesota. What are you going to do? Are you going to throw in the towel, or are you going to try to find a backup QB?
I'm
Colt
still
McCoy.
taken aback at the irrational defense and love of. I have never in my life in this town seen a player get more shine for doing less. I like.
I'll give you one.
Brandon Inge.
He took it right out of my mouth.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, Brandon Inge. You had to go back 17 years. but
He
you
was
win.
in the home run contest.
derby.
Yeah.
Yeah. How many?
As many
did he
home
hit?
runs as. All right, Rico, you brought up the Vikings. They are going to be in our NFL review preview. We'll get to that coming up next. What's at stake tonight for the Lions at 5:45?
Around the league.
Kenny Cott, get those vocals ready. It's the Lions Tailgate 97.1. We've reached the portion of the show where we will have Kenny Cott imitate our voice guy. We'll go back and forth, and we'll see how good Kenny is. David, if you please, an NFL preview. Kenny.
That was me. What are you talking about? NFL preview.
It's brought to you by Corrigan Oil. Let Corrigan fuel your life. We'll go through some of the biggest storylines. It's not a preview today. It's a review. Monday night. We got everything else behind us. The first story, Kirk Cousins' Achilles injury. How should the Vikings handle the deadline? Rico Beard, start us out.
You look and you see, are there any viable quarterbacks out there that we could go out and obtain? Chances are no. And if that's the case, you probably just start looking at next year saying, we can go get a quarterback in the draft, and maybe we go and sell off some pieces and just hit the reset button.
Mike?
Roll over and die and give me Danielle Hunter.
It's so awkward because they've won 3 straight. They finally put themselves back into like a wild card position, but you're right. What's the end game?
No, but here's the thing. Now you can literally tank and nobody's going to say you're tanking. Guys, you want Colt McCoy? That's going to be the savior of the team? Or we can go out in a quarterback-rich draft and go get a franchise guy.
I mean, seriously, what is it, Carson Wentz or bust? It's not a great spot to be in. Yeah. Hey, let's go New York, New York. Brian Daboll.
You know what? Let's not. Let's move on.
What do you mean?
It's like watching the Big Ten West. It's not entertaining.
Well, I just had a game plan question.
Okay, go ahead.
4th and 1 at the end. Daboll decides I'm going to kick a field goal.
Right call. I'm kidding. I just want to see Mike's face.
Mike, was it the right call?
No, hell no, it wasn't. Unless you're a useless piece of chicken bleep. I mean,
Well,
honestly, it's
hi.
4th and 1 at the 17. You've been running the ball all second half. You paid Saquon all that damn money, and you decide to try a field goal to go up, checks my notes, 6. That still doesn't help you. You big dummy.
But
that is
it
the most
doesn't.
gutless piece of coaching you'll see all damn season. What happened to the cigar smoking, bleep talking, big bad Brian Daboll? What a joke.
Or if you're Mike, you're correct. If you're playing pretty much any team other than the Jets, you go for it. But with the Jets, get the points, make them have to score a touchdown.
They only scored 1 all day. I'm with you, Rico.
Yeah, kick the field goal.
Okay, we're not just going to rub it in that Mike's Giants lost. We're also going to rub it in that Rico's Niners
That
lost.
game didn't happen.
3 straight for
Didn't
your
happen.
Niners. Brock Purdy, a turnover machine. Is it all his fault?
No, it's partially his fault. Probably 50% his fault. You can't turn the ball over in the red zone, but the defense got to play better, got to get stops, got to get off the field on 3rd down.
Yeah, or
Mike?
you don't. Yeah, or you have a rat fraud for a quarterback. Own it.
Oh, he's just bitter.
Rico, 5 turnovers the last 3 weeks, including a fumble. Throw that in there too. That's no good.
No. His red in the. It's where to. It's not that it matters, but when you get turnovers and you're about to score, that's what hurts. Because worst case, you kick a field goal.
I'm just saying, as the talent gets injured, he looks more like Mr. Irrelevant.
Because he's not in Disneyland anymore. Welcome to reality, Brock.
He had a couple of bad games.
Yeah.
And here's the other thing.
He sucks.
I now wonder, did they rush him back? You know, when
excuses.
he took the concussion.
So what happened the
Yes,
previous 2 weeks?
I'm
Why was he
sorry.
rat then?
I'm sorry. Didn't he ask me a question?
I don't care.
Okay. David, you're not allowed to speak.
I would say we can bring up your Steelers if you'd like.
Hey, no, don't do that.
Oh, we're going to beat the Niners. Yeah, we left you for dead
So
a
go
long
back to
time
week
ago.
1 then. Why don't you?
No, but I look at this. He turns the ball over at the worst times when they're driving. That's the problem. Teams have figured him out. They got to use the bye week to come up with something new.
Here's a question. Niners and Chiefs. Both teams lost this week. Who should be more concerned? Mike, why don't you start us out?
Niners. Look, there's
Because he
no
had a rat.
there's no quarterback questions in Kansas City. They lost a road divisional game. They looked bad. You know what? They looked like the Lions the week prior. The difference is they still have Pat Mahomes. The Niners have a problem on their hands as they are roughly one more bad Purdy game for, you ready from this? As ridiculous as the takes were about Purdy a month ago, he's a top 5 quarterback. You know what the takes are going to be? One more bad game? They might have to play Sam Darnold.
Brock Purdy really hurt you, Mike. I don't know what he did.
No, it's the
here's
media's
thing.
coverage of him. Sick of it.
Okay. I shouldn't have to take the brunt of that, but I do.
I'm
daily.
projecting.
You really are.
You do, Harlan Barnett.
Yeah. And here we go.
There
We
it is.
reached the Harlan Barnett section.
I heard earlier the intervention. We can compare some
We really
notes.
do need to
Yeah.
have the intervention on Thursday at 7. I would simply say this. It is the Niners. Mike's correct, even though he's projecting. Mahomes may have been sick in that game. He didn't look right, just couldn't get it going. That was a league game right there. Yes, you don't want to lose to the Broncos, but you did. And they'll be fine. They'll bounce back, and they'll still win their division. Whereas the Niners have now, they're in second place. Seattle has taken over. Seattle's gotten better. Yeah, the Seahawks, man. Purdy's better. He's got to get his stuff together in the bye week.
Yeah, you're right. The division is now
Seattle's.
open. Yeah, and I want to get to some winners. Enough of these losers. Jags and Seahawks both won this week. Who's more real in terms of title contention?
Jaguars.
Oh, grudge match.
Title contention? Like winning your division or winning the Super Bowl?
Like winning the Super Bowl.
Seattle. I think Jacksonville will win their division, but then in the end, they're still building. They're still not quite there yet, and that was Pittsburgh. Okay, really, that's a free square.
They've won 5 in a row. Mike, did you say the Jags?
Yeah, I did say the Jags. I mean, A, they won a playoff game last year. B, they're top 6 in defensive DVOA. They've actually built it right. And now, look, very quietly, Jim, they're playing good football. And ATN looks like a superstar. They have weapons everywhere. I still, in a big spot, cannot trust Geno Smith. I always err on the side of the QB, guys. So, yeah, I go Jacksonville for me.
But see, Geno Smith is his Brock Purdy from last year. He's never believed in him. I have.
Oh, I'm sorry. Why should I again?
Well, I'm just saying.
He ain't right back.
Right. He doubled it up and said, I'm coming back, and they're winning again.
Okay, let's talk about quarterbacks a little more upside. Will Levis, 4 touchdowns. Has the future arrived in Tennessee?
You have to play him. They didn't want Tannehill. They were only playing him because they're paying him. Levis has to play the rest of the way.
Tannehill, who maybe gets dealt to the Vikings. Let me
I'd
say
rather
this.
have Cousins on one leg.
You keep Levis with this caveat. You wear the Houston Oilers jerseys for the rest of the season.
Yes. Agree totally.
It's some kind of sick prank to wear those jerseys against the Houston Texans. Wouldn't it be?
No, they plan on doing that the December 17th, I believe.
It's a troll job.
That's the biggest troll job in sports, to wear the Houston Oilers jerseys against the Houston Texans.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the jersey should stay with the city. They
Like
shouldn't
what happened
move.
with Cleveland?
Yeah. You don't get to move teams and then take all the cool stuff too. You start from scratch when you move to Tennessee. You don't get all the Houston Oilers stuff. If the Texans want it, they can claim it.
They should have. Well, you know what? Here's the thing. If you're the Texans, come out with which team's playing at home. Whoever it is, you come out with the opposite jerseys. We'll wear the all whites. We'll be Billy White Shoes Johnson out there. That would be hilarious.
Stay tuned. All right, the last thing I have, the Bengals, 4 of 5. They're heating up. Are they back?
Yeah, you know what? That's the Aaron Rodgers relax, because they looked, losing their first 3 games. Oh my goodness, your quarterback's injured. Yeah, you're starting to see the weapons. They're starting to get things done. Yeah, I do think they're back.
Michael?
Nah, I don't buy their defense. You can still run on them. They miss Jesse Bates horribly. Hey, they're good offensively. They're getting better, but I'm not ready to say they're back, because back would be Super Bowl level. I think they're good. I don't think they're Super Bowl good.
Let's put it to the test. They win in the division?
No.
Who is?
Ravens.
Okay.
I'm just answering honestly. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. That's the beauty of the NFL. Normally preview, today a review.
Harlan Barnett.
Your thoughts?
Absolute low rent garbage.
Quarterback controversy at MSU.
Coming up next, we will get into tonight. What do you got? What's going on, Mike?
I was going to try to have fun, but we got 17 different setups, and then it's your pregame, so you don't have the same stuff.
Mike, I don't want you to feel like handicapped here or handcuffed. What do you want to do?
Not that I was going to play a sound effect that we don't have.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
We'll get to what's at stake tonight for the Lions. It's next. It's the Lions Tailgate 97.1.
And we're back. To the game.
There it is. No, we'll do keys to the game. You know how this works. We got a lot of ground to make up between now and kickoff.
What they want.
Yeah, keys to the game coming up at 8:30.
Hey, if you want them right now, we could do the keys to the game right now. You want to throw this whole thing out of order?
Hey, sure. We're just here so we don't get fined.
Okay, I see how it is. No, I wanted to talk about what's at stake tonight. Wanted to set the scene a little bit for tonight's game. Everything all right back there?
I just spit out my drink.
It's not okay. It's not
that was
okay.
great.
Come on, man.
Deep
Keys
breaths.
to the
All
game.
right.
Don't make a joke as you drink something.
You guys made that joke at the perfect time. I have energy drink up my nose. And
That's a
it
great
burns.
feeling. Stings. Yeah.
Jeff Rieger's in at 10 with the keys to the game.
The Q-Line special.
Okay, tonight's game. What's at stake tonight? Let's talk about
it. Oh my God.
it.
Oh boy.
You win. You're 6-2. You go into the bye. You pad this roster with a big move at the deadline, and everybody feels good. Let's talk about the other outcome. You lose today, it's back-to-back losses, and there's no excuse. You're back at home. You had the extra day. Dan Campbell has apparently had these guys ready for north of a week.
Here's the thing. This is one of those rare weeks, rare moments, rare opportunities. Win or lose, you're still in a great spot, especially what happened in Minnesota, them losing their quarterback. You don't want to lose this thing.
Nothing's at stake tonight,
But, okay, you go into the bye week at 5. No, you go into the bye week at 5-3. Everybody would have took that and said, yeah, I'm in.
No, but you don't minimize. If they were to lose today, people would start to get a little anxious because this could not be written off as one bad loss in Baltimore against a Super Bowl team.
Let me finish. If you lost today, it would put so much on the game coming out with the Chargers. That becomes must win. But you should win this game. You probably will win this game. But this is one where if you lose, so long as you're not embarrassed by the Raiders, it's not like, well, full panic mode because you still are in a garbage division. And you still will win this thing. It'll hurt. It'll sting. But you can move past this. Saying all of that, it's not going to happen. You'll be 6-2. You're going to beat the Raiders.
Yeah, we all on the same page here.
Yeah.
Tonight you rip them limb from limb. This is Dan Campbell off a loss.
You know what? Just win. At first, I was like a lot of the callers in the morning thinking, you're just going to just win. Because that's when I thought you were going to get like a Brian Hoyer quarterback. Gino's going to be back. Amon-Ra had some type of illness. I don't know.
He's playing.
I know he's playing. But if he's coming off like the flu, you're not 100%. So win the game. That's all that matters. Money line, Lions.
Who
That's
sings
it.
the fight song?
Sing the fight song.
I get it.
Hand out the game ball and pass it over to Jared Goff.
Rico, a loss today would feel inexcusable. It's not season ending or anything, but it would feel inexcusable. If you lose to a Raiders team that can't run the ball, Jimmy G, no run game in your house, loud crowd, you lost. It's time to bounce back. If they lose, it would take some kind of act of God to me. It would feel a little bit like that acronym I hate using. If they lose to the Raiders tonight, it would feel like a team from Lions past showed up in these hideous gray uniforms and lost to the Raiders. I don't want to use that acronym. I don't think that acronym should be used.
Uniforms, right?
These are the most boring gray jerseys.
I like the helmet.
The helmet's great, but it looks like it's mismatched. Like they got dressed in the dark.
Wow. Okay,
Is that an unpopular opinion?
Okay, Mr. Blackwell. All right.
Anyway, I feel like
Good
tonight would
Lord.
be inexcusable. Mike, what's at stake tonight?
Credibility. You can't lose to the Raiders at home. Not following getting blown out by the Ravens. Can't do it. I'm with you. I still want you to yell at me.
I'll save that for the podcast.
Just all the projecting going on.
I mean, it's just hurtful.
Both ears. Right.
Mike's going to point fingers and go, there's too much yelling.
Yeah,
There's
it's
too much
just a lot.
testosterone in the room.
Well, right now, there's too much energy drink in my nose. I mean, it really burns.
So you guys can
It's
tell
a deep
us.
burn.
Like, I won't. Thanks, John. This isn't a must win or anything, but you guys tell us, like, what's at stake tonight? What's the mood tonight? You feeling confident? And God forbid they lose tonight. Like, what would it mean?
No, I mean, I'm confident they win the game. I'm not confident it's going to be pretty. I've said it all afternoon. I mean, I listened to the morning show, and I give John and Mike immense credit. They didn't lose their temper. These callers who are a bunch of ding-dongs. 42-6. I'm going, what planet are you on?
It was the same thing in the midday. I heard a guy calling 37-13.
Yeah, right.
What?
Like the Raiders are a high school team. I don't know what to tell you. I'll be thrilled if they blow them out, but I'm expecting a dogfight tonight. I am. And Amon-Ra playing, that don't mean he's full go. That doesn't mean he's there for four quarters. That doesn't mean he's getting 12 targets. I mean, I hope it does. Anyone want to talk about Frank Ragnow? Doubtful, not playing again? I mean, again, like, guys, you are not a team that has a huge margin of error. You have these injuries. It compromises you greatly. You don't have David Montgomery. I love how all of a sudden we're whistling by the graveyard here. David Montgomery's the heartbeat of your offense. I don't know that Jahmyr Gibbs is capable of getting 25 carries and grinding out yards the way that David Montgomery does. So I view it survive. Win by 1, win by 100. Win the game, get to the bye. And
I don't need the style points either.
No.
And I think some of this is couple weeks ago in Tampa, no run game, no problem. No problem. But some of that was going to St. Brown on just about every key third down. And him being in today is a big story. Now, I guess I don't know to what degree the illness is going to impact him tonight, but it feels like even without Jonah Jackson or Frank Ragnow, this team should put up some points against the Raiders, find a way, and win the game. And Jahmyr Gibbs in that game against Tampa was a between-the-tackles running back. They gave him, what was it, like 17, 18 carries, and they said, hey, somebody's got to carry the load. You were drafted 12th overall. We can't look over our shoulders and go, is somebody else going to do it? It's Jahmyr Gibbs. And I don't know why, it's nothing against David Montgomery, but why we should be afraid, and you're not saying you're afraid, Mike, but why anybody would be doubtful that they can't get production out of the running back position. That's the whole reason they use the number 12 overall pick, is so they could lean on him a couple times a year, and this is one of those times.
And the Raiders, listen, it's a very uneven defense. They give up a ton of explosives. I feel like, tonight should be a snake pit. Should be a very hard place to play. But you know what? You know what I don't trust about this team? I don't trust their pass rush. 2 games, they've been amazing. The other ones, tonight, if I believed in your pass rush, and I believed you were going to go and get the quarterback, that statue that Las Vegas is putting back there, I'd have a much better opinion. I don't know how much pressure you're going to get on him. If you pressure Jimmy G, you beat Jimmy G. Period. But can you guarantee me we're going to get that?
Well, it all comes down to what is this?
If you dress up as Shark Boy and walk into the stadium
Who
like
is
Aiden
that?
Hutchinson,
That's Aiden?
That's Aiden. So
Halloween costume, Mike. Have you seen it?
No, and I don't care. I just want Aiden to tell me he
You get
doesn't
like a
remember.
land shark
I want Aiden
celebration
to
tonight?
tell me he doesn't know Stallions again, and then we see a picture of him with him 5 minutes later.
Uh-oh. Is there some kind of investigation going on?
No, I'm just making a point. You don't need to lie to people. Just be straight up about it. Yeah, I met the guy a few times. I don't know what to tell you. Go Blue. Next. Don't tell me you didn't know. Just stop. It's ridiculous. And the Halloween costume stuff, ridiculous. I don't care about any of it. Go win the game.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I don't care. I mean, what are we going to do? PTI to the top 10 player costumes? I don't care. Go win the game.
It was just showing.
He just showed me the photo, Mike. It's okay. No one's
Keys
saying
to the
it's
game. Let's go.
Okay, you know what? We
I
will
wanna
do
win.
keys to the game at 6 o'clock. I won't make people wait, but I do want to know if anybody has thoughts on the matchup tonight. Get them in, 248-539-9797. We'll hear from the people. And then, yes, Mike, we'll give you what you've been waiting for, what the people
let
been
him
waiting
bully
for.
you. You do it when
It's
you
on the
feel
sheet.
like
It's on the
doing it.
sheet, the 6 o'clock hour, the second hour of the show. We always kick it off with keys to the game, so we will do that, and some of that might include hitting Jimmy Garoppolo. It's all coming up. Lions Tailgate 97.1.
Around
Impact
the
Hour.
League, presented by Cargadale.
Hey, pipe down. We got a jam-packed hour coming up. I want to set the scene for people. We got picks. We've got keys to the game. We'll get into a parlay for the people tonight. That's what we do when the three of us get together for a primetime game. We'll workshop that parlay throughout the hour, and Mike will hand out his top 10 Halloween costumes. All that coming up as we get you set for Lions and Raiders.
And then 7 o'clock hour, Mike's favorite Halloween candies.
Candy corn, overrated, underrated, 248.
I will not partake in any of this. Go ahead.
David, let's hit it. Keys to the game. It's brought to you by CMAC Transportation. Leaders in the transportation industry, 20 years and counting.
CMAC. You got to say it right.
Kenny, can we get a keys to the game from you?
Kenny's losing his voice. Probably not a good ask.
My voice is starting to get shot. I don't know if that's a good idea.
Never mind. Keys to the game. The Lions win if blank. You guys can play along. Ticket text phones 248-539-9797. Rico, you bat lead off. Lions win if blank.
Lions win if they do not have more than one turnover. Other than that, they're better than the Raiders. They should go out there and just win the game. The only way the Raiders win is if you keep handing them the ball over and over and over again.
Short field.
Yeah.
That
one
field
turnover.
goal, Carlson just starts 3, 6, 9, 12. There they are. They're right in the game.
More than one turnover. Yeah, that's it.
Mike, Lions win if blank.
Stop the run, make Garoppolo throw it 30 times. Dude's already proven he's a bum if he doesn't have it his way. Yeah, well, this ain't Burger King. Stop the run. Turn him into a pumpkin.
What's going on with this Raiders running game? Jacobs led the league in rushing a year ago, and the guy can't get it 1 foot in front of the other.
Here'd be my answer. Josh McDaniels. That's what happened to this run game. Him.
But, he's from a Belichick tree.
Right, he's a boner who wears a visor. That's what happened to this running game.
He's averaging 2.9 yards a carry. This guy led the league a year ago. He can't get anything going on the ground, and it's a bad matchup because the Lions have done this against every running back they've played. Right. They corral them. They keep just about all of them under 50 yards rushing.
So
Dalvin Cook on line 2.
Technically speaking, it would be a key to the game.
Yes, it would, Mike.
Thank you.
Key to the game. Jimmy Garoppolo, I'll use your word, was privileged playing all those years in San Francisco.
True.
Now, without Kyle Shanahan's run scheme, without a play-action passing game, Jimmy Garoppolo looks like a backup quarterback. And that's the Lions' job tonight, is to make him look like Desmond Ridder, who's currently a backup quarterback, Jordan Love, who might as well be a backup quarterback, right? I mean, look through what they've done against quarterbacks like Jimmy G. Stop the run, hit the quarterback, pummel him, rip him limb from limb. You turn him into a piñata, and you take as many swings at him as you can. So that's one key. And then the other one's obvious. I mean, everybody's talked about Max Crosby. Have to know where he is. Lions match up well with 2 good tackles. They're both playing. I know Ragnow doubtful, but you got your tackles. Don't let Crosby wreck the game. He gets just as much pressure as anybody in the league. 40% of the Raider pressure is one guy. Yep. His name is Max Crosby. Nobody else on that defense scares you, right?
No, and it's one where, it sounds simplistic, but you always got to know where he's at, and you got to make sure that you're probably chipping him and you let everybody else beat you.
I'll tell you who I do like on that defense. I like that Diablo kid. I know, nobody cares. Move it along. I don't even know why I bothered.
No, break his game down, Mike. Let's go.
No, he's just
Let's get you in the film room.
He's fast. He's physical, and he actually he hurts you. I mean, he really is one of the only physical guys on that defense. That's
college team color and mascot.
Okay, just you know what? Keys to the game. Next.
Marcus Peters would be another guy in that defense that can do what Rico said, take the ball away.
Well, and again, you make a mistake and Peters jumps routes. That's been his bit since coming into the league. That's 7 points the other way. So, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mess around with Marcus Peters unless you've been baiting him all night with quick stuff, and then you're going to go double move and go over the top, and Marcus Peters is going to go roadrunner one way, and you're meep in the other. You got to be careful with him.
Another player to watch tonight, I might want to throw in our parlay, but I want to discuss it. Tight end for the Raiders.
Mayer.
He's getting more involved in the offense. He was targeted twice up until the month of October. Since then, targeted 13 times in the 3 games. Lions have given up the 5th most yards to opposing tight ends.
I know for a while it looked like, maybe they should have took Laporta. They took Mayer, but now I still will say Laporta's better.
Oh, yeah.
But he's not looking like a wasted pick anymore.
But I think the thought is, hey, you got Devontae Adams, and they're using Jacoby Myers, again, the New England connection. They're starting to use the tight end a little more. And if you forget about him, there it is. Key third down. He moves the sticks.
That ranks right up there with the mobile QB for the Lions, is that the tight end somehow extends the drive, 12-yard catch type of thing.
Player props 25.5. What do you guys think?
For Mayer?
Yeah.
Over. Derek Barnes hasn't shown he can cover a tight end. Over.
So I think we can put that. I don't know how many legs we end up building. 4 or 5. Probably no more than 6.
12. 12. My football team's about to go 2-10. I need 12.
Come on, we do the podcast together. You can't, in good faith, let the people build a 12-leg parlay on Monday Night Football.
What we had established was Lions money line, anytime touchdown between Laporta or Reynolds. And if you wanted to throw Mayer with over yards, I'll tell you one I wouldn't mind. What about Goff under 267.5 passing? The Lions are going to have to pound the rock tonight. I'll be stunned if they throw it 40 times. Wouldn't you?
I would. They don't want to. It's not their brand of football. The only time that they really got up there in pass attempts was without David Montgomery against the Buccaneers, and they closed the game out throwing the ball, and that's how you got the pass attempts up. That would be the way that you lose. I mean, what about Jacobs under?
How many yards did you say, Mike?
For Goff? Under
267.5
passing.
Under 260. No.
Okay, then.
I wouldn't add that one.
From the Evan Jenkins stat desk, earlier today he informed me that under is being heavily bet with Goff. So maybe avoid that one.
It means that you're relying on Gibbs, and I'm not ready to do that.
What about Gibbs over receptions, 3.5?
I'd go over.
Okay. Jacobs under rushing. That's kind of the core tenet, one of the keys to the game. 57.5. You bury the under with a Lions win.
Yeah.
Start to bundle this stuff together. You start to build the case for the
that.
type of game that the Lions would win. Listen, we'll workshop it. We got an hour. But throw together 4 or 5 of these together, make it a show.
What a blessing.
Parlay. You going to be all right over there?
Yeah, I'm okay. I just, this game really, from a betting perspective, I don't love. All I've been telling people all day, just watch the damn game. You don't need to bet on everything. The Lions right now, Ertz on them, and the spread's going down. That's terrifying. I let things like that influence how I watch a game. I think it's going to be a dogfight. I hope I'm wrong. I hope they win 38-2, and we're partying. But I actually think this has a chance to be a little bit scary. That's all.
Well, now that Amon-Ra has been cleared to play, Mike, the Jameson Williams, he's now at plus 320 for anytime touchdown. So his odds have fallen.
I wish I could tell the listeners that he was a key to the game, but he's an afterthought in my world. I mean, again, if Amon-Ra's 80%, they're going to target him 8 to 10 times.
So let's throw Amon-Ra anytime touchdown in there.
Nope.
Why? Illness? Concern? Instability?
He goes out there and doesn't feel well. Then they pull a Bijan and the guy's on the sideline. You don't know why he's not playing.
You guys liked Laporta. Ticket Texter says key to the game is getting him at least 4 targets today.
Agree.
Laporta?
Yeah. He's the ultimate safety blanket for Goff. Goff, earlier in the week with Doug and Scott, I thought he had a power quote, which is, look, I trust him. He does everything right. He catches the damn ball. He's exactly where he's supposed to be. There's a trust there. So, yeah, I'm buying all stock in Laporta. I think he's becoming one of the elite young tight ends in football.
Let's build a Laporta. Oh, here we go.
What?
I got one for you.
Oh, he's cooking over there.
Yeah. How about just this? Let's make it Laporta anytime touchdown, Lions money line, and Laporta over 40 yards at plus 330.
Add in what Cookie's put in there. The Michael Mayer.
The tight end game.
Yeah.
Rookie tight end game on primetime.
Yeah, last Sunday was National Tight End Day, right?
Yeah. We missed it by a week.
Who cares?
Make up for it. Yeah.
So Mayer.
That too.
What is the Mayer stuff?
25.5 receiving yards.
Over.
All right.
Yeah, we're going over on that.
Okay.
I've got that as just a straight bet tonight, too. It just feels like a
all right,
sweet
now
spot.
we're at plus 680.
Yeah, you're getting places.
Let's get up to 1,000. Okay. More ticket text, 248-539-9797. God, make it worth people's while.
Has
here.
anyone hit one of these things?
248. This texter says, key to the game. Keys to the game.
Keys to the game.
31 points is a must for the Lions. See, I disagree with that. Do you realize the Raiders' offense has broke 20 points one time, and it was with a grand total of 21 points? I don't feel like this game is going to be a shootout. The total's 45.5. Doesn't it feel like 21 might win it instead of 31 for the Lions?
Yes, 100%.
Yeah, I don't think they got to
100%.
get into the 30s for this. This is not that kind of game. Another one says, be prepared for Jimmy G and Adams to go off today, followed by Herbert and Allen out of the bye. That's from Aaron on the ticket text.
Guys,
Do the Lions have a secondary that we need to be concerned about?
No, not yet. Yes, David.
I don't think so yet.
No, guys.
You sounded like Special K there.
I think the keys to the game are just real simple.
Say
okay?
it right or don't say it at all.
The keys to the game
Thank
are
you.
real simple.
Thank you.
Okay? You get pressure on the quarterback defensively, which gets the crowd involved. No one's mentioning that yet. They haven't been home in 3 weeks, okay? You do that, you get the crowd involved. Offensively, you have to run the ball. And if you run the ball effectively, that may possibly slow down Max Crosby because now you have the play action involved.
That's why I liked under yardage Goff. They have to run the football. It is their identity. They got off schedule last week. They need to run. Now, again, I would like to tell you that when you use the number 12 overall pick on a guy, you're going to feed him. And I'd like to think if Gibbs got 20 carries tonight, he could get 90 yards. You know, if you want to go that route, I don't know if we're still building the parlay or just luxuriating in the keys to the game. I'm just here to help. I think Devontae Adams anytime touchdown's interesting. The Mayer thing is interesting. Gibbs yardage, under Goff, life, retirement, Lions money line, game, done. Cash out.
Rico has passed the phone to me, and it says plus 930 at the top, so we're getting better here. He's got the tight end deluxe, Laporta touchdown, Laporta over 40. Lions win, but Mayer gets over 25.5, over 3 receptions, and Laporta's over 4 receptions. Tight ends, and the Lions win. That's
Throw
at
in
plus
Devontae
935.
Adams anytime, TD.
That's right.
Wait, from the man who hates anytime TDs. Okay.
Well, I'm trying to help Jim. This is his segment. It's not my show right now. I'm just here to help.
Couple more texts. The keys to the game. People
Say
talking
it
about
right
Jared Goff.
or don't.
Keys to the game. Why
Thank
don't you
you.
just play it again?
Wow.
David, why
okay.
don't you just play it again? Give people
We are-
another sense of it.
We are now at plus 2,600.
See, now. Whoops.
Nope, not that.
Okay, then. Keys to the game. Thank you.
All right, we'll work on that in a second. Someone pointing out on the ticket text that the Raiders' pass defense gives up under 200 a game, so that might be why the under Goff thing has become so popular.
And again, they
Tread lightly.
and again, they can't stop the run. So it just has to be. I think it's the Lions' identity. I think it's their best way to win the game. It's the best way to protect your quarterback from crazy Max Crosby. And guys, it's just your number one receiver is going to be limited. I think running the ball is the right way. Control the TOP. Get the hell out of here with a win.
You can drop your keys to the game. Phones, ticket, text. We'll keep taking them. We got picks later in the hour.
He did it again, David. He did it again. He's got no respect
You know what,
for his own segment.
how about this? You don't tell me how to do the keys to the game. We do this every week. How about Rico and I handle this? All right?
Keys to the game.
There it is. We'll make picks later in the hour, and you're thinking, what the hell are these guys going to pick? We have some props. I'm also going to throw in the Detroit triple dip tonight. Pistons and Red Wings on the pick sheet. That's
And
coming up.
NIU and CMU tomorrow night.
And we don't have to acknowledge that game.
Fire up chips.
Something like that. It's the Lions tailgate. You guys are the best. 97.1. Whole lot of Honolulu blue descending into downtown Detroit. We're hanging out Music Town, right down the street from Ford Field. And Rico, sometimes we kind of take our finger out. You get the wind, the sense, the mood. How would you describe what we've been seeing here? Because I'm seeing a lot of Honolulu blue. This game people have been waiting all season for. Primetime game, cement your place in this NFC.
It is. I'm a little shocked. I have seen some Raider fans, not as much as like when Lions fans go to other stadiums, but there will be Raiders fans in the building. But yeah, a lot of Honolulu blue and silver, people pacing themselves, I can say, responsibly.
Long night.
It's going to be a long night, people, and maybe the cold weather is helping. But, yeah, I think it's going to be fun. The queue line's about to drop off some more people.
Another batch.
Oh. Here we are.
But we've talked about what this environment has been like and what it's like for other teams to have to come play at a loud Ford Field. Like this, I feel like, is one of those spotlight moments. They've had those on the road this year. You take over Kansas City on primetime. You take over Lambeau Field on primetime. Tonight feels like the night where you show what this environment is and why nobody wants to play here in the postseason. Win the night 6-2. Your game back of the Eagles. They have to go through a gauntlet. And Rico, you've documented this, but the schedule sets up well. You got to take care of business.
Right.
Tonight's one of those nights. You go into the bye, you add somebody at the deadline, and you have your sights set, not on this division. We're looking forward. We're looking at the 1 seed.
Yeah, because it's set up that, Dallas, maybe the Chargers are the only teams that'll have a winning record when you play them. You get the NFC North for 5 games. You get the Denver Broncos, and despite what they did yesterday, I don't know if they're going to be winning it that many more games this year, and it's going to be here. You got the Saints. So games where you should be the favorite. Doesn't mean you're going to win, but you should be favored in at least, after this game, every game but maybe one.
I don't think people realize nationally what this home field advantage can be, will be with a winner here. And the last time that the Lions were playing a big Monday night game was the Javid Best game?
Yeah.
Where they started out, 4-1 or 5-0, I think, right?
No, maybe the Jets game.
Oh, don't bring back the Jets game.
Uh-oh.
Patricia's first game.
Yeah.
Sam Darnold debut.
Yeah.
Was it Quandre Diggs with a pick six to start the game and everybody's high-fiving and feeling good, and then it went south?
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about Javid Best blowing the top off of this place over a decade ago on a hot start, and there's a chance tonight to put the Lions in that rarefied air where we talk about nobody wants to play Seattle on the road. No one wants to play Kansas City on the road. Mike, do you feel like we could start to talk about Detroit that way?
100%.
Not because they beat the Raiders, but because of what this team is becoming.
100%. And I've always said the same about Comerica. People don't remember when the Tigers have been good, that place is a snake pit. I mean, I've been there in the playoffs, and you go, baseball stadiums are not supposed to be this loud. It's the same thing. I mean, the team hasn't given the people a reason, but any indoor venue, when you make the playoffs, you don't want to be there. And in this town with some of the best fans in the country, this team, no, you want no part of coming here. None.
And how big a home field advantage is it? Because I think it's twofold. I think it's other people have to play here, and you don't have to play outdoors. Because the alternative is the Link in Philadelphia.
Yes.
Or Rico's building out in the Bay.
Helps your kicker. Pressure kicks. You don't have to worry about wind and the elements.
And I know, how dare I bring up Goff's struggles, but there is something to be said for Goff in the wind.
Here we go.
Throwing cross field, one hash to the other with the wind and the elements. And it's the smaller hands, it's the lack of zip. Anything you can do to make him more comfortable with the run game and the home field, I think that's absolutely critical for the Lions to make a run.
It's a fair point. You're right. Goff outside is a thing. I can't argue it. So you win.
And that's not to take anything away from the season he's had so far. Like tonight, he should be dialed in.
I've always said it. This is the disadvantage for teams that are, as we used to call them, dome teams. Those teams historically, if they don't get home field advantage, they don't make the Super Bowl. And the Lions are going to be no different. I think when you play a majority of your games indoors, it changes how you play versus teams like a Pittsburgh or a Cleveland or a Baltimore. You play outside, Cincinnati, Kansas City. You're battle tested. You're hardened. Like it's just different. So yeah, you're not. Look, Rico has been on this for a month. That schedule gives them the real opportunity to stack wins and be able to scoreboard watch in December about flirting with the top seed, or if it's not the top, it's the 2 seed. Either way,
well,
go ahead.
Right here, right now, the Eagles are a better team than the Lions. The Eagles have made additions at the trade deadline. I doubt that they're done. The Eagles are a better team than the Lions right now. But if you want to shave into that margin, you make a trade and you play the game in Detroit. Because I think that is an equalizer if these two teams get in that position. Where the Eagles may be a better team, but if they got to play better teams and they pick up 3 or 4 or even 5 losses, and the Lions are sitting there at 14-3, 13-4, they may be the better team, but that advantage gets negated if they're coming here. I mean, I think that's the other thing where you can say, hey, I think the Lions are good, maybe not as great as Philadelphia, who played in the Super Bowl, but it doesn't matter if you can find any edge possible. And a game like tonight, as silly as it is, are the games where you build that home field advantage, where you build the case to be the 1 seed. So 248-539-9797. We can get people's thoughts on the matchup tonight. But we've hit on it. This team is in a position to take care of business tonight. Start calling around some of these teams at the deadline. The news, Leonard Williams gets traded to the Seahawks. That's a contemporary. That's a contender too. They feel like they're in this, Rico. They lead the NFC West right now.
They do.
So you got to look at that and go, wait, they're adding to the defensive line? And Philadelphia added one of those all-pro safeties in Bayard. Your Niners added Randy Gregory, and I bet you they're not done. If you're the Lions, you can't sit idly by, and even if you win tonight, convince yourself that you're good. You're not good yet. You got to go win. Not just the games, but you got to build your team to win those games late in the season.
Unless you think your team is already there and you don't want to disrupt the chemistry, which they've come out and said we're only going to take.
To be fair, they did.
We're only going to take somebody who we feel like is not going to upset the apple cart.
But good players typically don't upset the apple cart. They lead to more winning, and then everybody talks about how great chemistry is. You notice how nobody talks about how great the chemistry is on a losing team? They only talk about the chemistry on a winning team. Get good players, win more games, and everybody will have a good time afterwards. Everybody be everybody's best friend.
Right. If not, you're Odell. Even though you won the game, you're slamming your helmet down because you had no catches.
See, if that was Detroit, we'd be doing something or nothing.
Oh, if that was Detroit and it was a certain wide receiver.
Oh, don't even put that on him.
No,
people
I'm just
already think
saying.
we're unfair, and now you've Mike, are you with me? Rico, you didn't say it, but people are so sensitive with him.
I was talking about Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Wow. Hey, by the way,
what were you thinking?
Oh, yeah, that's me.
How dare you? No, and by the way, just because I was trying to get you guys a good stat. So basically, 51% of 1 seeds make the Super Bowl. So it's a coin flip. So yeah, you know what? Eagles get the 1 seed. Doesn't mean there's some shoe-in. Chiefs get a 1 seed. Doesn't mean. We've seen it all. But yeah, I mean, you got to be in the mix. I could break it down by seed if you like. Hell, the 4 seed has won more Super Bowls than the 2 and 3. The point is, for this team who plays indoors with what I think is going to be an incredible home field advantage, yes, it behooves you to chase that. Games like tonight, you can't be losing.
Not must win, can't lose.
Yeah, okay. I do whatever wordage
I know we
you want.
we do these cliches, but I hate saying must win.
Okay.
But I do feel like it's one of those games where if you lose, you start inviting some conversations nobody wants to have right now.
Very fair.
Coming up next, we got picks. Lions game, we'll mix in the total, we'll mix in some props. Wings playing tonight, Pistons playing tonight. We'll get to all of it. Best bets and more. It's Lions Tailgate 97.1. You know, Rico's very observative, if that's a word. Observationally inclined. You noticed something.
Yeah, I mean, it's Halloween, not a lot of costumes. So, but then I'm like thinking to myself, this team's really good, but you know what you don't see anymore? Because they lost? Remember the ski mask?
No gimmicks.
Everybody, going to wear the ski mask. Yeah, gone.
No gimmicks. Now, that's not to say somebody on TV tonight isn't going to be dressed in a Halloween costume, but we haven't seen it. Very businesslike tonight. People showing up. They got their jerseys. They're repping their team.
That's it.
But, Mike, no one's dressed as Elmo or the Grouch or anything like that.
I saw one guy in like the Top Gun type of thing. That's about it.
That's about it. Let's make some picks. Let's cue it up. Picks this week a little different. We don't have a full NFL Sunday card to hand out, but we do have 3 different Detroit teams playing.
I'm going to take the Broncos in an upset.
Okay. Thanks, Rico.
Wow.
The NFL picks are brought to you by Thornton and Grooms, your home service professionals. On the season, Rico, you're within 2 games of first place. Hi, I'm first place.
Well, you're like Mike. You stacked the deck.
What? Well, if we want to use Mike's record, when he's in for primetime games, he is 10-2 in picks.
Thank you.
So
that's all right. Try the veal.
And David, you will be sliding and making producer picks a distant third at this point. Let's start with the Red Wings. They're playing tonight against the Islanders, and we're just doing straight up pick for this one. I'm not going to make you pick on the puck line. Straight up pick. Wings, do they get it done on the road against Mike's Islanders? Rico, go first.
Is Kenny there? Can I call a friend?
What are you, Regis
Ask
Philbin?
the audience.
Come on.
That'll be great. 50-50.
You know what? Wings. It's going to be an all Detroit night.
Mike?
You don't walk into UBS Arena at beautiful Belmont Park and walk out with a W. We're talking identity line. Cizikas. Islanders.
Red line, blue line, fly on by. You talk about shutdown lines.
God.
The Wings have Kopp and Comfer. They can play that style of hockey if you want, but the difference with this year's Wings team is if you want to play a little more up-tempo, you want to shoot, you want to score, DeBrincat, Larkin, take the show on the road. I'll take the Wings.
Yeah,
David.
I'm not liking what I've seen in the last few games with the Wings, so I'm going to continue with the losing streak and go Islanders.
Oh. Sad. Pistons plus 5.5. They're playing in OKC against the Thunder. Rico.
Well, if they can stop turning the ball over, they're actually an entertaining-looking team. I'll take the 5.5.
Rico wants the points. Michael.
Boy, it's a tough pick. It's like a daycare center out there. I'll go OKC.
Is the Devil's number in effect for basketball, Mike?
Great question.
I cannot confirm or deny. I don't have enough data points to tell you on that one, buddy. I'll just go OKC on that. They're deeper. They're probably a little further along in the rebuild. I'll go OKC.
Yeah, that's what I would say is they are further along. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, couple years into his breakout. He knows what he can do. Cade, I think a contemporary, but just not at the same level, and the roster around him. I'll go OKC at home.
Boy, oh boy. I love what I've seen from the Pistons, minus the turnovers, Jalen Duren. But I'm sorry, OKC is better. They are way ahead of the Pistons, so OKC.
So Rico's the lone wolf on the Pistons. Let's get to tonight's matchup. Monday night, we're going to talk about this a couple different ways. We start with the total, which as of right now is set at 45.5. Rico.
It's about 23 to 20 type of thing. You know what? I'm going to go over. We go over on points. I think this is going to be one where I know everybody's saying, well, you know, it's going to be a muck it up type of game. Nah, I think this is a game that Goff is going to prove people like you wrong. He's going to go out there, score. St. Brown touchdowns. Give me the over.
Feels like it's got to be under, so therefore I'll go over. Something ain't right here. It just feels like a 20-17 game, which means it'll be like 55-53. So I'll go over.
I'll be the sucker. I'll go under. Raiders don't score very many points. I said 24 probably wins it. You go 24-21, that's an under. I'll play under.
Yeah, you are a sucker with that one. I'm definitely going to go over in this game.
Jahmyr Gibbs player prop. 71.5 rushing yards.
Over. If he can't get 71 yards against this defense with likely 20 touches, Boy, were mistakes made. Over.
Under.
You really hate happiness, don't you?
I do.
Well,
And
other than
rainbows
hating
and
happiness,
unicorns and ponies.
break it down. How does he go under 71?
I need to see him to actually get this thing done. I don't believe in him. I need to see him go out there and actually run between the tackles, get the tough yards.
Is there like a conflict between the Beard and Gibbs family? Is this the Hatfields and the McCoys? Like, wow.
No, I'm rooting for the guy. I just need to see it. I don't think that's asking for too much to do your job.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I think the problem here is he's going to have more than 70 yards, but rushing and receiving, and it's always tough to break it down that way. I'm going to go under 2, but it's not because I have some sort of familial hate for the Gibbs fan.
No, I don't. But if we're saying, they're going to pound the rock, that's him. That's not his style.
David?
Yeah, very sadly, it's going to go under. I just believe that mistakes were made with this draft pick. It seems to look that way.
You're a bad
It
person.
looks that way, so I'm going under.
Wait, we're writing the draft pick off if he doesn't get 71 yards
No,
tonight?
I'm not. I'm saying it's leaning in that direction where it looks bad.
It's leaning like we're writing the draft pick off if he doesn't get 71 yards tonight.
Yeah, sure.
Tough
Let's go with
crowd.
that. Yeah, yeah.
Tough crowd. All right, J-Mo, we got to throw him in here. Over under 24.5 receiving yards tonight against the Raiders.
St. Brown's in, under. He'll probably get one catch for like 12 yards.
Golly. I want so bad for him to have a breakout game at home and everybody gets to party, but under. I can't.
Everybody knows I'm J-Mo's biggest backer, biggest believer. So I think tonight he gets it done. One big catch, over 24.5. I'll go over.
I want you to be right, buddy. I do.
Well, listen, I'm going to believe in the black man and
wait, what?
Not this
Wow.
black man, though. I'm sorry. Jameson under. Another black
You guys are trying to run him out of town. That's all that was.
Oh, you know what? You're terrible.
Well, you know what? According to you, he could just pack up with Jared Goff and leave.
Oh. Well, we've reached the
get like bunk
slander
beds on
portion
the
of
road.
today's show.
So much more room for activities.
Brought to you by the Q Line.
Brought to you
Keys
by...
to the slander, brought to you by Carrigan Isle.
Keys to the slander. Last one, and Mike, you're not going to like this because you hate when this happens. The line moves at the last minute, and you're always like, I wanted the half point. As of right now, the book has it at a flat 7, Lions -7 against the Raiders.
95% of tickets, 98% of money are on the Lions. Why would that number go down? Just give me the Raiders because I will never be on that public side. But for the record, I am not betting this thing tonight. No shot.
So now you've talked me out of it because I was just thinking that the Lions would just win.
Thing. Do your thing.
Yeah, well, you're the Mr. Rain Man over there.
Keys to the gambling.
You know what?
Brought to you
Give me the
by
Lions.
C-Mac.
Give me the Lions.
I love my Lions. I'm too smart to bet them tonight. You're right. Mike, we talk about this.
But I'm the Lions hater.
It's a handicap. It's a bet. If it was money line, who are you taking?
You know
I think
what?
the Lions win. But Rico, gambling isn't just who sings the fight song at the end.
No, I'm going to be out there. Hard hat on, singing forward down the
You'll
field.
take Theo's job.
You know he's
In this
on Monday
economy.
Night Football tonight.
He is.
Yes, he will be in the open.
Congrats to Theo. I take the Raiders. David, what about you?
I heard him, Rico and Theo look alike.
No, don't.
Pick up the phone.
I'm going to go with
Oh, my God.
the Raiders in this one.
This is what happens when you're on the air too long.
It's time to go home. It's Raiders in this one. I'll take them all day.
I'm just happy he said it, not me. All right, we end.
But you were thinking it.
I was not thinking that. How dare you?
Wow. Up
Some strong
next,
accusations.
Rico accuses Costa of being a racist. 248.
I
It
can't
is
be. I
keys
took
to the
J-Mo
slander.
over. I took J-Mo over. I can't be.
I didn't realize betting a player prop.
In some people's minds, Mike, that is the litmus test, what you think of Jameson Williams. Anyway.
Oh, my goodness.
He's one of the good ones.
Oh, all right. That's enough.
We're not done. We have to do a best bet. Mine, I've already given it's Mayer over 25.5, the tight end for the Raiders. Yes, he is a white football player. Lions have given up the fifth most
my
yards to
God.
tight ends. Rico, do you have a best bet? You can't do your CMC score or your Jalen Hurts tush push.
No, I can't. So you know what? I'm just gonna go Laporta anytime touchdown. That's at plus 200.
Okay. Mike, you got a best bet, a player prop,
Yeah,
something? You can even double down on something we already did if you want.
Oh, it's okay. I still think Goff under 267.5 is a solid bet. I understand. We got comfortable seeing him throw it 50 times in Tampa. You know, last week they got blown out. He had to throw it a bunch. If they play to their script and they line up and run the football and control the game, you're not going to be producing 300-yard passing days. Under 267.5.
David?
Yes, I'm going to go with the plus 220 anytime touchdown for Craig Reynolds. He's going to get those goal line attempts. So he will
What
get
did you
that.
say? What is it, plus what?
Plus 220.
See, that almost, I would have thought it would have been a longer shot. I think that's
You know
the
what?
book telling you that's actually in play tonight. Thank you.
That's the
Rico,
black
you-
guy that's going to score.
No, I'm just trying to think. Do I want to change the Laporta thing?
I mean, by all means, take your time. I mean, we're here till 7:10.
No,
so
go ahead.
I mean, what
Wait
are
a
you
minute.
thinking?
Wait a minute. 7:10. What's going on here?
It's the Lions tailgate, 97-1.
Oh.
Sorry, Mike. And we're back live. Music Town. Thank you, Rico. So kind and welcoming. Is Mike still with us, or when he find out that it was
I'm
still
here.
7:10, he just says, "You know what?
Nah, it's
I've been a
just-
team player long enough.
I don't
have
want
to do this."
I don't want to do radio for two, but like all I'll tell you is all this guy has put more work on my plate today than anybody. We're doing a pod this morning. He goes, "Oh yeah, by the way, you got to do a Breeders' Cup episode. Oh, by the way, I'm going on a cruise for 2 weeks. You're gonna have to handle those weeks. Oh, by the way,
yeah.
you're on a
Yeah.
7:15 tonight." I go, "This guy."
Oh, yeah, I know all about the cruise, Mike.
It's not a cruise, but it is tropical. Thank you, guys. And Mike, I just mean for the people. They want your horse racing picks on the pod. Think of the Joe and Toledo and the Tom and Warren. Think of all of them. And I know you'll deliver for them. We got some news. The inactives for the Lions today, a minute ago. Here's who's not playing. Frank Ragnow. Not a big surprise. David Montgomery, Jonah Jackson. That's kind of the core of that run game. Levi Onwuzurike, Stephen Gilmore, Isaiah Buggs. Those are your inactives tonight.
All right, let me give you one thing, and I brought it up earlier. I love Ragnow. He's a damn good football player. They're going to have to make a decision this offseason on whether he's going to be a football player here anymore. Availability is a skill. This guy, he's a warrior. He's out there on an inoperable toe. It's been 3 years in a row. It ain't going to get better. I would just keep your eye on that deal. I love him, but you can't have this guy if he's hurt every week and or missing games. It just gets to a point where it's like, if they can't operate on this, they can't fix it. Saying he's a Pro Bowl center doesn't do you any good if he's going to play 9 games a year healthy.
Am I missing something? I feel like he doesn't miss very often.
No, but
right?
he's playing hurt constantly, Jim. And when you talk about what it's been 3 years of him battling. I just listen.
I agree to
It
monitor
seems like
it,
it's
but
just a debilitating injury that's never going to get better.
Mike, I'm not mad at
saying.
I'm not mad at you for saying monitor it, but the guy was a Pro Bowler not like a few years ago, last year, and he played 16 games. The idea that he's going to miss his first game of the season tonight, I'm not nearly as spooked as you are, I guess. I mean, the guy's a warrior. If he guts it out and he plays 90% of the games and the performance when he's in there is Pro Bowl caliber, I feel like there's just so many other things that I'd be worried about.
Okay. Listen. Try to make a point. Try to help you out. I know somebody who agrees with me, and we'll talk about it later.
Well, listen, I can connect a couple dots. How many fellow offensive linemen?
It ain't the goofball that joins me on Fridays.
Oh.
That's okay, though. Yeah, just smarm it along. Keep it rolling. I'll be here till 8. I'm doing the halftime show tonight, Rico.
That'd be great. Could you imagine? People are completely blown away. He's just, all right, we got scores from the...
Wait, is that Mike with the Lions drum line?
Right.
Keys to the second half.
Keys to the halftime.
I guess when I look at the inactives, you mentioned it
Here's
earlier.
Michael Valeni and Lomas Brown.
T-shirt cannon brought to you by Cargan Oil.
Mike, are you inducting Lomas tonight into the Ring of Honor?
Yes.
You intro him with his song from the drop tournament a couple years ago? There it is. No, the thing that jumps out, the run game, getting it going. They have missed Jonah Jackson the last couple weeks. Throw Ragnow in on top of it. No David Montgomery. I think that is one of those things we talked about. How good will the Lions run game be tonight? And it doesn't have to be Gibbs specifically, Rico.
No.
It
but
could
see,
be Craig Reynolds.
No, I think with Gibbs, you said it best. It may be the swing pass or a screen or something like that where he picks up 3-4 yards. Technically, not rushing yards, but it feels like rushing yards. But because he's not built to be like David Montgomery where you're just going to turn around, hand it off to him 20 times, and he's just going to run up the middle.
All right, but hold on. Guys, here's what I'll say, and I don't even know if either of you will agree. I don't really care. When you take a guy 12 overall, I don't want to hear about, well, that's not my style. I don't want to hear about that's not the body type. You know what? David Montgomery's dead for this week. I need you to touch the ball 25 times. Now, if you can't do that, I can't take you number 12 overall.
No,
And
Mike,
no disagreement.
I can't
I
sit
don't
here and
disagree.
get angry at you because it's the same reason why I said I'm not trading for a wide receiver. Because you
Noted.
took somebody, and no, we already have one.
And no.
The most Gibbs has been involved in the offense was last week. 20 touches, right?
Yep.
11 runs, 9 catches, and he combined for over 100 yards, scored the first touchdown of his NFL career. Tonight, Monday night, no competition in the backfield. Mike, I agree with you. He should be able to handle that workload, and I think they need it.
The key, and I mean this, guys, I don't expect it every week. I know long-term for his career, not the right move. But this isn't about his career. It's not about anything else. It's tonight. Craig Reynolds is a fun story. Good team guy. I'm not saying you don't mix him in. Maybe you give him some of the short yardage stuff. You get him 6 to 8 touches. No problem. But if you take a kid 12 overall and my starter, even though we don't pay running backs, we paid a running back. If he's gone, yeah, man, time for you to carry the mail.
When I look at Gibbs this season, I think last week being kind of that big game, I don't think it's the same script this week. That wasn't a loss, an ugly loss where you're trailing and you're throwing. If anything, you want it to look like Gibbs against Atlanta, which was the first game I believe Montgomery was out. I think so. And he had 17 rushing attempts for 80 yards, and he only had 1 catch. But we're talking 18 to 20 touches. If they're winning, most of it's probably going to be on the ground, right? Just a different script. You hope it goes that way anyway. And I guess if it's close, then you mix him in. But
so would that technically be a key to the game?
You know what?
Yes, Mike.
I'm
it
sorry.
would be a key to the game.
That's all I needed. Just David making sure you're on your game, even though it's hour 12 of radio. Carry on.
The Raiders will get you some of their inactives tonight. They are without nobody important other than your guy Diablo, Mike. He is not playing tonight.
No, I thought he's a good ball player. That's all. There's not much good to take away from the Raiders.
No Brian Hoyer. Sorry, Spartan fans, in a pinch. He is not the backup tonight. He is inactive.
But with Jimmy G, I'm thinking, what if you went with the Lions' defensive touchdown?
Also, this is just coming across the wire. Doubtful for the game tonight, Harlan Barnett's brain.
Don't take the cheese.
And the other note from their inactive list.
Anymore.
Their kicker, Carlson, will play. He's one of the better kickers in football. We talked about this low scoring, close game. Stuff matters.
Kickers does
matter.
It does. Indoors. It does.
See,
By the way, are you advocating for trading for a kicker? I know you're a big
I said it earlier.
Anti Riley Patterson. But
another guy I'm trying to run out of town apparently.
Yeah, but nobody would care. Who's the kicker you're targeting?
Prater.
Coming
3
home.
for 4 from 50 plus. That's the only thing we're really judging here, right? Is the ability to hit from 50 plus.
Yeah, he hit from what he hit from
out.
48 to kill our cover against the Ravens yesterday. So you know what? F him, and I don't want him back in this town.
Okay.
Or is Robbie Gould been picked up?
I don't believe so, Rico.
Just go get him.
Get him. He's a proven playoff kicker. He's never missed a postseason kick, right?
Yeah, you're a kicker. You're out here giving demands. I want to be here. Dude, take this contract and come kick ball.
Well, what Mike said earlier, I heard the same thing. He wants to be close to Chicago. Well, Detroit's close enough to Chicago.
Agreed.
Come on, for the playoffs only or for a late season to get your feet under you?
I'm sure they can give you a flight. It's a, 15-minute flight?
We do have airplanes, Rico.
Yeah.
You are right.
I've heard that.
Mechanized flying.
Yeah, you can hop on Lion 1 or whatever they call it.
Okay.
Lion 1. 248-539-9797. We're getting closer. Kickoff's
Can I ask
right
you
around
a
the corner.
question, Jim?
Yeah,
when you're
please, go
doing
ahead.
this show, this is normally the Sunday morning program.
Yeah.
Why does it feel so much more buttoned up when it's just you and Rico? Is that a me thing, or is that because this is Rico and I on like hour 12 of broadcast, and we just can't match your professionalism?
I think, as a wise man once said, keys to the game.
Keys to the broadcast.
I think both things could be true.
Okay.
Because in the morning, Mike, we're right there. We're ready to break the game down.
Yeah,
It's like a telethon. By hour 15,
No, you two are a well-oiled machine because I listen on Sunday mornings, and you guys fly. And now I'm listening to this, and we're making fun of, I don't know, everything. It's, I don't know. I want to make sure I'm not dragging down this broadcast. This is Jim's
No, but what I
show.
need from you.
Yeah, buddy.
Because we're not done. We got one more segment. What I need from you.
I'm going to say this, Mike. You've earned. You can just go ahead and leave.
No.
Stop. He's going to be like, I've seen it through. I got to. Mike.
Yes.
I need your top 5 Halloween candies and your top 5 Halloween costumes. We'll get that.
You're not
We'll come
gonna-
up next.
And
You're not going to like the costumes thing because I don't like Halloween. So you're out.
would
on
you
that.
eat it?
And would you eat that? It's all coming up next. Lions Tailgate, 97.1. All right, I've done it. I've built the parlay. It's 5 legs. It pays plus 1,700, Michael.
Let's hear it.
That's the parlay. I will
Let's hear it.
detail it as long as you fulfill your end of the bargain and give me like a Halloween candy opinion or something on costumes. Come on.
What?
By hour, what is this, 5, 6 for you?
What
You
is
gotta have
your
something.
obsession with this? I don't like the holiday. I don't care about it.
I know you don't like horror movies.
No.
But you don't like candy? You don't like sweets?
Nah, I'm not trying
Not a
to.
chocolate guy?
No, I'm not trying to end up in a Wilford Brimley commercial. No.
Mike, you can live a little.
What'd you do for Halloween as a kid?
I trick-or-treated. I was a kid. I was like 8.
What was your favorite candy then?
Yeah,
probably a Kit Kat. Those were solid.
Okay, they
That's
still make
it's
Kit Kat
iconic. Yeah. You know what? We'll get you one.
I'm all set. Thank you.
We just want to put a smile on your face.
You don't do
Mike. It's
horror
a long
movies
You know
either?
what? You want to
know
put a
that
smile
about
on my
him.
face? Have Urban Meyer in East Lansing. Can you do that for me? I want Harlan Barnett loaded into one of those Barnum and Bailey space cannons. Launch him like Evil
So
Knievel.
we get Urban Meyer, and you'll watch all 5 Final Destination movies.
Yeah, and I'll also become the biggest donor to David's church. Keys to religion. You want to show me? I'll tell you right now. That happens, everything's on the table.
Man, you writing a lot of checks.
He is.
I hope you can cash
Keys.
'em.
Rico, it's out of pure desperation.
I just wish I knew where Mike stood on Harlan Barnett. Yeah, sometimes you tune in and you wish you knew where
I tell
he
you,
stood.
watching him Saturday when they kept trotting Hauser out there, I wish I was standing on him.
Okay. Here's the parlay that I have built. We've been talking about this and workshopping some stuff, and I know we love the tight ends tonight, so they are incorporated. We like the Lions to win. That's incorporated. The key of all keys to the game is to stop Josh Jacobs, so that's in the parlay.
Okay.
And we know Gibbs is more than just a between the tackles guy. Sometimes that bothers people. Here's the parlay. 5 legs pays plus 1,700.
Okay.
Laporta anytime touchdown. Michael Mayer over 25.5 receiving yards. Josh Jacobs, the numbers moved a little bit since the show started, under 55.5 rushing yards. Lions win, and Jahmyr Gibbs over 3.5
I need you to
receptions.
add one other thing.
I've already placed the bet, Mike.
I need you to add one other thing and hypothetically tell me what it pays.
He does this, and like now I'm going to have to sit here and log back in and beep, boop, beep, bop, plug the numbers in. What do you want to add to it?
Michigan to win the national title. Tell me
serious?
tell me what it pays.
Okay, we can use the read.
I think there are a lot of
selections.
Lions fans who are also Wolverine fans. And what better way to have fun? Yeah, that parlay's cute, but if I throw Michigan to win the Natty in, now what does that do for people? Trick or treat. I'm trying to give people something. They might be the best team in America. No one's going to shut them down this year as far as like sanctions unless we really get another smoking gun. So I'm asking. I just thought it'd be pardon me, Rico. I was trying to add some fun to the broadcast.
I'll get it for you. Rico, what do you think of that, though? Throwing Michigan in.
Yeah, why not? I mean, I wouldn't do it. When I do this, I like to just stick with the game so you can collect the money
know.
instead of all your legs hit and now you got to wait 2
But
months.
I'm thinking about the average Lion fan who's a Wolverine fan too, who's like dressed like a waffle and 18 beers deep tonight. I'm trying to give them something that's going to excite their sensibilities.
Here's your 18 beers deep payout. If you take our 5-leg Lions primetime parlay and throw in Michigan Wolverines, an extra plus 250, it juices the whole thing up to north of plus 6,000.
You want to know? Here's one for you. You want to be a real Detroiter, Mike? All the Detroit teams to win tonight on the money line.
What?
Plus 850.
Oh, Pistons wing. I see what you did. Okay. Yeah, no.
All 3 teams win tonight. Plus 850. Money line.
Think about it. You wake up tomorrow, it's a whole new world. The Lions are 6-2, deadline deal pending. The Pistons have passed the Thunder in the rebuild. The Red Wings have beat a playoff contemporary on the road. It's a whole new world. Brand new day in the city of Detroit.
And then, as we take the air, the Lions acquire Montez Sweat.
Hey.
Done and done.
But you got to place this bet.
What does it pay again?
It's the Coney Dog bet. Plus 850.
Unbelievable.
Pistons,
Wings, Lions, all money line.
Wings kind of a toss-up. Pistons only 5 points. Lions favored. crazier things have happened.